If you're listening to the replay of this live, be sure to punch that like and subscribe button and let me know and drop it below your 2 cents as we go throughout the show. And be sure to help support the channel by hitting the Cash App at 2 Cents Boxing or hitting that heart with a $sign in it and just dropping a super thanks, showing me how much you appreciate the content. Hi, welcome to the channel. I'm Jake, and this is our 2 cents, where we talk everything boxing, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion. In today's live, we will be talking about whatever we want because this is 2 cents after dark. So I want to welcome everybody to the show. And if this is your first time here, let me give you the format of the show. We do talk about boxing. The show may start off with some boxing talk, but I mean, if we get into other topics and, you know, things aren't too, I can't even say that. We get into other topics and we chit chat about them, and we have very educated conversations. We may not agree with each other. We discuss our points in a conversational manner. We're not yelling, screaming, cussing, and doing all that. Now, sometimes conversations may get a little heated, but it's just in the spirit of the argument. We don't take things too far, and we don't take things too personal. So I want to welcome everybody to the chat tonight. Shout out to everybody in the building. the homie Band Up. We got Dry Turkey in the building. Lee Jackson, Paid in Full, Isaiah WYD, SBG Mello, and Sexy Kendra 50 Cent. Make sure y'all punch and like that subscribe button. And I'm telling y'all now, I am not going to be on here till 4 days in the morning. Not tonight. Or at least I don't plan to be. I hate to kill a good conversation when a good conversation is going. So trying to let a couple of more people pull up in here. How everybody night going? Let me know if you at the crib, if you at work, if you in a car, you in a truck, whatever you got going on. Let me know and drop it below. What y'all got going on while you hanging out with me tonight? Are you laying down? Are you eating? Listening to me in the background while you do some other things? What y'all got going on? So, one of the topics that I wanted to discuss tonight is the whole Devin Haney, Brian Norman saga, Bill Haney Theater. On today's episode of the Bill Haney Theater, we talk about drug testing. Isaiah say he at the crib and he got the rest of the week off. Damn, it's only Tuesday. He on vacation. Paid in Full say he at the crib. Crash Out say he facing a wood. I'm not too sure what that means. If you want to clarify that. Facing a wood. I don't know what that means. That sounds like a saying I'm not too familiar with. Sound like a saying I'm not too familiar with. Now, this talk about the Clarissa Shields Ali fight is like heating up. Like, I mean, I don't know if it's old or new, but I see she got Ali putting up videos of her punching the bag. I heard she turned down the fight. I don't even know why this is a thing, to be honest with y'all. Who wants to see Leila Ali and Clarissa Shields? If no current fighters can beat Clarissa Shields, please tell me why I think Leila Ali is going to be able to do it. Listen, I get it. You want your bag. You get a paycheck, whatever the case may be. I'm all for fighters getting paid. I'm not one to be like, oh, they should. I don't do all that. You do what you got to do to get paid. However, I do have my 2 cents about the situation. And I don't think Clarissa Shields should be trying so hard to fight Leila Ali. I mean, Clarissa Shields is one of my favorite fighters. Clarissa Shields is one of my favorite fighters. And I don't want to see her fighting a 47, 50-year-old Leila Ali, guys. Jake Paul got away with that stuff with Mike Tyson because we know Jake Paul ain't a real fighter. And I still believe if Mike Tyson wanted to, he could have knocked Jake Paul out. I still believe that, y'all. I still believe that. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I still believe Mike Tyson could have knocked out Jake Paul. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I'm not saying he could have just boxed with him for real, 12 rounds, but if he would have went in there with a quick little pickup, little whoop whoop side to side and bow. Okay. I seen him pull punches on Jake. I seen him hit Jake a little too hard, and Jake grabbed him and whispered in his ear like, bro, this ain't in the contract. You need to relax, bro. This is a show. We're just entertaining. Relax. But Clarissa Shields and Leila Ali, I mean, if it's for the money, I guess, but I'm going to go with no. I don't think that Leila Ali could have beat Clarissa Shields at any time or at any point in her boxing career, but that's just my 2 cents. It's my 2 cents. My 2 cents. I don't think the women back then were of the same skill level as the women now. You didn't have no women really coming up boxing like that back then. Not a lot of them. Very few. Very few. But that's just my 2 cents on that. I just want to, what y'all saying real quick? Paid in Full, so that means he's smoking a blunt. Oh, okay. If Devin gets beat up by Brian Norman Jr., he might test positive for the first time. I'm calling it. Clarissa came out and said, we got the 15 million. Let's be honest, Papoose from Trying Hard Records Don't got that either. LMAO. I mean, is this just like a publicity stunt? Because even still, this not the flex you think it is. Shields, just chill out. Like, just it's too much. It's too much. And this is what I be meaning by Clarissa Shields. Sometimes she don't just know when to chill and to be quiet. And this is why people don't like her. This is exactly why people don't like her. And don't get me wrong, I understand. I love her as a fighter. I can't say we would be friends or nothing like that, or she's somebody I want to kick it with. Absolutely not. Not my cup of tea like that. She seemed cool though. I mean, I don't got no issues with her, but I can understand why people don't like her. And why are you basically picking on Leila Ali? Like, I don't get it. It's nobody for you to fight in the heavyweight, so you got to go back 20 years? I mean, I'm just saying. So here we go. Let's get into this and touch on it real quick. And I'm gonna drop the link because, like I told y'all, I ain't gonna be on here all day. So you got this whole situation with Bill, Brian, Devin, Brian Jr., right? Now, let me give my disclaimer because I've already said this to y'all. I think this whole thing is Bill Haney theater. I think they're capping. I think they're, I want to say trying to sell the fight, but I don't even know what that really means. I'm not sure what the angle is here, but I think the trying to get attention for drug testing is corny, in my opinion. Now, I'm letting y'all know before I get into this, I think it's cap. However, I'm going to talk about the situation as if it's not cap and give my 2 cents about the situation from that perspective, as if it's not, as if I don't think it's cap. Because the fact that I think it's cap as a fan, I would just call cap and I wouldn't pay no attention to it. I wouldn't watch no videos on. I wouldn't pay it no mind. But as a content creator, I gotta come on here and give y'all my 2 cents about the situation that's being presented to us. I think it's cap, but let's go with it's a real situation. So, Devin and Brian Norman agreed to a fight. They agreed to whatever drug testing, 8 weeks, or he wanted an additional time. So from my understanding, they agreed to the 16 weeks and everything was supposed to start August 1st. Bill Haney hops on the internet, upset, crying. Oh, I want the thing to start immediately. They haven't done this. They haven't done that. If they haven't done it by this time, the fight is off. Brian Norman is like, bro, what did you talk about? I'm on vacation. We starting August 1st. Now, what I want to ask y'all, is Devin Haney a villain or is Devin Haney a victim? And I'm about to tell you what I mean. Bill hop on. And first of all, the first question you got to ask yourself is, if Bill Haney feels like this, why is he doing it on the internet? Why is he on podcasts talking about this? Oh, they need to sign a drug testing. If they don't do the drug testing, blah, blah, blah. Why is he doing it on the internet? Why is Brian Norman responding on the internet? Y'all are telling me that they couldn't get on the phone and have this conversation? Any other time these boxers want to get on the phone, we just need to get on the phone. We just need to get on the phone. But you're telling me that Bill and Brian cannot discuss things over the phone? They have to do it through interviews and podcasts? So that's the first question I asked myself. Why could they not get on the phone and discuss this? First of all, the first question was, why couldn't we have all of this done when we agreed to or whatever we agreed to? Okay, first question. Second question, why are they on the internet doing interviews back and forth and yelling at each other on podcasts about this situation? Why can they not do it on the phone? Why do they have to do it in the public? Why do they have to do? So that's my next question I have. The third question, and I'm just asking. Y'all know I like to ask questions. The third question I have, why wasn't it done in the first place? Y'all keep track of these questions. Somebody type it. Type number 1. Why wasn't it done in the original agreement? Number 2, why are we discussing this publicly on internet podcasts, going back and forth with each other? Number 3, why would Bill come out and pull this 2 weeks before he said he had already signed, was already doing whatever he was going to do? We was going to start August 1st, knowing that it was going to look like to people that he's trying to get out of the fight. One question. Question 1A. Why would he come out right now, 2 weeks before he said he's going to start doing whatever he was doing, knowing it was going to look like he was trying to pull out of the fight? Question 1A. Question 1B. Why is it okay? And here we go with the victim or the villain. Why is it okay for Devin Haney and Bill Haney to weaponize drug testing and their fan base against other fighters? Why is that okay? There's no reason to say Brian Norman accused because he gets knockouts. You can try to accuse him of being a drug cheat. Like, why are you accusing him of being a drug cheat? Is Brian Norman connected to the most notorious cheater of our era? I'm asking. I mean, who is Brian? Like, what gives you the suspicion that Brian Norman is a cheater? And for you to come out and insinuate that, and then to also insinuate if he don't do what you want him to do, then he's hiding something or cheating when he's already agreed to what you wanted him to agree to. He's already agreed to what you wanted him to agree to, but you think it's okay to come out and weaponize 365 testing and your fan base against another fighter to force them to do what you want them to do. Now I ask y'all, if this wasn't Cap, Bill Haney Theater, like I think it is, when would that ever be okay? When would that ever be okay? When would another fighter ever accept that? When would another fighter ever accept that? Like, bro, we already agreed to additional. Testing is only 8 weeks. We agreed to 16. Now you're trying to throw another 2 on there. I ain't doing it. That's what I would have told him. That's what I would have told him. But some people were like, no, he need to do it so he can call his bluff so they can make the fight. And see, I realized last time I was on this panel, some of y'all will let the police illegally search y'all car because, quote unquote, you ain't got nothing to hide. I ain't got nothing. If he ain't on steroids, then why he just won't do it? And I'm about to tell you why you should not do that. I'm gonna tell you why you should not do that. I'll never let the police illegally search my car. I don't care if I don't got nothing. What's wrong with some of y'all? And it's a lot of people making this okay, this thing that Bill Haney is doing, but it's not. It's extremely manipulative. And not only is he manipulating, if this is real, not only is he manipulating Brian and Brian, he's also manipulating his fan base. He's also manipulating his fan base because it's his fan base that was weaponized to go start attacking Brian, calling him a drug cheat, calling him all this other stuff. If you ain't got nothing to hide, why you won't take the test? And like, listen, that's not cool, y'all. That's not cool. Because if the shoe was on the other foot and Brian was doing that to Devin, y'all would not be saying that. And that's why some of y'all not real. So that's why you get what I'm saying? So I've already agreed to your VADA testing. But since I want to agree to additional testing and start when you want me to start, like, no. Bill Haney is running around here trying to bully people. And I said when Devin signed up for that 24/7 365 that he will use this to try to duck fights, to try to bully fighters, to try to make, he was going to use this to do that. And the fact that he got cheated. So is Devin a victim or a villain? Because you can't run around here crying that you got cheated and think that that's going to excuse any behavior that you have, or think that you can punk other fighters and tell them what they got to do. Devin Haney is not the only fighter to ever be cheated. He's not the only fighter to ever be cheated. And I don't understand what's up with them and this VADA. When he signed up for the 365, it was a whole big to-do. He retweeting it, Victor retweeting it, VADA tweeting it, doing it. Oh, he's 365. And nobody cares, Devin. You're the only fighter signed up for that 24/7 365, which I'm not even going to get into what that is and what that really is. And which I might, because I'm about to talk about Victor Conte. I'm about to talk about Victor Conte. So here we are, doing exactly what I said that he was going to be doing, weaponizing the drug testing to force people to do what he wants them to do. We've already agreed and signed up. And the reason why I say you shouldn't let Bill punk you like that is because now in his mind, since he got away with this, he about to keep pushing the envelope. He about to keep, this next, hurdle after hurdle after hurdle after hurdle. Y'all think it's about to stop right now? Y'all think it's about to stop right now? And Jason Williams say, you either want a clean sport or you don't. It don't matter what I want. Boxing got to want a clean sport. They obviously don't. And I'm going to tell you why I say that. Boxing don't give a damn about people cheating. They don't care. And just because, and this is what I'm saying, I don't care about Devin Haney being cheated by Ryan Garcia. It's already been taken care of. Ryan got punished. Devin got his O back. You do not get to keep running around here trying to weaponize drug testing and your fan base against fighters to force them to get to do what you want them to do. That shit is not okay. And it's not like the fan bases are doing it on their own. Bill is getting on these podcasts and putting battery packs in y'all back, and y'all running around here doing it, sounding crazy. Supporting this weak stuff. Bro, we already agreed to what we agreed to. I'm not going to do nothing extra. And that should have been fine. And that should be fine. I'd have told them pull out the fight then. That's what I would have told them. I wasn't going to fight you. And now everybody is coming out and saying, oh, well, Devin can do that because Devin the A side. Really? Devin the A side? How? Somebody right now explain to me how Devin Haney is the A side. Go. Go. Because y'all said Turkey got rid of the A side. Turkey the A side. That's who the A side. Y'all said it ain't no A and B sides with Turkey. It ain't no A and B sides. So we can take that A side and ball it up and throw it out the window because it ain't no A and B sides with Turkey. It ain't no A sides with Turkey. So why are we even going through this? This should not even be a public conversation for real. If you really had an issue, you should have called Brian on the phone and y'all should have worked it out. This shouldn't even be a public conversation because it's corny. Yeah, it's corny. It's corny that y'all on here crying about drug testing, trying to bully people after they've already agreed to something. And y'all been talking about this all week. So then you get upset. And this is what I be talking about with the Haneys. You put this type of energy and attention on things, and then you put it out in the public, and then you get mad when you don't get the energy back that you thought you was gonna get. Now the Hanos clan and the Haney fans, they all upset because people talking about Victor Conte and VADA. What do y'all expect? Victor Conte is a cheater. Nobody will ever trust him. He will always be suspicious. He will always be brought up when he's connected to fighters that's crying about drug testing in the media. I don't care. Don't bring up no other fighter. Y'all don't talk about this fighter. Y'all don't talk about this fighter. Is this fighter in the media? weaponizing their fan base, trying to bully people to get additional drug testing after they've already agreed to other additional drug testing? No, they're not. So, of course, when you got Bill and Devin Haney doing that, Victor Conte name is going to come up. VADA is going to come up. What do y'all expect? Victor Conte got away with cheating and beating tests because he knew the testing days. Then he comes into boxing and start an organization that does what? Schedule testing. And y'all don't think people not dumb enough to think that there's some type of correlation going on there? Y'all could be dumb enough to think that. And then you got Sean Zattel saying, oh, yeah, Victor told me, he could do this. He could beat the test. He could make drugs to beat the test. And he could do this and he could do that. Because Victor liked to talk and he liked to brag and he liked to play in your face. Yeah, he said it himself. So people got great reason to be suspicious. He said it himself. He founded VADA and put it together. And what does VADA do? Schedule tests. What do you need to know to beat tests? It's the date the tests are scheduled. And y'all keep wanting to run around crying when people bring this up. Y'all want to talk about how Victor Conte did his time. That don't mean shit. Do you know how many people come out of jail and do the same thing? The statistics is astronomical. So I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. Boxing Hacker, he literally said out his own mouth, him, Dick Pound, and somebody else all got together and founded VADA. So don't even start that. You're not about to come on here with the misinformation. I know my facts, bro. I know my facts. I'm very studying the education about Victor Conte because I've been knowing about this shit from back when Marion Jones popped, my favorite track athlete. Come on, y'all. Stop playing. If Victor Conte could come in a sport and cheat and get away with it, why wouldn't he do it? At what point did all those athletes that Victor cheated with back in the day that was superb athletes, where are those superb athletes that he worked with that he did not cheat with? Who are those athletes? Because now all of a sudden he can get athletes to top tier peak performance without cheating. If he can do that, why the hell was he cheating before? Y'all got to use some common sense. So yeah, you're going to come out, bitch, cry and moan about drug testing. Of course, this is the type of attention you're going to get back because you're connected to the biggest cheater of our era. Yeah, what do y'all expect is going to happen? So it's just ironic that you're the one running around now accusing everybody of cheating. You don't get to accuse everybody of cheating because you was cheated. Do what you need to do. Put your protocols in place, which you did. Instead of 8 weeks, you got 16 weeks. But all this other stuff you running around doing, it looks weak. I'm just telling y'all, Hanos Clan, it look weak. Y'all look weak. Y'all don't look like y'all protecting yourself. Y'all look like y'all throwing rocks and hiding your hand. Is Devin a victim or a villain? Which one does he want to be? Because y'all want to be both, and you can't be both. Because see, when you the villain and people start coming back at you, you want to switch back to the victim role. You got content creators talking about how Snack don't do nothing for Devin Haney. Then why the hell is he using it? Why are you on Snack if it don't do nothing for you? Go, I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll wait. Exactly. Exactly. Y'all cannot defend this. Y'all cannot defend this. It is what it is. It is what it is. And I'm not going to say Devin and Bill trying to get out the fight because they shouldn't have never signed up for it if they didn't want it. Because this is a piss poor job of trying to get out the fight, which is why I think it's capped. because it's too obvious that you coming out 2 weeks before, and it's like it's too obvious. And then I'm thinking, if you got money to pay for extra weeks for Brian Norman to test, if I was your sponsor, I'd be like, shit, well, you could pay for your own testing then. What am I sponsoring you for? What am I sponsoring you for? If you're going to run around here paying for everybody else to. I'm just asking if that makes sense to y'all. But I don't have no problem with Bill wanting drug testing. You absolutely should want drug testing. You absolutely should put those protocols in place. Because it didn't seem like Brian Norman had an issue with the 16 weeks. Brian Norman didn't start having an issue, which is another reason why I think it's capped, until you came out doing all of this. Now you came out doing all of this. Now Brian Norman over there talking about snack and VADA and how he don't trust it and this and that. Well, Brian, did you trust it before all this started happening? Because you signed up for 16 weeks. You signed up for 16 weeks. See, this is what I'm saying. I'm not even going to talk about Bill capping. I'm going to talk about the Bryans capping. Because now you want to talk about you don't trust it and this Victor ain't connected. Listen, when was this an issue? Why didn't you say any of this before Bill came out and started capping? I'm just asking. So if I'm looking at this as if this is a for real legit situation, I think Bill Haney is completely wrong, and you cannot convince me otherwise. I'm tired of Bill. I want to say Bill and Devin, but it's Bill. I'm tired of Bill running around here. Bill and Devin is both of them, actually. I'm tired of them running around here continuously playing victim while at the same time trying to use that victimhood to manipulate and bully people. Period. I'm about to drop the link because that's really all I got to say about that situation. I ain't gonna cook them too bad. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna cook them too bad. But if the cap get too out of control, I'm gonna have to come and fillet him. If the cap get too out of control, I'm gonna have to come and fillet him. Kudos to them for keeping it entertaining, for keeping everybody engaged. Bill Haney Theater. Let's give Bill Haney Theater a round of applause. But for those of you that's running around, oh, you see, they did what they told. You see, you better do what you told. Like, that shit corny. It's corny, guys. You can't give me an ultimatum and you about to cancel a fight, and then when I do it, you say you better do what you told. You better do what you. That is so. That's that victim bully stuff I'm talking about right there. And y'all okay? It's like it's a lot of y'all guys in these YouTube streets that just don't understand whole ass behavior. Like, I don't know who raised y'all. I don't know what city y'all from, but it's a lot of bitch assness that y'all be approving, and it's not cool. And it could be your guy. It could be your favorite. Like, listen, I don't discriminate. I'm very objective. I don't base my opinions off of like. I don't know these people to even like them for real or dislike them for real. Every time somebody got something to say, oh, it's because you don't like them, like we in the 3rd grade. No. Why shouldn't Brian Jr. be suspect after a month openly say he can beat drug testing, and you got Devin little brother telling Muff they gonna pop before the testing even came back? That's what I'm saying. Listen, people want to run around and act. You're not going to tell me that nobody has a reason to be suspicious of Victor Conte. And if you say that, trust me, don't say that, because you ain't gonna have no credibility with me because you're not honest. If you're not suspicious of Victor Conte, you don't know enough. Let me say that. I'm gonna say that. I'm just gonna chalk it up to you don't know enough. And have y'all asked yourself, why was Devin, Haney, and Terence Crawford the only people in that documentary that so many people like to skip over, which is why so many people started. See, after the Terence Crawford fight and they dropped that documentary with Victor Conte, that's what got the ball real. You had a few people talking about it, but that's what got the ball really rolling, not YouTube content creators, bro. It was the documentary that hundreds of thousands of people seen with Terence Crawford and Devin Haney in it, smiling with Victor Conte. You got a whole documentary talking about how you was able to cheat and get away with it. And then at the end, you got Devin Haney and Terence Crawford with Victor Conte. And y'all don't think people gonna start saying something? You got Victor Conte. You got Victor Conte, who has already got caught cheating with boxers in boxing. What are we talking about? Like, this shit is asinine to me. You can believe he ain't cheating no more. He did his time. But why is he doing the same exact thing he was doing before he went to jail, guys? Like, y'all are so silly. He literally said, I came to boxing because I can cheat. I came to boxing because it's the red light district of sports. What the hell do y'all think that means? I don't understand why y'all would think a cheater would still be getting away with cheating and not be cheating. Of course, if I'm a cheater, I'm going to go into as a guise of an anti-act. Do y'all know that the war on drugs was only to bring in more drugs? Come on, y'all. Like, y'all got to read books and study history. Like, y'all don't have no understanding of nothing for real. Y'all okay with foreign entities coming into your market, taking your start? Like, it's crazy, the things that are acceptable to y'all. Like, I promise you it wouldn't be too hard to just come over here and take the country over, because motherfuckers are just hand it to you. They just hand it to you. There go the link. Let me pin it to the top of the chat. Shout out Paid in Full. Shout out Boxing Hacker on the panel.
What's up?
What's up, Boxing Hacker? What's up, Paid in Full? What's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
What up? I agree with pretty much what you said. My only issue is, I mean, if we already agreed to the 8 weeks of testing, which was in the contract that you signed on the 11th, and you come back 8 days later telling me you want additional testing after you already done signed the contract, why wouldn't I be worried of what you got planned or what you trying to do? Because like I said, you already got motherfuckers, you already got people, Victor Conte talking about openly saying that he know how to beat VADA testing and saying shit like if somebody spiked your toothpaste or your toothbrush or something like that, you got to be able to prove your innocence and shit like that. Like, if I'm him, I would get secondary testing. Even if it's just through your local testing agency, I get secondary testing just to be on the safe side, just to keep all my ducks in a row. But I ain't really got too much. That's all I got for right now. And I don't really think that I think that what is his name? Brian Norman Sr. more so just trying to protect his son at this point, because like I said, when they was at the negotiation table, or even when they were signing the contracts, before Bill signed the contract or Devin signed the contract, why he couldn't just ask Turkey or whatever, yo, can we add on additional weeks or whatever? Why wait 8 days later? They didn't come back out and say that, no, I need you to start testing right now. Like, what? Who is you to? And then when they tell you to go tell Turkey, you don't go tell Turkey. Why?
Facts. Let me get this super chat and let me address this comment real quick because this is a lot of this is some more deflecting y'all like to do. Shout out Boxing Hacker. Shout out Boxing Hacker with the $5 in the super chat. He says asking someone to take a test isn't an accusation. Bill Haney said they agreed to take the test early. Bill is making them stand on their word. Shout out Boxing Hacker.
What's up, 2 Cent?
What up? What up?
So
hold on, because I want to address this comment right here. Let me find it.
Go ahead.
Let me find it because y'all like to do this right here. Where is it? Damn, I lost it. Well, the comment was from Dankfather, and he said, Bam and somebody else was on Snack while we don't talk about them.
Because everybody ain't.
No, hold on.
So what, Benavidez?
Let me ask you.
No, Bam.
Is Bam on podcast crying? Is Bam in the media pointing a finger at other people and trying to weaponize drug testing in his fan base against other people to force him to do what they want? Bam ain't doing none of that.
Fact.
We're not talking about Bam right now, bro. Like, why do y'all do that? We are talking about Devin Haney. If you want to talk about Bam, you can gladly click the link and you can come on my panel and you can say whatever you want about Bam. But what y'all are not going to do is tell me what to say. So let me get that clear so y'all can stop that in my chat. What y'all are not going to do is tell me what to say and me what to talk about on my platform.
Bro, pull up, Matt.
Hold up, hold a second.
So go ahead, Boxing Hacker, give your 2 cents. What you got?
What's up? So there's a lot of I don't know if it's like miscommunication or something. Like people are saying that, that why didn't they put it in the contract earlier? The whole thing started because Bill Haney was under the impression that they already signed up. In fact, there was an interview earlier that Brian Norman said they already signed up and then they switched it. And Bill Haney actually said, if you listen to him carefully, he said, like, y'all told us that y'all already signed up. So he was literally making them stand on the word. So it wasn't that, that they were trying to add something to it. It was that Brian Norman told them that they were already going to sign up prior. You know,
why
but
would he
everybody
have to do that if it's already in the contract?
They saw something in a contract that nobody ever saw a contract.
Bro, Turkey already acknowledged it. What are you talking about?
Turkey already acknowledged that he's going to pay for 8 weeks. It doesn't mean that Bill and Brian didn't have this agreement. Because when Bill Haney said it,
what the fuck is the
Brian
agreement,
Norman never
bro?
disagreed.
What
Brian Norman never disagreed. All Brian said, okay, tell Turkey. That's
what
all
agreement, bro?
Said.
What agreement?
Huh?
What
did they, Boxing Hacker? Did they already agree to 8 weeks of testing? You saying?
No, not that. No, Bill Haney said that Brian Norman Jr. said that they were going to test earlier than 8 weeks. That's what Bill Haney was talking about. And there was an interview before that interview where Brian Norman said they already signed up for testing.
This is the problem, Boxing Hacker.
Yeah.
This is the problem. Why can't you call Brian Norman and do that over the phone? Why are you doing that on YouTube podcast?
Because it came up.
No, it didn't, bro. No, it didn't.
You have to say no, but you never see a contract. Hey, until you show me a contract where you see that happening.
That's not true.
Boxing Hacker, we not about to do the whole. We don't see it. We got to see the contract. You're not arguing in good faith.
No, but it's my go anyway, right? So what I'm saying here is that people are making these weird accusations and placing them. Like, first off, you can't weaponize drug testing. I don't even know what that means.
Yes, you can.
Yes, you
can. I don't understand. Like, it's good.
Yes, you can weaponize drug testing, bro.
The fuck you can.
That's the most.
Yeah, I got 2 cents Christian again, man. Come on.
Hold on. And people always say that Victor Conte can beat the test. Hey, Victor can beat the test.
He said it.
Yeah, okay. But you know how you beat,
he's Mr.
beat the test. The way you beat a test is like cycling. The way you stop cycling.
That's not the way you beat the test, Boxing Hacker. The way you beat the test is knowing the testing dates, which is what he was doing at Valco. So stop it.
But if you have 365, you won't know the dates because they're coming randomly.
Who the fuck is on 365?
So what's the problem? Y'all that are scared of Victor
Manager Marty
should be
already
pushing
proved
for
that
that.
was false, though.
Manager Marty
365 is not random, bro.
It's not. Yeah, Manager Marty doesn't know what he's talking about. He
interviewed him and Margaret Goodman. What are you
none of y'all listened to the interview because Margaret Goodman said it.
Okay,
I want to say one more thing, because there's a confusion here.
Listen.
Okay, when it comes to out of competition,
time out. Y'all let Boxing Hacker finish so we can go to the next person.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna say one more thing. When it comes to VADA doesn't do out of competition testing. Quote on, quote off. Out of competition testing is a test set, right? Olympic style testing does in competition, out of competition testing. Those are two different test sets, right? VADA doesn't do out of competition testing. You know why? Because they have the same test set throughout the whole year. That's why Olympic style testing is inferior to 365 testing, because if you have two test sets, you can stack off some drugs when you're out of competition and some drugs when you're in competition.
Man, is you done?
Versus having the same test set throughout the whole year. Margaret Goodman said it on the interview. And
okay,
I'm lying. Just go rewatch the interview. That's all I gotta say.
All right, Coach Eddie, what's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
The thing is, Bill said. That's the thing. Bill said. Sometimes this dude lies so much. He has no credibility. He's highly disrespectful. 1 minute he's your friend, the next minute he cussing you out, talking about your mama. Something's wrong with this guy, man.
Literally talking about.
And he talk, dead serious. This dude is highly disrespectful. He lies all the time. He's all over the place. He goes back and forth. He acts like a teenager sometimes. He goes back and forth with people on the internet, cussing people out, calling them out their name, talking about people's moms. And then he want to muddy the waters, insinuating that somebody's cheating. That'd be like you never stole anything in your life and somebody just goes on network television and say, well, I don't know if you ever stole anything, but you might want to watch this guy because, he might steal something. But have you ever stolen anything? Well, no, he ain't never stole anything, but you still might want to keep your eye on. Now, all of a sudden, you're a thief. Now, everybody looking at Brian Norman like, oh, this dude's cheating. Where's he getting all this power from? And then manager Marty's like, oh, look at his muscles. I can tell he's on PEDs by his chest development, by his trap. Man, what are you talking about, man? If you eat right and do calisthenics, guess what? You'll get cut up. You don't need anything for that. So you got all these goddamn internet detectives that can look at somebody's body and say, "Oh, I know they're on PED." How do you know that? Just because you look like you never done a sit up doesn't mean that somebody else doesn't take care of their body. So I don't understand it. But Bill has no credibility. He's dead wrong for what he's doing, trying to muddy the water, trying to insinuate that somebody's cheating just because they're getting knockouts. If I was Brian Norman Sr., I would make it a policy that Devin Haney is a requirement that he be on PEDs to fight my son. I'm not gonna fight him unless he's on PEDs because he's gonna need them. I mean, I don't understand it. Brian, I mean, Devin Haney, I used to rock with him, but I'm indifferent. I'm not gonna say I don't like him anymore, but I'm indifferent. I don't really care what happens to him because I just don't like that type of energy. I'm not used to men acting like that. Roy Jones didn't act like that. Holyfield didn't act like that. James Toney didn't act like that. These guys, Bernard didn't act like this. It's just different. It's hard to explain. That's my 2 cents.
All right. Terrence Best Videos. What you got for the show? You there, Terrence? All right, Big Supreme. What you got for the show?
Yes, I agree with everything Coach Eddie said about Bill Haney. And I agree with your sentiments as well, that he's weaponizing drug testing. You insinuating dudes are cheating and you don't know if they are or not. And you associated with the steroid man. So I feel like everything you say is suspect anyway. You can't be sitting here as a manager, as a 5-man boxing, and saying that dudes are cheating and you don't got no proof. So I feel like you act no different than trolls in the chat that say that people are cheating with no proof. And that's all I got for now.
All right. Mr. Greg, what's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
I'm just so sick of it, to be quite honest. You didn't used to, and Coach Haney hit on it, guys like Bill and anybody else who would do this kind of stuff were usually behind the scenes, and they were always trying to screw up fights in some kind of way, shape, or form, like what he's doing now. If you're so concerned about your opponent is cheating or going to cheat, or you want to assume he's cheating, just pull out the fight directly. Just say, we don't want to fight, we don't trust him, and be done with it. Don't muddy the waters with all this unnecessary controversy spoiling the fight, having other people dig deeper. Because once you start it, it's just a pile on. Everybody, as Coach said, everybody wants to start looking at the bumps on you and how cut up you are and who you're working with and things of that nature. And I get it. There's some people you should be suspicious of. But if you're the fighter and you think your opponent is going to be doing something untoward, either fight him or pull out of the fight. Don't start throwing mud at him, but still want to get the payday that will come if y'all do fight. And more importantly, everything that you're supposed to do in negotiations and what you want, from the size of the ring to how much you're going to test, what gloves you're supposed to do, all of that in negotiations. Once that fight is signed, everything that you have agreed to, including testing, should already be set.
Facts.
How are you going to now suddenly decide there's some things that we didn't talk about yet we've signed to do this fight? We done had I believe there's been a one conference or so forth. This gets on your nerve, and it makes the watching fights sometimes just infuriating to me and annoying for more than anything else. I don't believe Devin's winning the fight. That's my feeling about it. That's my opinion. But I think all that they're doing makes the fight even more annoying. And then when he does get beat, you're almost like, okay, good, baby, he's just out of the way. I don't like to think like that about any fighter, because I know what you really got to do in order to get in that ring. But this kind of stuff, I mean, we're not even talking about the matchup. We're talking about the machinations that's going on about this fight right now, and we probably will be talking about that for the next couple of weeks until the fight takes place, which is ridiculous. But that's what they put out there, and they take away they take away some of the enjoyment of watching good competition of guys who put in some work and get in there and show what their skills are. That's how I feel about it right now.
Preach, Brother Greg. Preach.
All right, Dean, what's your 2 cents? And hold on, Mr. Greg, I'm gonna say that too, because after he lost to Ryan Garcia, I thought that they would switch things up a bit, because I was like, there's no way they can continue like that, because they put out so much of a certain energy that as soon as that loss happened, it all like backfired and it was returned, and it was a very negative energy because they put such a big negative energy out there. But they're still doing the same thing, and at this point, people are just tired of it. You feel what I'm saying? Like they're over it. Like, we're over it, Bill. Like, okay, you need to find a new marketing scheme, because at this point, you look sad and desperate. To be honest with you,
it's ridiculous. You're messed up you're messing up your son's career. Whatever career you thought you had as a manager, you messed up your own credibility. Everybody's sick of it. And just like I said, just get out of the fight game. If this is
for testing,
it's not your time. Boxing hacker, it's not your time to talk, bro.
It doesn't matter what it is. If you don't want to fight, just don't fight. Stop crying about who you're working with and what kind of drugs you think somebody is on. If you think that, don't fight. Get out of the way. Let somebody else come in, sign what y'all gonna sign, agree to what you're going to agree to, and let the fights take place. This is why a lot of people, particularly those who really like fighting, like the fight game, one of the reasons I should say why they just stop watching boxing altogether. Dumb stuff like this that begins to dominate the narratives of a fight in the headlines.
Yeah.
And also Victor Conte. Like, come on, y'all. Y'all gotta act like Victor Conte ain't ruining the quote unquote integrity or credibility of the sport. Y'all want to blame content creator, oh, they ruined the integrity. First of all, it's boxing. It ain't no integrity. Because if it were, they would have never allowed Victor Conte and his buddies to be involved in the sport of boxing, because no other sport does. I don't care if there are other people. There's other people in boxing that do steroids. It's other people in football that do steroids. It's other people in baseball that do steroids. But you know who not finna get on those in them sports and peddle steroids? Victor Conte. And why? There is a reason why. Dean, what's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Well,
I just want to say, Boxing Hacker just got on this panel and lied immediately, and it's crazy. Brian Norman Sr. said that Turkey was paying for 8 weeks. They agreed to 16 weeks and was going to pay for the other testing. Bill wanted an extra 2 weeks, is which they agreed to additionally, which would make it 18 weeks. So whatever Boxing Hacker was talking about, they doesn't ask him for additional. Yes, they was. And they agreed to it, and they said that that's what Turkey and them had all agreed to, and Bill was cool with that because Brian Norman was on Mill City talking about how Turkey was only was requiring an 8. They said we'll do 8 more. And then they wanted, and then Bill and them wanted 2 more weeks added on, which is happening. All good, all what it is. The problem is you can't be suspicious and insinuate while you're dealing with known cheaters. It's simple, y'all. We make this a little bit harder than it has to be. I was sitting back trying to enjoy listening to 2 Cent cook, and then Boxing Hacker gets up on the lady's platform and just start lying immediately. It was like, it's crazy. At the end of the day, y'all, this is what it come down to. When you are associated with a cheater, and then you're the main person talking about drug testing, people are going to have questions. When this guy has been associated with cheating and you are perfectly okay with that, and then you are the main person out here, yeah, let's do this. Because what everybody forget is Bill and them said they were signed up before 24/7, 365, a year before they actually signed up for it.
Yeah.
That's the part everybody forget. I got the memory of an elephant. They've been lying. And then, like I said, a lot of these situations, Manager Marty already had on his platform and broke down and had them people up there. And why do you think they put it on the website after? Like, we're not going to act like miraculously they just upgraded their website and made a whole section after all of these years when it was supposed to already been out. It was supposed to already been happening for years. You let them tell it. It wasn't on their website for years. What changed? Why all of a sudden they went in the Word documents and programming and put it in there, and there's only one fighter that signed up for it. No. If people think that that's suspicious, they well within their right. That's all I'm going to say, and I'll pass the mic after that.
If anything is suspicious, is why is it only one fighter signed up for this program that y'all?
That's what I'm saying.
That's what's suspicious. That's and this is the thing, like Boxing Hacker keep trying to come on here and justify this weakness. Like Boxing Hacker, I don't know who raised you, bro. But it's like you can't recognize when something. Don't talk over me. Don't talk over me. It's like you can't recognize in like you don't have no situational awareness to where it's like men shouldn't be acting like this, bro.
Boy, mute your mic, bro. She talking, bro. You ain't gotta say. We ain't gotta hear you make a sound every fucking 5 seconds, bro. You always gotta. No, that's some soft ass female shit. Shut up. Shut up. No, you just keep doing that whining shit. We can hear you, bro. That shit's annoying. Stop. You ain't gotta make a sound every time somebody talking.
Go ahead, Dondrick. What's your 2 cents?
My bad. That shit just kept pissing me off. I tried to hear that. Like a little female, bro. No, bro. Stop doing that. My niece do that.
Man, just lower your volume next time.
And then shut the fuck up. Then how about that one?
No, just lower your volume.
Just shut the fuck up. How about that?
You control your computer and your volume.
I can beat your ass too.
Sure you can. Just lower your volume.
All right, yeah. I done told you we can do it anytime you want to.
Let's see it.
I come to Philly.
Come on, Dondrick. What you got?
Yeah, my bad. First of all, with this testing,
you in Philly Boxing Hacker?
Yep.
No, I'm not in Philly. Dondrick's in Philly.
No, I'm not. I'm close enough though.
Yeah, Dondrick, I'm in Philly. Come to Philly, all right?
I'll find you. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm in Philly. I live
right next door. All this. Shut up,
Marty.
Just shut up.
On Cap Lane, so just come there.
You done?
Go ahead.
All right, thank you, sister. But now all this testing and all it is, everybody knows it's a ploy to try to get out of the fight. But Brian Norman, I'm glad that they did sign up for the testing. because now they get to beat the brakes off Devin. Even though I was like, okay, this is gonna be a decent fight. Now I really just don't care. I want Brian Norman to beat the wheels off Devin because first of all, if you know anything about cycling drugs, which most of you don't, because y'all wouldn't. I got a father who's a bodybuilder who did help athletes and everything, so I know about the cycling stuff. So it's stuff if you start cycling in 16 weeks, it's not going to be effective. So if you make taking something right now and you start testing and you're not taking it for those 16 weeks, you're never going to get the benefits of it. So I don't understand. So even if the extra 2 weeks, they just did that to, having pissing contests. And everybody knows that, which is making them look stupid because now you look scary because they agreed to August 1st. Even they had said it when they said, we're going to start off August 1st. He said, well, we seen the paperwork, but you need to start now. There's no reason for that. It's 2 weeks, but now they said, you know what, we're gonna take it. And they got to pay for it apparently. So I make them pay for it too. But everybody know Victor's a cheater. But hey, everybody's gonna give him the benefit of the doubt because he's working with their favorite boxers, and that's cool. But if they're never gonna get caught because they go to the threshold, right below the threshold, and they stop.
Mm-hmm.
That's what a chemist does. You find out what the limit is, and you don't go past that limit. But it's still gonna give you some of the benefits, but not all the benefits. And people would think he's giving them PEDs for strength. No, he's giving PEDs for endurance and punch resistance. It's a difference now. But I ain't gonna show y'all how. But this is a dirty game. Victor's dirty. He's been in every other sports, banned him, but boxing, even UFC. So why is he still in our sport? I don't know, but I'm ready for him to get out. So hey, I'm just here to argue with Boxing Hacker.
All right. Terrence best videos, and then the panel gonna be open. What's your 2 cents, Terrence? What you got for the show? Terrence, where you been?
Hey,
Terrence, I ain't seen you in a minute.
oh yeah, I had some shit going on. You hear me?
All right, well, everything good? You cool?
Yeah, I'm good.
Right.
Well, the first thing I would say is like with the snack, and you guys keep talking about Conte. Now, Dondrick just said that they go to a limit and then they stop, and man, that could be true. But again, everybody can go to that limit too, as long as they don't get caught. I mean, I don't, and since no one can prove that, we're just making assumptions that people are cheating. Or what we do know is that Haney never got busted, but never got busted, and we know that there are snack fighters that did get busted. So why did they go over the limit? So we don't know for sure whether these guys are cheating. One of the things I keep saying, that's not logical, is that y'all keep saying that Devin, who wants more testing, is somehow suspicious because he's working with Conte. The guy that wants more testing, why would he be suspicious? I mean, I don't get that. Like, it seems to me like he would have a reason to want more testing, especially considering especially when he was just cheated. Did y'all forget that freaking Ryan Garcia just cheated him? So yes, so maybe he wants more testing. And if Brian agrees to all of the testing, what is the problem here? Why are you guys so upset about this whole situation? He agreed. He agreed. What's the point? I'm missing it because he agreed. So they gonna fight. Why don't y'all want to see the fight?
No, it ain't.
I don't get it.
Time out. Hold on. First of all, it's a topic of discussion. Nobody's mad. I personally don't care. Second of all, it's not as simple as he agreed. It was the fact that we already agreed to something, and then you came out wanting to make changes and trying to make me do something extra, or the fight is off. He basically gave him an ultimatum. That's the issue.
But he agreed, right? He agreed. So what's the problem?
The problem is how it's done. How it was done is the problem.
That's the thing. Like, why wait 8 days after the situation, after y'all done already signed to make somebody do something extra, when you could have just made that known right then and there, not texting YouTube channels and making posts or whatever, telling them to make videos and shit about the situation, trying to put public pressure on another person to do something that you want them to do.
Bill said
so y'all didn't want him to do it. So y'all didn't want him to do that.
That's not the point, bro.
Bill
You could have negotiated that from
Bill
jump.
saying they're not saying on
you could have
their word.
negotiated that. You didn't have to go public with that shit.
They said they already did. What's the problem here?
Nigga, you only believe in one side of the situation, my nigga.
You only believe
in
one side. So what's the
we
difference?
just want to see the fight. That's all.
If you're believing one side,
y'all some anything is okay as long as like we just want to see the fight. Like y'all don't got no standards, bro. Like y'all don't got some things that.
No, they fall for anything. No, they don't. They'll fall for anything.
No, you guys are here making things.
You guys, no.
One guy was talking about they don't do 365. One guy saying
motherfuckers gonna be up there crying his
ass. And here's the thing about it: if you guys are so scared that Conte he can make, even though he's not a chemist.
He is a chemist. What is he?
He is not.
Hold on. What is he?
He's not. What
is? What is he? No. What is he?
I don't know. Google his name. He's a founder of Snack and Balco. You Google his name. He's not a goddamn chemist.
And what did he do there? What did he do there? What did he do there?
Cheat.
He's the founder, bro.
How did he cheat? How? What did he do?
What did he cheat? What?
Arguing shit, man.
Wait. Explain. What chemical what compound did he create, Dondre?
The clear. Well, he didn't create it. He didn't create anything. He just put it on.
See the misinformation? A chemist created the clear. He took the product. He didn't create the clear.
You're doing semantics?
Hold on. Yeah, because let me do this because that's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Boxing hacker. He's a cheater.
No, it's important that
he's a distributor. Oh my bad. He's a distributor. He's a distributor.
Can we agree on that? He's a cheater. Boxing hacker. Can we agree on that? He's a cheater. Can we agree on that?
A cheater in where? In boxing?
Is he a cheater?
He was caught.
He's a cheater. Can we agree on that?
He was caught cheating.
He was caught cheating. Okay.
Yes. Okay. But he never cheated.
Boxing hacker. Was he ever caught cheating in boxing after?
How the fuck you know if he
boxing hacker
or not?
Boxing hacker. I don't know means that he's guilty.
Was he caught cheating in boxing or not? Boxing hacker. Yes or no?
Yes, he was.
Yes, he was.
Okay, watch this. He wasn't caught with Shane, if that's what you want to use. No,
we're not gonna sit on here and defend Victor Conte, bro.
Right,
he was caught cheating in boxing. Boxing hacker, like, why you come up here and do this?
Niggas fucking banned from all sports. Like, that's crazy.
Literally, Shane Mosley is on video telling about him cheating. What are you talking about?
No, 2 cents. We made Andre Berto, the Olympians. We made all of them. Shane Mosley. We made them say this. We made them do that. You got to remember, Boxing hacker. Am I talking? Boxing hacker, why you cutting me off, brother?
Tell the truth.
Why you cutting me off, brother?
It's on the internet.
Why you cutting me off, brother? Can I speak? Do I got your permission to speak, sir? Do I got your permission to speak, Your Highness, the hacker?
Dean, you remember, like, you didn't want me to click the link last time, right? Just Google it. Andre Bird wasn't with Conte when he tested positive.
Yes, the fuck he was, bro. You tripping?
Then Google it. Don't trip him. Just Google it. I mean, the internet's right in front of you.
Boxing hacker, I apologize. I ain't tell Andre Berto to say
how to take a drug.
I apologize, Boxing hacker.
We're not about to sway this conversation, bro.
No, I ain't tell, but I'm sorry that I told Andre Berto to say that Victor Conte gave him performance enhancement drugs. Hey. I'm sorry that I told Shane Mosley to say, the YouTube channels and everybody. We told Shane Mosley to say this. It's our fault. It's okay, Boxing hacker. It's all good. You got it, brother. You got it, my guy.
Because what you're saying wasn't true.
Oh, that's not true. Okay, cool.
Listen, Boxing hacker. I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah. It really don't matter what you're saying.
I mean, being laughed, but the internet's right in front of your face. Look at the actual case.
Okay. Yeah, the evidence is in front of my face. You're right about that.
Because you're
right about that, bro.
Thinking that he was a chemist. He was never a
chemist. I can Google.
You got another guy think he created the
clear. Has Victor Conte said he knows how to circumvent tests?
Yes, and you know how you beat that?
Hold on, y'all. Let me tell Dank Father this one more time. Dank Father, you're welcome to click the link and come up here and talk about Bam and Mario if you would like. But again, you're not gonna come.
He not talking to Dean because
bro. Like you can click the link and come talk about Bam and Mario, but we're talking about the Bill and Devin situation. And Bam and Mario don't have a situation we're discussing right now.
Bam, Mario, and
everybody don't have the same type of
from Philly
with VADA, bro.
Everybody don't get that name.
When I talk about Jesse Bam Rodriguez and I speak on his fights, there ain't been one video to say. I want you to do the research. So just to find out if Dean capping or not. Let me just see if my brother Dean capping. I'm gonna go just type in my channel, then type in Bam Bam Rodriguez 2 cent when you get a chance, and see if you find one YouTube video that I've ever made where I don't say that I'm highly suspicious of Bam Bam Rodriguez as well, walking in the ring at 130, 135. I'm just saying, I'm sorry. Can I talk to my sister, Boxing Hacker, without getting cut off? Can I talk? That's crazy. Can I talk to my sister without getting cut off? So when Dank Father says that, it's like, well, that doesn't apply to me. Maybe other channels. But I speak on Bam Bam Rodriguez as well. You won't find a David Benavidez video where I don't speak on that as well. The problem is I like those guys. And then I just use y'all argument. Watch this, Mr. Greg. They ain't never popped dirty. Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
I agree.
But
I agree with you, Dane.
What's the
problem? I agree with that.
But I'm saying
I agree with that, Dean.
If you gotta find fighter X suspicious, you better find your own favorite fighter as well suspicious as well. That's all.
I do say that though, Boxing.
Time out. Let me clear this up. Let me clear this up.
Jerron Boutinez is not with Snack.
Huh? He was a representative, was he not? Am I lying?
Jerron Boots. First of all, I'm not about I'm not about to answer the question. Go listen to what Victor Conte said about Boots. Go listen to what Victor Conte said about Boots. I'm not arguing with you, bro.
You're not about to come up here and
I'm really not
talking about Devin Haney, bro. If you want to talk about Boots, say what you got to say about Boots, and then we're gonna continue back on the conversation about Devin Haney.
I'm just like,
because Devin Haney and Bill Haney are the ones in the media bringing attention to themselves about drug testing and 365 and all of that. So of course, what's naturally going to happen is people are going to start talking about Victor Conte because you decided to attach yourself to a drug chief. Bottom line.
I don't understand.
It's that simple. It's that simple.
2 cents. If you guys are scared Victor Conte can beat the test,
nobody
and the way you
is
beat a test is by
no, that's what he said. We ain't scared.
I didn't say he didn't say that. I never say he didn't say that.
Oh, all right, so why are you saying we scared for something?
He said science. The way you beat a test is by cycling, right? And the way you beat
Boxing Hacker. If somebody tell me they could do something and I got proof that they can do it, right? Shouldn't I be concerned that they can do it?
The way you do is by cycling.
I asked you a question, my guy. Boxing Hacker, if you tell me, Boxing Hacker, if you tell me, Dean, I know how to beat VADA testing, Dean.
Yes.
And I say, Dad, you know how to beat VADA testing?
Yeah.
And I give fighters supplements. Wouldn't you be concerned or be aware? Wouldn't that perk your ears up that he's capable of doing it?
And I'll ask for 365 testing.
For Victor Conte, I'm gonna ask for Victor Conte.
He's not the only person who can beat a test. What are we talking about?
We got
Brian.
Let me get the likes up.
Yo, cycling and microdose is how you beat.
Bro, stop talking while she talking, bro.
Hey, y'all, make sure y'all get the likes up. I got 48 people watching. I should have 48 likes. Y'all be sure to punch that like and subscribe button if you haven't already. Make sure you support the channel by hitting the Cash App at 2 Cents Boxing or dropping your 2 cents below in a super chat. Let me know what you think about the conversation. You can always call in at 281 because the panel about to be full. 845-2103. Oh, there we go. We full. 281-845-2103 just to get your 2 cents off once the panel is full. And Boxing Hacker. I don't know. Let me say this, right? Because nobody is even talking about Devin and cheating. I'm not even. That's not the conversation. The conversation is when you put that type of energy out there, and when you get whatever energy comes back from that energy you put out, you cannot cry and complain and cry victim. That's all I'm saying.
What's the energy though?
You cannot be on podcast crying about drug testing and they ain't do it. If they don't do it right now, we ain't making the fight and doing all of this stuff. And then when people like, oh, well, and he come out and say, well, I don't even trust VADA. I don't do this. And now everybody like, oh, Victor Conte this and Victor Conte that and Bill with Victor. And like, of course, that what do you think was going to happen is my whole point.
It's narrative pushing,
what do you think
though,
is
right?
going to happen? What narrative are they pushing?
Of course, it's narrative pushing. Because all Bill Haney said, hey, you guys said that you all going to do testing. What happened? And then Brian Norman was like, "Hey,
They
go
did.
tell we're gonna
No,
start
that's a
first.
lie. They already agreed to that testing. They never agreed to the additional week.
You keep saying
So
they
why
agreed
you
to. That's not
lying?
what Bill Haney said. You're just taking one side of the story.
Why you
Bill Haney-
lying, bro?
Bro, you
Bill
can
Haney,
you
Bill
know me.
Haney,
Why you
You know me.
lying,
You
gang?
can listen to the
Bill
tape, bro.
Haney, listen.
I have no reason to lie.
Boxing hacker.
Why you
Bill
lying,
Haney
I
gang?
have
has
no reason to lie.
credibility, bro.
You just Google why I say or repeat.
Bill
it.
Haney
Why
has
you
a
lying,
reason to
gang?
lie. Bill Haney has a reason to lie.
Yeah. Listen, I have
Boxing hacker.
maybe,
Tay
but there's
Jones
one
came.
person-
Tay Jones came on my channel who know more than me and you both about the situation and told me the same thing, that they agreed to
One
16 weeks
person's
of
word over
testing,
the other,
and that
bro.
Devin Haney.
still the
That,
same
have you ever talked
concept.
to Bill Haney? Do you got Bill Haney number?
We heard them on.
Do you got Bill
on the
Haney number,
video.
Negro?
We heard him on the video saying.
Oh, all right. So, all right. So back to what I was just saying. Back to what I was just saying. Stop lying, bro. It's okay. They agreed, boxing hacker. It's no point to continue to lie, brother. They agreed to the extra testing, boxing hacker. It's no point to lie.
We got Sin Ironheart up here. Sin Ironheart, what's your 2 cents? What you got?
Lord have mercy.
Hey, look, no disrespect to the white woman in the world, man, but I'm ready for this white woman to get out of boxing. And the white woman I'm talking about is Devin Haney.
And boxing hacker.
I just feel like this all just goes back to that conversation that we had a few weeks ago. You know, we're talking about forgettable talent, people who just ain't serious about boxing. I just feel like a lot of this generation, and Devin Haney kind of personifies the climate or the main theme of the talent pool that we're looking at. I just don't think these dudes is really serious about boxing. You know, I think that they've seen it as a lick. I think there's a certain group of people that felt like once it got to a certain point and once they met a certain level of difficulty, that they had to look for easier ways to get paydays, that their talent couldn't really manifest. And I just think Devin Haney's in the fucking way right now. And I want to talk about somebody who's really here to, you know, who really believes in themselves, who really has ability that they could stand on, and that ain't in it for no theatrics, ain't in it for no gimmicks, and not trying to, you know, just trying to stupefy the sport. I just feel like they just compromise the integrity of the sport, you know, all of their antics, along with their associations and all of that.
All right, y'all, we got a caller on the line. Let me get him set up. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Give me 1 second. All right. What caller? What's your name? Where you calling from? What's your 2 cents for the show?
Yo, what up, 2 cents? It's Isaiah.
Hey, put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear Isaiah. All right, what you got?
This is what I have, and this is what questions me. Everybody keeps saying about the whole Devin and Bill and Victor. But what if Victor is giving Devin steroids and we don't even know it? He could be doing the same shit he did to Shane Mosley, and we don't even know it because Devin looked too big, and he keeps saying these guys are too small. So for us to have our own opinion and beliefs about Victor and the way he do things, and for people to say that he didn't make clear that it was a chemist, he was behind it. I mean, look what happened to Barry Bonds and other big names in the sports. So that's all I gotta say. So that's all I had. That's all that was on my mind, and it just questions my mind that what if Victor's giving Devin steroids? That's all I gotta say. I'm a listen in.
All right. Thank you for calling in. Shout out to the caller. Y'all be sure to call me if y'all got something to say for the show. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's a lot of ways and angles you could look at this. I don't really be going there. Y'all know I overthink. I don't really be going there, but I mean, it's too much, y'all. Like it's too much. And y'all could say, "Oh, I want a clean sport and all of that." Okay, do what you need to do. Put your testing in your contract, whatever y'all agree to, get that done. But to do all this on the podcast, even like let's say David Benavidez and Morrell, you remember when they was going through it and Benavidez was like, he still hasn't drug tested. He was saying at the press conferences and stuff, right? It didn't really rub you the wrong way. It was like, damn, he saying the nigga ain't tested. He want him to test. But Bill be doing too much, y'all. It's too much. It's too much.
He was just hating on Bill. That's what it really is. This is all glorified. I mean, I wish people would just be direct and be like, we hate these people. That's it.
No, it's not that.
Let's not go
What the
around
hell
the
does
circle
hate
about
have to do with it?
It's hate. Because a lot of things people are saying aren't true. It's weird.
Just
Like I sit here and listen to people all day long.
We don't know these
This
fighters
is happening.
Y'all
You
listen to
can't
Bill
trust
Haney.
Conte. He's
You
feeding them.
can't trust Conte, silly. What are you talking about, Boxing Hacker?
He
If you
created
trust
VADA.
Hey, Boxing Hacker. Boxing Hacker. Just a week ago.
Conte created VADA. He said it out of his own mouth, Boxing.
He also said he's an advocate. So why can't you believe one but not the other?
Hold on, Boxing Hacker.
The negative but not the positive.
Boxing Hacker.
But Logic Lacker, you just told me last fucking week on Dean's channel that once a cheat, always a cheat. Didn't he say that? Didn't he say that, Dean?
Never told you that.
Talking about Ryan Garcia? Talking about Ryan Garcia, once a cheat, always a cheat. So Victor Conte is
don't put the word in my mouth.
Victor Conte is a fucking Jesus Christ El Chapo with penis. How does that not apply to him?
Make with me, bro. I never even talked to you.
Susan, you want to know what the difference is? When it's fighters like Bam Bam, when it's hold on, Boxing Hacker. When it's fighters like Bam Bam Rodriguez, and we say the same thing about them, the difference is people who like Bam Bam or like David Benavidez, since they know that we support them and we like those fighters, they don't give us pushback to where we ain't got to argue with a Boxing Hacker about it. Even if they don't like it, they not going to come at Damon 2 Cent because they know we like Bam Bam. We like David Benavidez. But when we keep that same energy with fighters we not that fond of, and we have that right to not be that fond of them, that's when it's a problem. See, it's not a problem when we say the same exact things about fighters we like.
Love that.
They don't care. Boxing Hacker, I ain't talking to you, fam. They don't care then.
Let's move. Let's after Dean, I want somebody else to go. Let's open up the panel. Go ahead.
But go ahead. I'm done on that.
Hey, yo, Dean, you want to know what it is though? The thing about it is when people talk about certain fights, like when they say the Bam Bam or the David Benavidez, they don't sit there and say, "Oh, he's on." They don't really be like, "Oh, he's only gonna win because of that."
They say Bam Rodriguez rehydrating the foot. This is my show, bro.
Go. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. No, but you're going the opposite of where I was going. I'm just saying, like, they're not saying they're gonna win or lose because of Snack. Those options don't really get brought up. So when you hear, oh, he only won because of Snack, you know what I mean? You start to perk up some ears. Like,
when do you ever hear
credit? But you know what I mean? You get the.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody say they only win because of Snack. I don't know about that.
When do you ever hear that, Bam?
I've heard that plenty of times with the Terence Crawford. Hey, he only.
You knew it was coming with the bud, man. You knew it was coming with the bud.
Terence Crawford.
That buttercream was coming.
I've heard that plenty of times. That what's the guy? He was only doing this because of Snack. I heard they said talking about Sean Porter was only looking good at the end of his career because of Snack. I've heard plenty of that.
You do got therapeutic use.
He wasn't looking good at the end of his career.
I was just about to say that too, Sam. I was just about to. Who was looking good?
Porter was always beatable, man. Porter ain't want to never look at it as no hard time like that. Like he was a dog, so to speak. But Porter wasn't he wasn't no fucking Rubik's Cube to figure out.
Oh boy, here we go.
But I mean, Earl Spence
he lost all his biggest fights. We already Keith Thurman is a very beatable fighter. Like Keith Thurman's, I mean, he only lost once or twice, but you could see the wind up in his punches and the telegraphing, and you could see the fundamental flaws in his game to where it's like he's the only one that put that loss on Porter and Garcia. That was their ceiling, and Thurman was beatable. He had a weak body, so like
this weak body. Hold up, it was a knockout.
But Thurman was still the best at that time, though.
Hold up,
that's all well and good, but it's a glaring weakness. That's all well and good, but it's a glaring weakness that we could see. Dude's fragile.
But still, it was a knockout to the head that separated him in the EJ fight, and that was a close battle.
Who in the EJ fight?
Porter. I mean, Sean Porter and EJ fight. It was that knockdown that separated, and that was to the head.
Porter fought with 10 times the heart.
You think that fight was not as close as you think at all?
It was close.
It wasn't. You watching it slow mo.
If you watch it back today, it's not as close as when you first saw it.
Watching it slow mo, Spence was hitting that boy with counters, tables, and chairs. damn near the whole fucking fight.
Hey man, I'm an EJ fan, guys, but EJ lost, and people have to accept it.
We don't listen to you about nothing.
Yeah,
We
EJ
don't listen
lost
to
to
you
who?
about nothing.
Crawford.
You are a walking.
It wasn't about Snack. It wasn't about none of that. Crawford was just great. That's all it was.
Was that?
I'm not even talking about EJ, and we wasn't even talking about
nobody talking about that.
Yeah, we're not
Like,
talking about Crawford.
Because that's where it all started from.
Talking about the Porter one.
No, we were talking about Porter and EJ. What are you talking about? Nobody said nothing about Bud.
Okay.
Well, this is the thing. It seems like when I'm looking at this, it's all deflection, because I say that because if Brian Jr. and his dad, they wouldn't even bring it. They don't care about no testing, because they think they can beat Devin without testing, and his fans think that they can beat him without testing. They don't care about any testing. They don't care about Victor Conte or nothing, and none of his supporters would. And wait. Let me. Okay, so Dean, so you're saying that they want
Brian
testing?
Norman Jr. said he cared a couple days ago. Terrence.
That's what
No, so I'm saying no. I'm saying so. Wait. So you're saying that he wants more testing, then, right, Dean?
No, he cared about it being with VAD. All the stuff that we be saying, he said the same exact stuff, and I know where he got it from. But they'll never give your boys his credit. But go ahead.
So you're saying that he's scared of Haney.
No, he
testing.
said he don't like
I'm confused.
No, he's scared that they're going to tamper with his samples, because Devin and them is close to Victor Conte, and Victor Conte is basically VADA.
Okay, but that's a different argument right there, Dean.
Because Devin,
I'm telling you what the man said.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's a different argument, because what Devin is scared of is him using it to have punching power, and you're saying he's scared of it because they're going to test. They're going to cheat him and say that he tested positive, and he didn't. But those are two different fundamental. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that he said specifically that why is he so close to Victor Conte with the type of pass that he has, and is there another testing body that they could go to? Why does it have to be VADA? Why are they always co-signing VADA? He doesn't trust the level of closeness that Haney has with Conte and Conte has with VADA. Same shit we talked about.
I wonder where they got that conversation from, Sid.
Right. It sounded like he was listening in on one of these platforms. It's how he was listening to the very things that we were saying, and Boxing Hacker was probably losing his mind about.
I would agree. I would agree with that, though. They can go to any
chat talking about he no longer works with VADA.
He doesn't.
He doesn't. Who don't? I mean, who don't?
Boxing hacker. I know you get cheated on, bro. I know you do.
Hey,
I
you
know
I'm gonna say this. He doesn't work.
Hey, I think Boxing Hacker, you need to go back and watch.
You guys want to believe it? You guys want to
watch all the Conte and the Marty content.
Does he have to still be working with VADA for them to send him testing dates? Does he have to still be working with them for them to send him the testing schedules?
He doesn't work with them.
Do he need to be working with them to get the testing schedule, Boxing?
I don't know. All I know is he doesn't work with them.
That's what I'm saying.
It don't matter. He started the foundation. He made
VADA at one point. They're not working together no more. I don't understand.
Well, how do you know that?
The way you beat Victor Conte.
Listen. Fight Sports Talk says you shouldn't be able to run a nutrition company that supplies athletes and test them at the same time.
Snack doesn't test athletes for PEDs, bro. That doesn't happen. What are we talking about?
What are you talking about, Boxing?
Yeah, that's not a true statement.
You're the one that's making this up. I don't know what you just said, because that's not what he said. That's not
what you just read right now. 2 seconds. A true statement.
You shouldn't be able to run a nutrition company, Snack, and test them, VADA, at the same time.
That's not what the sentence says. You just add.
You said once a cheater, always a cheater, motherfucker. That's what you said. How about that?
I've never
motherfucker. It's on the playback. It's on the playback,
bro. I don't know. Like I never talked.
It's on the playback,
my nigga.
Okay, playback.
Don't be up here lying, nigga.
Finally, support the channel by punching that like and subscribe button.
You're still
Be
on
sure
the
to help
internet
support
too.
the channel by hitting the Cash App at 2 Cents Boxing or leaving a super chat below in the comments.
Oh, Boxer Hacker, I ain't forget where that Americom video that you said exists, where he admit that he wasn't on steroids his whole career at. I ain't forget, Negro. You
It's so
said
funny
you
you said
knew.
that, Dean. The
You
same
said
guy
you knew. You
who
is
asked me
a
for a link
liar.
proving my point. I posted that link. He never
Liar motherfucker, yo. Like this dude.
You is a
He
liar,
lying
dog.
back on the stream right now. He lying on his back in the living room
No,
floor.
Dean.
So,
Dean,
Lying like a motherfucker.
I'm gonna go around the panel and
Practice
I
lying
want
as he lies.
Dean.
Do y'all
Dean, he's
think
still salty
hold
about that
on,
video.
hold on. I'm gonna go around the panel.
My fault too.
And I want everybody to give me their 2 cents. Do you see this fight happening? I don't know if I see this Brian Norman Devin Haney fight happening. I just feel like if they didn't really want the fight, they wouldn't have took it. Like I really feel like that. But this whole let's draw attention to ourselves about drug tests, like that whole shit is corny. It's corny and people are over it. And people really don't care. But I mean it's content, so we talking about it. But I'm gonna start off with paid in full. Paid in full, what like 90% chance, 100% chance. What do you think about this fight happening? Do you think that Bill is really trying to pull out the fight? Like, what is your 2 cents about the whole situation?
I can only go based off the phone call. At first, I don't really think they wanted to fight. Just based on that, and based on Bill lying, talking about he never made a phone call when he actually did make the phone call. But I kind of think that they really didn't have nobody really else to fight. That was going to get paid that amount of money that they was requesting. So, right now, I think the fight is going to happen just based on Norm and them kind of agreeing to all the stipulations and everything that was put in after signing the contract. But yeah, I think the fight should happen unless something else come up. What I'm hoping don't happen is if they some suspicious shit happen with the drug test, and that's my only issue. But I think they probably already got that under control. So yeah, I do see the fight happening.
I think Bill's put a cloud over the fight already. I do think the fight will probably still happen because they both still want to get paid. But I think he's purposely or just foolishly put a cloud over the fight. He keeps forgetting that his son is also can be looked at as being suspicious because who he works with. But he seems to just completely forgotten that. And I think the Norman, I think they're reluctantly putting up with it, but you can see the frustrations and the annoyance that he has. And I really think he wants to get Devin out of the way because I personally think he will beat Devin, and that will be just a huge headache that he's gotten out of the way because now they're kind of in it now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so dropping out is just going to be a loss because ultimately the fight doesn't happen, they don't get paid. So he's going along with he has to tolerate the nonsense that comes from Bill. I think Bill is maybe, in my opinion, has some serious doubts about how his son will fare in this fight because the last two performances have just put marks over his son, and now he's trying to do a preemptive strike, so to speak. If my son loses, well, we already were suspicious. He didn't do the same kind of testing and this, that, and the other. Like I said, it's just annoying. It makes my head hurt, to be quite honest, sometimes thinking about this. But that's where I stand on how I see the fight going and why this is where it is right now.
Big Supreme.
I'm here. I don't think the fight gonna happen. I think they're gonna duck. I think they're gonna figure out a way to get out this fight. I feel like the reason why they throwing the steroid allegations on him is because they scared. I think that he's gonna do him worse than Ryan. And that's pretty much it. I feel like he's just using the media to paint a narrative that Brian Norman's a cheater, so they don't have to take the fight. That's what I believe. Yeah, I'll pass the mic on that.
I mean, Turkey don't give a damn if you a cheater. He had a other dude on his card that was a cheater.
Yeah, he had Katiev versus Morel, so like, I don't think Turkey really cares. Like, he didn't really say much about the Ryan situation. He had Katiev fight on his card.
Yeah, Ryan the
Quelo
headline.
fought. He tested positive before. Like, I don't think Turkey cares about that. Another thing too, like, anytime that Bill is this vocal about a particular fighter, like, he's nervous for Dev. And I feel like he knows that Norman has the skill set, the athleticism, the explosiveness, and the power to catch Haney and do him bad. So I feel like they don't want that fight. I feel like Turkey put him in a position where they got to take the fight or they're going to take another hit publicly. So they just using the shenanigans and these little funny tactics to, like, wiggle their way out the fight, in my opinion.
I think they just should have said no. They're not ready for the fight. Like, I think it would have been
that.
Yes, they could. Yes, they could. Like, why couldn't they? Listen. We not ready for the fight. People say that all the time. People do that all the time. Obviously, Devin clearly is not ready for the fight. I would have been like, shit, we'll fight him. I'm not ready for the fight right now.
But who else was they gonna fight?
It's other people to fight. Brian Norman ain't the only person at 147 pounds.
Making that amount of money? Because we know Turkey will change the
Listen, well, then you're not going to make that amount of money because you ain't ready for that level of fight. That's what I'm saying. Do you want the money or do you want to continue your career? Because this going to be the last money you get if it's true what everybody is saying.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So it don't make sense because that mindset, that thinking right there is why Bill is in the situation that he's in the first place, because I've heard him accused of being money hungry. And this is not a good decision, right? Based on what a lot of people think. I don't know if it's a good decision. I wasn't there. I'm not Bill and Devin. But based off of what a lot of people think of his last performance, they feel like this is not a good fight to take. So guess what I'm going to do as the boxing professional and as the manager? I'm going to tell you, no, we're not going to take the fight because you're not ready. Let people talk shit. They will get over it, y'all. They'll get over it. Who we talking about? People on YouTube talking? Because the people in the real world don't care about Devin Haney.
Man, shit. They was cooking that man with that lawsuit. I can only imagine if he pull out of a fight.
Nah, I agree with you, Sense.
I don't think he's scared at all. I think people are just.
I do think he's scared.
Yeah, I mean, you could think that. I don't think that's the case. I've never. First off, Devin's never shown that. Devin, when Devin wants to fight and signed, he's never pulled out a fight, not once yet. And one thing people always forget, and I don't know why, like you look at people like Devin or Shakur, like these guys have competed all their lives. All their lives.
They human,
at the national level, at the Junior Olympics, the nationals, the national level, they've competed. You guys look at it just as fan perspective. But like these guys have seen tough fights. So what you all say is scary. They're competitors. That's what they do.
Devin Haney ain't been doing nothing like this. Stop it.
That's what I'm saying.
They are competitors. That's what
fine.
they do.
They competitors, boxing hacker, but that don't mean this is not a good fight to take right now. Like this is what I'm saying. Y'all can't be honest, bro.
Y'all can believe what y'all want, but he's gonna take it.
There's levels of competition. There's levels of competition. There's levels of competition, and everybody knows like where they're at. Like you can't possibly think that everybody gets in boxing. You probably think that, but you can't possibly think that everybody gets in boxing with the mindset that they're going to take on everybody in the world. That they're all a Floyd Mayweather.
None of them do that.
Well, Floyd may have not taken every single person, but I guarantee you, Floyd Mayweather felt like he could beat everybody.
Some people are fighting just to fight. You think Hank Lundy is fighting to beat Floyd Mayweather right now?
For you to reach that level, there's a certain level of that you need.
So when you let me get this. Shout out Isaiah WYD with the $1.99 in the super chat. He says Dev versus his baby mama, 12 rounds. Shout out Isaiah WYD.
Tank too, though. Don't forget that. But like, yeah, like people act like these guys are scared. Like, what are we talking about? People saying, "Oh,
listen,
Boxing Hacker."
No, it's not about being scared, Boxing Hacker. It's about, is Devin Haney really at a mental space where he's ready to take a fight like this. It's not about hate. It's not about scared.
The
It's
brother
not
has
about
fight.
any. It's not about if I like him. It's not about if I like Bill. This is about looking at his last performance,
Which he won.
knowing what he
11 out
has.
of 12
Shut
rounds.
up.
Okay.
Damn.
Looking at his last performance, knowing what he's been through with Ryan Garcia,
Sure.
and putting 2 and 2 together, he's going to fight another young, big, fast,
No, no.
athletic puncher right now. It doesn't seem like the right time. It seems like he doesn't need to take this fight right now. He may need another fight to check where he is mentally before he take this fight. That's all people is saying. Now, they may not be saying it the way I'm putting it so articulate.
They said the
But
same
that's
thing
what
about
they're
him and
saying.
Regis too, though. So, like, I mean,
Nobody said that about Regis boxing.
Nobody
They
said that
did.
shit
Like,
about
Not one
Regis.
person said that about
Yeah,
Regis.
Regis
go
is-
back and rewind.
Listen, bro,
go back
Regis
and
is not
watch
Brian
his
Norman, though,
Conte
bro.
careers. They said that Regis was knocking shit out.
Regis
Devin
is
couldn't
not
hurt
Brian Norman,
Lomachenko.
though.
Regis
He would
was
never
not.
fight Regis.
So people
That's
were
what they
saying that
said.
after the Zorilla fight. Nobody was saying that, boxing hacker. Nobody.
Everybody
People
knew that
was.
nigga was tailor-made
I'm
for
not
him,
saying,
bro.
man. Like the internet's still there.
Brian Norman's not
Okay.
Regis, bro.
Can we talk about?
Okay.
Can we talk about the dialogue on my channel? Because
But-
nobody
but-
was saying that, boxing hacker.
But
Nobody.
here's the
Everybody
thing.
knew that.
People
Y'all
said
think
that
he's
he
scared.
fought Regis
Okay.
off a weak
What happens
performance.
when he wins?
Regis
I
said
just
it
I
want to
told
himself.
know.
y'all
He fought
Regis
Regis
was
off of
trash.
he fought Regis off of a weak performance. He's
No.
never
What
seen
happens
nobody
Devin-
look impressive
Devin Haney
and
wins?
call
That's what I
somebody
really
out.
want to know. If Devin Haney wins
Does
this
everybody get the answer?
fight, if Devin Haney wins this fight, what
No,
y'all
it's
want?
go
No.
ahead, Terrence. Bits videos. It's your turn.
All
I
right,
don't
so
think he's winning
listen.
this fight.
So first of all, I say it's 100% this fight is happening. I think what Bill is doing is just trying to make sure that there's a lot of testing and that he doesn't have another Garcia situation. So the fight's
He
going to
can
happen.
never stop that from happening. So he can
And
act,
now-
he can be as a big a bitch as he wants to and cry and complain. He can never ensure that what happened in the Ryan Garcia fight won't happen.
With regards to the VADA thing, I remember I could have swore that VADA doesn't actually do the testing. There's another
They don't.
company
They don't. They
that
do
They use water.
actually does the testing.
They
So
use
if
water.
Brian Jr. is bringing up the test itself being tampered with, he's
The
not even talking
sample.
about. He's
No,
not
they
talking about
pick
VADA.
up the sample. VADA comes
The
and gets their
sample.
sample. VADA
Yeah, but don't. But I think what Marty was saying that gets sealed, and if that was tampered
That's
with, you could
bro.
they would see it. Like
Okay, so
so
let me
you would
ask
have
you
to
a
have.
question.
So what I'm
Let me
saying,
ask
you would
you a
have to have
question.
go ahead.
Terrence, so how the fuck did I watch it? Because I bet nobody can answer this question. How the fuck did Devin brother know that Ryan was gonna pop before the test actually came out?
And that I don't know. That was
Exactly.
weird. I don't know. I don't know. That
Exactly.
was
So like
weird.
I said,
Allah told
shit
him,
could be
motherfucker.
tampered with.
I can
That
tell you.
was
I can
weird.
tell you. I can tell you. Allah told him.
All right, go
I'm
ahead.
telling you. That's what I heard. That's what the fuck I
That was
heard.
weird.
What are you talking about? What did you say, Paige?
All right.
That was
Dondry,
weird.
what you got, Dondry?
They
My
felt something
question
weird was
was-
gonna happen. What's wrong
Hold
with
on.
that?
Hello. I think it's two things gonna happen. This fight's gonna happen, and Devin gonna get slept, or Devin, or in about I'm gonna say about 6 weeks, Devin gonna get an injury in camp. So,
But that don't mean he out the fight.
Dondry, don't you think Devin got better feet than Brian? Let's talk about the fight.
Why
I
y'all
mean,
keep talking about these feet, bro?
I
Wait,
mean,
Brian don't wait, Dondry,
Oh, we not
and you
done.
box.
Hold on, we not done. Hold on, band up. What you think?
All right, go ahead, Ben. No.
Yeah, I think the fight gonna happen. I think he'll still make it. This is just drama to get before the fight. Turmoil for no fucking reason. It's either they're gonna get it done or they're not. I don't think this is big enough to derail the fight.
Okay. So you think it's capped too?
Yeah.
Sin, what you think? What you got?
I think that this is I'm not 100% confident that fight is going to happen. I say like 60%. Like I'd be very surprised if the fight does happen. I think that they really setting up the playing field to kind of pull a win outside of the ring because Devin Haney has a weird ass fan base that will say that, oh, Brian Norman was scared of testing, so that Haney stepped up. Haney tried to step up and so on and so forth. So if he ducks out the fight, or if the fight doesn't happen, a lot of the fallback, a lot of the criticism is going to fall on Brian Norman as opposed to Devin Haney. So I just think that this is all this shit set up for. I feel like they solely called him out for this reason, to set the stage for this drama back and forth. they don't want to fight this man, especially after the way he just finished the last guy. What punch was it that he sat down that Japanese man with? Do y'all know?
I mean, that guy. Come
Yeah,
on.
Left
But
hook.
that dude was
I'm saying it's a
Sin.
left hook for Christ's sake. Yeah, did you see his face when he saw? Did you see his face when he saw Belonga get knocked out?
Yeah,
But
that was
Sin, do you
So
think Devin's gonna fight him like that, Dev? Sin. Yes or
What
no?
you
no,
I
think?
think
I
he's
don't
gonna
think
fight
Devin
him
wants
like
to
he
fight
did
him
with
at all.
Riz.
You
I think he's
gotta
gonna
think.
fight
He's
him like
not
he
gonna
did with
stand
Riz.
there. He's not gonna stand in front of him and fight him
Tommy,
like
Well,
that.
let me
Come on,
go.
y'all know that.
Turkey don't want no Tom and Jerry fight.
Hey, what I noticed,
Hey,
what I
Hold on.
noticed with these snack fighters, or what I noticed with certain fighters, let's say certain fighters, is
I
that if they
go
call
ahead.
out bigger people, that's all they really have to do to kind of get credit for, like, to get a lot of excessive credit for, I guess, the idea of stepping up, and I just think that Brian Norman and his finish and the path that he's on right now, it is like, as we know, it's a dangerous fight for Devin, especially based on how he handled the last loss.
Let me
So
let Dean go because I forgot. I forgot I skipped him. Go ahead, Dean.
This fight better happen. It ain't no if it's. It ain't. I don't want no ifs. I don't got time for no if. All that extra testing and it better happen. Devin
I
better
agree,
not. It
Dean.
better be. And if it don't happen, it better be from Brian Norman Jr. side. If Devin get an injury, I'ma say they faked it. I don't care. You better make it to the ring November 22nd. So yes,
People
2
get
cents.
injured, Dean.
2 cents. This fight gonna happen. It better
If he get,
happen. I know they would much rather deal with Brian Norman left hook than me having to be on their head for 365 days of testing. How about that? That's what's gonna happen.
hey, I agree
All
with
right.
Dean. I agree with Dean.
So Boxing Hacker, if the fight doesn't happen, what say you?
It depends why it doesn't happen. I mean, yeah, there has to be a reason why it doesn't happen, right? I'm not gonna automatically blame Devin because the fight doesn't happen. Anything can happen in a fight. But I think I strongly believe it's going to happen as long as nothing crazy happens in between. But if it doesn't happen, you have to look at the reasons first. You can't just be like, "It's Devin's fault. They were scared." No.
You gonna
It's kind of
believe
like
this.
how if the tank fight don't happen, y'all gonna say it's because he's scared when it's like a plethora.
I mean, Lamar Roach is doing that.
Y'all
Remind me,
so
where is
fake.
that fight?
Y'all so fake.
I'm just saying.
No, I'm just
Lamar
asking.
Roach is saying that on Twitch every single day, so we don't have seen nothing.
Well, we already know.
And Brian Norman is saying Devin trying to get out the fight.
Yeah, I think Brian Norman gonna do Haney like Tim Zoo.
Yep.
No.
Damn.
No.
If Brian Norman loses, what y'all gonna say? That's what I want to know.
man, he gonna lean that. He gonna lean Devin
I
like a
got Devin,
styrofoam cup
bro.
of Texas.
He's not
If he
losing to Devin,
loses,
bro.
what y'all gonna say?
I got
Which fight y'all
Devin,
gonna
bro.
give Devin?
If Brian Norman
Devin
Jr.
get knocked out,
loses
bro.
to Devin, I'm gonna give it Devin full credit that he would deserve for beating Brian Norman Jr. That's what I'm going to do. I don't like I do with anybody else, my guy. That's a dumb question.
That's
Yeah,
a dumb
I
question.
agree with
Like what you
Dean,
want?
but
What you want us to do? Start bouncing?
I don't
Hey,
think.
hey, listen.
On his
I
job,
don't think
y'all
all
might as
gonna lose
well.
to Haney though. You heard,
I
bro?
just don't want to
Hey,
hear
y'all
no
hating
running
y'all
shit
play.
when he's
And
boxing
another
his
thing,
head
y'all
off.
don't realize that Norman has a amateur pedigree as well, bro. So he has
I
educated feet
realize
just
that.
like Haney. Like he could box like Haney if he
No.
wants to.
So
Yes,
Supreme,
he
you saying
does.
it's equal? You saying it's
No,
equal?
I
I'm saying
mean,
that
Wait,
Haney's
hold
footwork
on.
is not
I'm asking.
his footwork is not much better than Brian Norman's, bro.
That's
It's
what
and
I'm
not.
footwork
saying.
don't win
it's not.
fights.
It's not.
It's not.
It's not.
Yeah,
Brian
but
Norman has calculated
they
foot.
not talking about no other
That
way
I don't
to
see a
win
situation
outside of
where
footwork.
Brian Norman's chasing this dude around the ring and he can't catch him. I don't see that at all. I think at some point in the fight he's gonna land something big and that's it. It's over after that.
Okay.
And if Brian loses, just remember y'all said that. That's all I gotta
He's
say.
not losing, but we'll see when the
That's
fight
Hey man,
happens.
we'll
another
see.
fight. You just very lose.
Listen,
Remember
man.
you said that. So
Everything happens on that platform jungle, man. We'll see.
hey, I don't know if y'all been over the Ant McQueen's page on Casuals Corner, but we was
I've been over
watching
there.
Devin and Norman fights today, and a lot of stuff got dismissed today. If you go over there, y'all can go watch it today. We was over there for a long ass time. But a lot of these myths that Brian Norman can't cut off the ring and do these things, and then we explained the myth about Devin doesn't fight. He can't fight on the inside. He can. And
he's not gonna do that.
But this is the same mistake they made with Ryan Garcia.
He
tried to fight him. He tried to.
He
stood in front of him.
One thing I can say about that fight. Hey, hold on.
He stood in front of him. Fighting right.
First of all, Devin didn't stand in front of him. First of all, Devin started getting time. That's what the problem was. Devin started getting. Ryan just started catching him.
He got time in the first 10 seconds.
he got time. Devin was making adjustments. Devin was making a lot of adjustments. It's just Ryan caught up with it. He started. I don't know how, but Ryan just caught up with him after a while. That hook just GPS to his face.
Nasty,
so nobody gonna.
What happened in those three?
Nobody will find it suspicious that if Brian Norman popped for something.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's kind of suspicious after.
If Brian Norman popped for something, it's the bodyguard fault.
Devin Haney bodyguard was roughing him up and rubbing all on him and shit.
Oh my gosh.
It's the bodyguard fault.
Popping on the internet. No, we can't wait till August 1st.
Listen.
We got to do the testing right now. We can't wait till August 1st. He got to do the test right now.
Bill Haney, did you?
I agree, 2 cents.
I believe more that alien started
Wouldn't
humanity
that be suspicious? Wouldn't that be suspicious?
2 cents. If he popped dirty, it's his bodyguard fault. I don't care.
Yeah,
I already thought that. I've already been thinking that.
Why is the bodyguard
he got the
grabbing
bodyguard
you
out
up
here
like
rubbing cream on
that
niggas?
at a face-off with two boxers? Why are you responding like that?
Yeah.
Grip the niggas up like Debo coming up on a bike.
Looking like what's the dude that helped Jody beat up the dude in Baby Boys?
Mark Gooding.
Yeah, what was his name in the movie though?
P.
Yeah. Looking like P.
Buzz, P. Buzz. What did he tell Tyrese? Nah. First of all, 2 cents. He had braids with a stocking cap on, with a flannel in the summertime. 2 cents. He had a flannel on in the summertime. He's
that was crazy.
That nigga got a 60-year-old mustache.
He had a flannel
think
with a
about if
stocking
me and
cap.
Supreme, let's just say me and Supreme got an arrangement going on, right? And then I see Supreme, and I'm like, "What's up, Supreme?" And I rub some cream on his arm when I dap him up. And then I'm like, nah, I don't care if we agree to start August 1st. I want to start right now. 2 weeks earlier.
That's crazy. Don't y'all think that's real? That's lunacy.
Would you put that buttercream on? You put that buttercream on?
That's lunacy, bro. That's crazy.
Hey, Terrence, it happens in boxing, my guy.
So are we saying that if Brian Norman tests positive,
no, look,
you guys be blaming on Devin too?
Oh yeah, I'm damn sure blaming on Devin.
Absolutely.
Look.
I ain't never heard that one before though.
Listen, the fact that they go so hard in the media about the drug testing and Brian Norman being suspect, I felt like if he was to test positive, it's gonna be another situation like Ryan, where it's like everybody's gonna blame VADA, blame Conte, say that he was set up. It's gonna be the same thing.
Yeah,
it's gonna be the same
and
exact
thing. It should
be
because of how Bill acted.
Exactly.
Oh, I'm damn sure gonna blame it. That's the only culprit.
What's funny is that actually could happen.
I was just about to say that, Mr. Greg.
Come on, Mr. Greg.
That could happen.
I know you ain't, Mr. Greg. You ain't buying into this, sorry.
No, I'm just saying it could happen. I don't think, but it could happen.
Hey, somebody could get their toothpaste spiked.
Y'all have not studied enough.
And they gotta
boxing.
prove it.
Hold on, y'all. Y'all have not studied enough of boxing corruption to understand everything I just said. It could be completely true, and there's nothing funny about it at all. If you knew about had the level of knowledge about boxing corruption that I do, you would understand that shit does not sound out of pocket at all.
Right.
2 cents. We done seen crazier things. 2 cents. Tank girlfriend put poo-poo on his toothbrush.
Hey,
we done seen crazier things.
Hey,
Tank girlfriend put poo-poo on his toothbrush. Things happen. People do stuff.
That's why Tank reacted the way that he reacted when Bernard had reached around and touched his back, because I didn't understand what was the reason for him to touch him for.
Right. He was pissed. He about to fight him.
Yeah.
Now 2 cents. When you were studying corruption, did you read about how they used to roll up certain ointments in the gloves?
Ooh.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not
and rub stuff on the gloves.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
and rub it in your eyes and
yep.
shit. Mm-hmm.
So
I mean, it's all kind of stuff. These people think people don't cheat in boxing. I don't understand why they so naive to this stuff.
Yeah, it's not
I
far
don't get it.
what you had said earlier. So you have to just think that everybody wants to win at all costs now.
When have you seen somebody call somebody out and then in like a month's time, literally when that fresh after the call out, say do this or else the fight ain't happening? When the fuck has that ever happened?
Yeah, I ain't seen
ever.
Yeah,
I don't understand what's
So
going
they never had intent. This was the stage. This is the fight happening right now. We watching the fight right now.
That's not how it went, man. That's not how
we
it
watching the fight right now. This is it.
Boxing hacker,
The Haney set it up for this reason.
Stop it, bro, because you ain't never saw them niggas.
Bill Haney literally said that they promised them that they would test early. Like, what are we talking about? Why is nobody saying that?
Ain't August 1st early, nigga?
No,
ain't August 1st
they
early.
said-
Jesus
they said
Christ.
that- Bill Haney said that they said they were been signed up already.
They
That's
did
what Bill
sign
was
up. They
talking
didn't
about.
reply to the email, and then Brian Norman said we're going to sign up on August 1st.
That's not what they
That's what
agreed
he said.
upon, though.
See,
No,
look.
that's not what they agreed upon. So what's
Out of
the-
all the people that's been cheated, when have we had this type of discussion about the drug testing before any fight happening? Like, when have we had this level of pressure in just the drug
Anything got to
testing?
do with this conversation. People just can't help
Back
that
out
stuff.
versus Floyd. That's when we had it. If you want to know, but
How about this? So what? So what? They didn't do it when Bill thought it should be done. Now what?
so what? That they didn't do? They didn't keep to their promise? Is that what you're asking, Mr. Gray?
So what?
No,
Did
let's
they
clarify what you said.
Did they sign to do this early?
We don't know what they signed, but according to Bill, they promised it.
So that's why I'm saying, so what? If we don't know whether they signed to do it or not, what are we?
But
now?
they do. Just because we don't
What
know,
are they
do.
whining for? But why?
Bill Haney knows. Brian
And
Norman
that's why they should talk about it privately, boxing.
and Brian Norman ended up doing it. If Brian Norman felt like he had a strong case, he probably would have done it. Like,
That whole
I
shit,
swear,
man. Talking about some damn.
fight and get paid.
Public.
The nigga wanted to say the fight and get paid. He ain't got nothing to worry about. You know, he
The man talking about some I pay for the testing and shit. Like, yo, what type of sucker shit is that? Nigga, might need you to pay for no
what
fucking
type
testing.
of sucker shit is asking for testing?
Man,
this is what we're literally. This is where
fuck
we're at.
out of here. You know what I'm saying?
This
Do
is
all
where
that
we're
shit
at,
behind
guys.
closed
Listen
doors.
to
Like I
this,
said,
though.
You
it ain't
ain't
never.
say none of this shit with Jose
It's pure
Ramirez.
hatred. What kind
They
of
was
sucker
cool
shit
with
to ask
the
for more
when it came
testing?
to him.
Oh my god, he's asking for PED testing. He's a jerk.
Boxing
He's an
hacker,
athlete. What are
boxing
we
hacker,
talking about?
boxing hacker. Stop doing that, bro.
No, but
You
let's
know
be
that's
real.
not what we're talking about. That's not what we're talking
That's what
about.
Sin just
boxing
said.
hacker.
He
No.
said, "What kind of sucker shit is asking for testing?"
What the sucker shit is you having your bodyguard touching on me and then crying and bitching and complaining about me doing something 2 weeks earlier when I've already agreed to do something early. Now you mad because I won't do it earlier.
That's not how the conversation I just said that. That's not what Bill Haney was saying. He was what Bill Haney was saying. I don't know if he's telling the truth or not.
Bro.
Just like you guys don't know. But what he said is that Brian Norman said that they were going to test earlier.
They are.
No, earlier than August 1st.
Early,
nigga, that's what they had in. That's what they had in
Bill
mind.
Haney, that's what's ignited the whole argument.
So what does 2 weeks matter?
Bill Haney was saying, "Hey, we
what
all
do 2 weeks matter, boxing hacker? What the fuck, bro?
What do 2 weeks matter?
It's what they promised.
How do you know they promised that?
That is not what they promised. You lying again. They promised they would sign up for VADA.
You guys just don't want to.
You're a liar, bro.
Hold up.
This nigga just always talking about what the fuck Bill Haney
The hacker
said.
better be getting paid by Bill Haney going that hard, my nigga.
Yo, hey, Supreme, if me and you talk, right, and you tell me you're gonna do something as so-and-so date, and we're about to
and
fight,
I don't do it, nigga, deal with it.
and then you don't do it. Then you say
We're
you're
gonna wait till August 1st. That's what I would have told
I don't have the
Bill.
right to ask you about it.
No, you
have the right to
don't. I'd have
complain
told
because you said
Bill.
something earlier.
Nope, because I'm doing what we agreed to in the contract.
like I said,
all this extra shit, I ain't doing it. I changed
it's
my
only
mind.
because it's Devin.
I
That's
changed
what
my
it is.
mind. I changed my mind.
Only because it's Devin. If it was any other fight, y'all would not.
Man, it ain't got shit to do with Devin,
Ain't got
bro.
nothing to do with Devin.
What the fuck they already agreed
This
to?
is about principle.
Devin is the one who brought up this whole issue, though. The whole thing is that we wouldn't be talking about this if they didn't threaten to stop the fight.
Bro,
They're the ones who threaten.
nobody else, bro.
They're the ones who's threatening for the fight not to happen, and
Well,
they're the
why?
ones who called him out.
And why they do it professionally behind the scenes? The only thing you do is go to him. Hey man, could you when y'all said y'all shut up, bro, shut up. Only thing you had to do was go to him and say, hey, could y'all sign up? Y'all said y'all was gonna sign up. I want to do this behind the scenes. No, you want to be an asshole. You want to make a scene to get people to go against Brian Norman to make him look like a dirty fighter. That's why you did it in the public.
That's pressure, bro.
He's an asshole.
Exactly. Disingenuous, some fake ass
It's
shit,
just
man.
testing. It's
Sucker
just
shit.
really just testing. It's not
It's not just boxing hacker. It's called principle, bro. Like, what are your boxing hacker? Boxing hacker.
Bill Hayes stay on his principle.
Do you have standards, boxing hacker?
Well, Bill Hayes stay on his principle, right? He said that, hey, you told me to do something,
Listen,
and now you're not doing it.
I'm talking boxing hacker. Do you have any standards, bro?
Nope.
Do you have any boundaries, bro?
Yes, I do.
Do you have things that just are not okay with you? Because it doesn't seem like it. Like every time we're talking about some stuff,
I don't like that.
You know what I don't like? People talking over me.
Yeah.
Every time we talking about some standards or principles, you always disagree, and I don't understand why.
Because
it's not okay. Nobody's making anything up. It's not. I literally watched them on. I literally watched him talking about this on The Voice. Brian Norman talking about, even though I didn't want to because I don't care, because I already know they capping, but I create content, so I gotta watch this stupid shit. They already agreed to what they had agreed to, and he said, "Nope, I want you to do it right now, or it's no fight." And even if I say, if I have a contract and I'm gonna say, oh, I know this is what we put in the contract, but I'm gonna do it earlier. I don't gotta do it earlier. You know why? Because it's not in the contract. So even though I said it to you, so effing what? I don't want to do it no more.
Bill said,
you don't get to talk over me, boxing hack. You don't. And if you got a problem with it, you call me and you talk to me on the phone. The only reason why you didn't do that is because you want to bully me and force me to do what you want me to do. And the point that I'm making, I don't care if this was about testing. I don't care if it was about what kind of gloves we want to wear. I don't care what it was about. It's not okay to use your fan base to publicly force me to do things. That's not okay. It's not like you and your frequent flyer and all them decided to come out and do this on your own. No, y'all seen Bill, y'all ringleader, and then he gave the instructions. He put the battery in people back, and then they start running off and going and insinuating and saying this and doing all of that. It's different if the fans think of it themselves versus Bill coming on here and him putting it out there. It's completely different because now he's being manipulative. And that's what we're talking about. You keep trying to simplify it. We're just talking about the testing. It's not about the testing. It's about the principle and the tactics that he is using. And it's not cool. This is what I'm trying to tell you.
This is my original thought to say. It's not about Bill or another panel. This is my original thought because I listened to it, right? The problem is that people are saying things that are falling out of context, right? Like, it's the argument started because Bill felt that they told them. Like I said, I don't know if this is true, but according from Bill's side,
nope, I don't want to hear Bill's side. I don't care.
You have to hear both sides. You can't just take the other person's
both sides. I just told you I watched it. I just watched it.
And that's what we said then. But why did you mention that?
It doesn't change my mind, boxing hack.
No, you're not mentioning the other side of the spectrum, though.
It's always
the side of the spectrum. Oh, well,
Bill
they said that they got to do it.
I just mentioned the other side of it, and I told you I don't care.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's just one side then. It's a one side.
No, it's not one-sided. I don't care about the other side. It's not one-sided. I don't.
It's not two-sided. It
is two-sided.
How?
It's two-sided.
If you ignore one side, only
I'm not ignoring it. I don't care.
Yeah.
No, I'm not ignoring it. I'm telling you, I don't care. That's irrelevant to the point that I'm trying to make.
At what point are you trying to make? Okay. It's irrelevant to what you're trying to make. What's the point you're trying to make right now?
I just went through it all. I'm not saying it again. You can run it
Oh my God.
Bro, don't be listening.
Man, something wrong with dude, bro.
You guys
will set him right, and then he go back in a circle. He got to change his name to boxing.
Because you know what, I can also make an argument because I can
It's
see
like
him make an
boxing
argument. Maybe the
autism.
reason why
I can't believe
Brian Norman is
you
not
got a girlfriend, bro.
Don't disrespect autism like that.
Do you
Like
got a
you can
girlfriend?
make the
Boxing
same
Hacker?
argument like that as well, right?
Yeah.
But nobody says
I
that.
get you saying.
Hey, Boxing Hacker, do you got a girl?
Bro, this is not about, I hate
No,
when people
I'm
it's
just
not about
asking. Do you
personal
got a
I hate
girlfriend?
when people
No,
ask me
don't
that.
latch around that shit, bro.
Because what I'm
That's
trying to
the topic.
understand, I'm trying to
Don't worry about you, bro. Worry about your
argue
personal
with
life.
her
Don't worry
like
about
that?
what
You got a man? Do you got a man?
You got a
What do I
man?
gotta do with anything?
Do you argue with? I'm trying to understand.
No,
Do you argue?
don't
Do you
with
have
worry
a life
about
partner, Boxing
yourself,
Hacker?
brother.
Do
I
you
don't
got a life
I don't need to
partner?
answer that question.
Because
What?
damn, my nigga, you argue with
One
every.
guy asked me, "Can you turn on your camera?" Another guy asked me, "Like what, dude? What are we
No,
talking
nigga,
about?"
ain't even on no
What-
type of. I'm out. Slap the shit out you, nigga. Stop playing with me,
Hey,
bro.
I'm just saying, bro. Hey,
I'm just saying,
I'm
nigga.
just
I
saying,
respect.
brother. Like
Boxing
I don't
Hacker,
need to answer.
people on here
It's
know
not about
that.
me. It's
Boxing
definitely
Hacker,
about
that's not
Tripping, my nigga.
everybody on here know people's marital status. Like I'm married, people got girlfriend. We just curious if you got a girl or a
Yes,
guy, whatever your
I
preference.
do.
Because
That's
my
all
point
you gotta do is
was,
say,
I'm trying
yeah,
to
dang,
understand.
nigga,
I
damn.
wanted to understand, do that nigga argue with her like that? Is what I'm trying. The point I was trying to
No,
make.
because he getting cheated on.
No, she be whooping his ass.
Exactly. All of the
Look,
above.
she be in that corner whooping your ass like Tank did Frank.
Yes, all of the above.
Shout out to No More Sleepwalking with the $2 in the super chat. He says, Bill is a bold face lie. I'm talking about bold face lie. Bold.
Boxing, I can believe everything the nigga say. Bill said.
No, but it's
Boxing Hacker is a
the
bold face
story.
lie.
Because you guys believe Brian Norman's
Bill
side,
said
right?
this.
But you
Bill
guys
said that.
don't want to believe Bill Haney's. Like it's two sides to the story, right?
We
Like you
believe
can't
who?
just go off one side.
It's a scale of cap. It's a scale of cap. We go off a scale of cap, and Bill caps the most. Brian Norman's right, senior right under it. So you cap the most, so we can't believe you. We believe him. We don't believe him all the time, but we damn sure don't believe your motherfucking ass.
That's bad
so
logic.
it's like
that's absolutely bad logic. If you use
that ain't no shit. Once you a liar, motherfucker, shit. Well, I'm gonna believe you.
Even a
Hey,
liar
Big
has the
Dog
ability
Willie
to
say
tell
y'all
the
leave
truth.
Boxing Hacker alone.
Look, even
We'll leave your boo alone. We'll leave your boo
If you
alone.
never hear somebody, if you always tell you the truth, doesn't mean they can't lie. It's bad logic to think that way.
Dang, Boxing Hacker, they said they seen you on Bissonnet. Bissonnet, the red light district of Houston.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was there, man.
Damn, we not bad like that.
I guess so. I never heard of the place, but
The red light district, just like Victor Conte called
I've been
boxing
to the red light
district.
district in Amsterdam, though.
You what?
I've been to the red light district in Amsterdam. Yeah.
Hey! Don't incriminate yourself, brother.
No, it's legal.
Amsterdam, yeah, it's legal.
Oh, it is. Touche.
It's very much legal. So is marijuana.
Not everywhere it ain't.
In Amsterdam, it is.
I heard they don't like black people in Amsterdam.
Nah.
Shit.
Don't raise your kids
Hey,
there.
but Seattle got the best thing blowing.
They're indifferent.
They're indifferent.
Yeah.
Some places you go, they ain't never. They're like, especially I know when I went to Mexico, they were like, sister. The little people that work in the in the little shops.
Yeah, that people in Mexico funny as hell.
Hey, listen,
I ain't gonna lie to you.
What's up?
Hey, so there's a recent video that came out, right? And it had Bud in it, and he was training, and on the back of his shirt it said 4-time undisputed, 4-time champ, 4-time with the number 4 on it.
I can answer this.
Who's gonna go after this?
To the Queen Factory. To the Queen Factory. To the Cream Factory.
If he's sitting there
definitely going to the Cream Factory.
You think he's going back down?
He gonna get beat up and go back to 54. Yeah.
I honestly, I haven't even thought about that hard because I really don't care. I don't know if he gonna go back to 54. I just don't see him going to fight them people at 54. To be honest, with you. Maybe he'll go to 60, maybe, but I just don't see him mixing it up with
nobody. He go 54 and beat Boots and make Dean cry all day.
He gonna get beat up at 68 and get beat up back at 54. So it's like he can get double ass whooped.
He gonna find somebody from Kazakhstan in some unknown ass weight class. Ain't no telling where he gonna jump next, but he gonna find one of them stands out there. Find somebody in one of them damn find somebody in one of those stands out there, and we're gonna be, and yeah, man, like he ain't. Man, anybody worry about where the fuck he going?
He's probably gonna go back to 54 though. 54
Man, his voice is crazy.
Because he had a fight.
Who he gonna go fight at 54?
Well,
He
y'all talking about
already
Crawford?
ducked Fedor. Yeah, he talking about Crawford. What he gonna do next?
He
Duck a million motherfuckers.
I see him.
Why
going
were
to
you talking about Bud anyway?
No, I just got it because a video just came out, his last training video,
Nah,
and he
I'm on
had
the phone,
4-time
bro.
undisputed. And I just
Yeah, I'm on the phone.
want to ask Nicholas Slick where she
He didn't duck a Fedor.
He not gonna make it there. So you gonna have to burn that shirt.
If he ain't defending 4 belts at one time, I ain't trying to hear none of that bullshit that man talking about, and that's not what he's trying to do. He don't defend belts. He don't defend belts. He gonna set up a stage for a strategic moment, and then he's gonna jump to a safe place, which will probably be retirement now.
Oh yeah, probably wait till everybody.
That'd be some legendary shit. 4 times undisputed. That'd be really
I mean,
nice.
Terence Crawford could retire. He don't owe the sport nothing else.
He don't. He's accomplished so much already. You know.
He just gonna get beat up, bro.
I think Usyk is better than Crawford.
I don't
man.
think
Like,
he's retiring simply off of
Usyk better than Crawford?
off that shirt.
Yeah, Usyk better than Crawford, bro.
I've seen a million motherfuckers better than Crawford. They ain't no.
I mean, I just don't know how you get to be the #1 pound for pound and the best wins on your resume according to you are Victor Postal and Ricky Burns.
Yeah, Victor Postal, Ricky Burns. You fight one time a year. You never defended undisputed one time.
You said
like,
never.
I don't see.
Hold on.
Because that nigga
Hold
went
on.
to do the heavy lifting and get the.
You're not gonna even mention the magic gloves.
Because Victor Postal is elite.
Oh, we ain't even going there. No, we gonna let's be light on Band Up right now.
Look, I'm not even
Be
mentioning
easy on
I'm
Band
not
Up.
mentioning the gloves. I'm just saying like his activity and him not defending undisputed, him not defending none of his titles really, besides the WBO belt. Like I don't see how he's
Got no heart.
top 3 pound for pound.
Because
he's not above
became
Bivol,
2-time
he's not above Better
undisputed.
BF, he's not above Usyk. I don't think so. Like I just feel like he's at that level because his connections, right? With Bob Arum at the time and now with Turkey. I feel like that's the reason why
He conquered 2 divisions and became champions in 2 other divisions. That's how
He ain't conquered no division.
He conquered no division. He conquered no division. Not one.
What division did he conquer?
That's why I'm
He
gonna just
became
say
champion
something.
154.
Earl
He became
conquered the
champion
47
155.
division, not
So
Terence Crawford.
he has 2 titles in 2 different divisions and conquered 2
I'm saying,
other.
but how did he conquer a division?
Like he didn't go and get title after title. He fought one nigga that had.
It doesn't matter.
That's not conquering the division then.
It doesn't matter.
Like fuck it don't matter. How if Devin Haney beat 4 competent champions to become undisputed, would you not think we would be giving him tremendous
Dank,
credit?
you gotta stop doing that too, Dank, in the comments, bro. Like, ain't nobody
Better
mad at
became
Bud and all like
undisputed
that.
after
We
one
just being
fight. Bivol became
Exactly. And one fight that damn near anybody could have got one of us could have got that motherfucking belt from Cambosos.
Better be. Oh yeah, let me see you fight Better Be to get the belt, bro. If it's that easy.
I mean, that dog, I'll beat the shit out of Cambosos.
Somebody tell me how Terence Crawford conquered the 47 division. Go.
Because he had all the titles.
Because
Ain't conquer a damn thing.
Time out. Let me ask Boxing Hacker a question. Boxing Hacker. If I'm going around conquering lands, right? And let's say I'm a white man and I'm colonizing.
Yeah.
I come to a town and all the Native Americans, Indians, whatever you want to call them, they're already unalived.
Yeah.
Did I conquer that land?
Unalive.
Did you conquer that land?
Did I conquer that land?
As that, do I take the land over? Yes.
He did not conquer that land. He occupied it. You occupied that land. That's totally different.
Hey,
yo, this guy's crazy, yo.
No, the better analogy is this, right? Let's say it's one guy conquering lands, 2 cents, right?
2 cents.
Ask him another question that makes sense. Ask him another question that makes sense so we can see how hard he goes to derail making any fucking sense. Because it seems like that's what he's gonna do every time.
Let's say it's like the Romans, right? The Romans are conquering like different lands, right? And I have my own empire. I only have one land. And Romans don't conquer.
Listen, you don't even got to make that
and I come and kill the Romans.
Explain how Crawford conquered 154.
I conquered. I gained all the.
You talk about Alexander the Great and Nero and Greek mythology. Nobody give a fuck about none of that.
That means I'm the king.
How did he conquer 154?
Huh?
How did Bud conquer 154?
I didn't say I say he conquered 147, 140.
How did he
conquer champion 154 when he fought Magic?
I can answer that. I can answer it too.
All right, so this is my thing, right? Y'all gonna say he beat Spence, that's fine, but All the other viable names, he didn't
beat
fight.
the nigga that was
What y'all
beating
gonna say
everybody
is,
else.
listen, that what y'all gonna say
Yeah,
is,
nobody does that once. Nobody in the boxing history does that one time. You either every great has either a rematch, trilogy, some type of something with every fighter. Everybody has. Every great has that.
Spence didn't want to fight him.
That's what I'm saying. This is what I don't
When did
like
Ali
about
fight for him in the second time?
One mic,
look,
one
one
mic.
mic,
Let Big
please.
Supreme
Can
go.
we
Let
have one mic? Because every
When did
time I
Ali fight
talk, it's
for him in the
everybody
second
Boxer
time?
Hacker.
Every great
Boxer
fighter
Hacker.
had a
Don't make me
rematch.
put you in timeout.
Yeah, you might have to go on timeout, Hacker. So what I'm saying is this, right? When you look at Bar, right? We're not saying he's not a great fighter. We're not saying he hasn't
I
accomplished great
promise I'm
things.
saying that.
I was just
I'm
gonna say,
speaking for
let's
me,
be
bro.
fair
Listen,
I
we already
promise
know
I'm
that
I'm
saying
nigga.
that.
We
speaking
already
for
know this
me,
nigga
bro.
said
I don't know
he
what
already
Go ahead,
said
Supreme.
What
Go
I'm
ahead,
saying is this,
Supreme.
right? When you look at the other greats, right? They put him in that same tier with Duran, with Leonard, with Hagler. He hasn't done half of the things these brothers have done. So I don't know why we hold him at such a high regard. He's never defended undisputed. He's never fought a live dog in his prime. Like for me, I don't even gotta bring up Snack. I don't gotta bring up the gloves. I'm just saying, like, Hagler fought a Mugabe. He fought a Ray Leonard. He fought a Duran. He fought a Hearns. Where's Bard's equivalent of that? You can't say Spence.
But
He
that's two
fought
different
Porter. Like,
arguments.
where's
Supreme. We're talking about
Bard's
pound for
matchup
pound, though.
against
yo,
a
and why
Duran
can't
level
no?
fighter?
We're talking about pound for pound right now. We're not
No,
talking
listen,
about all-time great.
Bro,
I'm talking
Boxer
about
Hacker,
pound for
let the
pound.
nigga
bro.
finish, bro. Damn.
He
Yeah, I'm
don't
talking
move
about
like a
pound for pound,
champion
bro. Like, look, what
whatsoever.
I'm
I don't
saying
care
is,
which one you
Bard
pick.
with his
Hey,
good
y'all let
guard.
Big Supreme finish.
Yo, bro,
God.
listen
That's
what
I
this
get
spin
it.
do, bro. Like, you really got an irrational hate for Bud, bro. Like, I'm not even a Bud fan, bro. I'm just trying to be completely objective, bro. I'm just saying, Bud, for me, to hold him at that high regard, he needed to fight a Boots. He needed to fight a Tim Tszyu. I mean, in past tense, because now Tim Tszyu is like washed up or whatever, but at least fight a Pandora, fight a Keith Thurman, somebody that, like, people say is a dangerous fighter, is a threat. I don't feel like he's done that one time in his career.
He fought Earl Spence.
Come on, bro.
Don't
Spence was drinking and he got into a
What
car
happened?
accident, gang. Like,
What
let's be
happened?
serious.
Earl Spence
Let's be serious
He
about
didn't do
Spence,
A.
bro.
I like to answer the
Yeah,
question.
what are we talking about? Earl Spence was considered the best in the division.
Spence, no, he was not, bro. It's clear that Spence, come on, bro. You're not going to act
He
like.
was not. He
No, Spence
collected.
was the man in the division for
I mean,
the
Spence
record.
is the man, but what
I'm
I'm saying, he
asking
wasn't the
y'all.
same guy.
Blew
Show me a
from his
platform
eyes
that
for
said
1 week,
Spence
bro.
wasn't
And
the
with good
shit.
He
reason.
wasn't the
But
same guy.
Show me a
that
platform.
night
I'm
we
just
seen a
saying,
different Spence. With that night was not the same Spence that
I'm
everybody
saying
seen.
that
And
his
even and
guard
Victor
is
That's
Conti
not
said that
Terrence's fault.
himself.
Spence, bro.
I'm a big
Victor
That's not Terrence's
Conti
fault.
said that himself. Just to
Hey,
be
okay.
That's
clear.
not Terrence's
So
fault. Left or right. I don't give a damn
So
about
Bud
it.
ain't had nothing to do with that.
Fuck out of here with that
Crawford
shit.
was the better fighter, guys. And that's
He,
why I
bro,
started saying that.
he don't got no Danny Garcia. He don't got no Ugas.
They didn't want to fight him.
Bro, oh my
They
God.
They
ducked
didn't want
him.
this
Why
guy,
did
no,
they
he
duck?
didn't
What
say
They
did
that.
they
ducked.
do?
No, he
Hey,
didn't say
let
that.
me.
Duck somebody.
Wait. Can I?
Look,
He's
look.
one that wanted to fight
Hey,
Bud.
Terrence
Let me
told
land
Danny
my
to his
plane.
face he didn't want the
And
smoke.
I got it.
On a podcast, he didn't
Hold
want
on,
it.
y'all. Hold on, listen. I hear y'all. They didn't want to fight him. They ducked him. Even if that's the case, he didn't fight them though. That don't mean just because you didn't get to fight him, you get all this credit for not because they quote unquote ducked you. No, you didn't fight him, so you don't get credit for that. It doesn't
Oh,
change the fact that you didn't fight them. The reason, cool, but you didn't fight them though.
well, can I say
Exactly.
something? Can I
He
say
still
something then?
conquered the division because he had all
Well,
the
can I
titles.
say something?
The champion of that division, the undisputed champion, was Terence Crawford.
Yo,
For
Rick Champ
May I
is
147.
say
10 seconds to
something?
be said
That's all
about
Can
we
I
have
it.
to
say
say.
something?
Yeah, go
Go
ahead.
ahead,
Well, what I would say to that is you're absolutely right. He didn't fight him. And I always say this. I say every one of those people that you mentioned, Bud would have been favored against him. Now we know the favorites lose all the time. And I agree with y'all that favorites do lose. But we know that they didn't want to fight him. So what's the next thing we go to? We have to go to the eye test. You see what he do in the ring. And it doesn't matter if it was Duran, it doesn't matter if it was Hagler. You can see what the skill set is in the ring. And you would know through that skill set that he's going to have a chance against all those guys. It don't matter which one of them you bring up. Would he possibly lose? Yes, but you know that it's going to be a close ass, tough ass fight for all those guys. And all of those guys, whether it be Ray Leonard or any of those greats, what do they say? They tell you that this guy would be a tough fight. They tell you how great he is. Why don't y'all believe these guys? The guys that you're praising, they praise him, but y'all don't believe them when it comes to Bud. That's why I say it's to me it's like there's a lot of hate.
I got my
No,
own.
no,
That's
no, no
so you
I
are
know
so
propaganda. I know
because
so that's
propaganda over
propaganda. So Leonard and them all them lying when they say how great he is.
there. Absolutely. No, I'm
Okay.
looking at it.
no,
I'm watching the shit.
Oh,
you can't talk to this
stop.
nigga saying when it
I'm
comes to
watching
blood.
it.
That
Hold
like
on,
You
y'all.
can't tell me.
Let me say this. Jason Williams says,
that nigga's
let's
high.
keep in mind, Tank has never unified, not once ever. I'm trying to figure out. So, like, what does this have to do with what we're talking
Tank
about?
fans don't care, bro.
We don't, because
Yeah,
Tank is
they'll-
not saying
they can
he's the
fight the.
best fighter on the planet. He conquered the 135 division. He's not saying that. So what is that? What is the correlation between what you're saying, Jason, and what we talking about? Like, I don't understand why y'all do this. It's very
And you got a multitude of fighters measuring their career off of facing Tank. That's the main reason why he's so relevant, so to speak, because those people keep Tank name in their mouth.
Because they want to fight him.
It ain't fucking nothing. Like, yo,
who called Tank the best fighter on the planet? Who said that?
Some people.
Who
I
said
mean, some people
it?
worship
Tell me their
Tank, man.
name. Tell me
Some
their
people be
name.
worshiping him. Y'all know what Tank
Who
be
said
doing.
that Tank was the
I'm
best?
older than
How he
everybody
worship
that we
Tank?
talking about. Man.
A
He
lot
talking
of
about Haney for
a
the
lot of
last
his
like 2
fans.
years straight,
Y'all
bro.
be lying. Y'all just want to make up stuff to argue. I've never
A
heard
lot of
not
his fans.
Listen, don't talk to me about casual fans saying that. Like, don't do that. That's what y'all be doing. His fans, you talking about the people that only watch Tank? Don't come up here with that. Don't come
Bud
up
is like that. No matter, Bud has over 40
Yeah,
fights.
Nobody
yeah.
said Bud is not like that. But when
Bud
40
is the
fights,
best
and
fighter
we
on
can't
the
name
Stopping
planet.
fights
nobody
for a
great,
long time.
and we can't
Bud out
name
here stopping
nobody
shit for a
great
long
that he
time.
has
Bud is
been
the
Bud
best
is
in
like
fighter.
40
that.
whole
Bud
fights.
is like
Bud
that.
is
But
the
Sin,
best
you know
fighter.
that's not
Hold on,
fair
y'all.
though,
Hold
Sin.
on.
Who else
Bud
Sin,
is
you
talks?
the
know that's
best
not fair.
fighter
No,
on the
What you mean
he
it's
planet.
don't.
not fair?
On
He's
the count
biased.
of
Forty
Because
three.
they
fucking
didn't
fights,
want to
Biased.
fight him, Sin.
On the count of
man.
three, we should all
Dog,
I
start
know
bouncing.
one
stop.
thing:
Hold
Sin
on,
does
hold
not
on.
like Bud.
Bud is the best fighter on the planet. On the count of three, let's all take a bounce.
Yo, you gotta chill, 2 cents. Ain't no bouncing going
And
on over here.
why is it bouncing when we
Go, go,
that's the
go.
thing
2
about it.
cents, you
That's
gotta
what
I don't
makes
even
chill.
know
my
what
person
bouncing
hater.
is.
Because if you say any positivity about Terence Crawford, it's Bounce Johnson bouncing. It's this, it's that. It's fucking corny as hell.
Nah,
That's what it
I
is. That's
mean,
hella corny. Because when you speak some facts,
bro,
no, you nigga, you just said you can't say nothing. You can't. You don't know. There's no positivity. There's nothing good about Bud. I can't talk to you no more, nigga. You're biased. If you ain't got nothing positive, you
Yeah,
can't say
he's
one
what is
positive
that?
thing
What is
about
there
him.
great to
You
say?
just
I'm just like, yo,
it's
what is
pure
there
hate.
great to
It's pure
say?
hate.
Well, then ain't fight after 40
Nigga,
fights, and we're gonna try
the
to
opposite of love is hate.
without
Nigga,
Spence,
you got pure hate. You don't got no love. So you got
hold
pure
on,
hate.
sir. Pardon me, sir. Without Spence, who else can we name that was great? He
Ricky
said Bud
Burns and
Crawford
Victor
said Victor
Postal.
Postal and somebody else, and that they're saying that it's like, do y'all have anybody else? I don't know. Like, I would never go back to even watch either one of them to know that how unimportant both of them are.
And if he beats
Do y'all
Canelo,
have
how great is
anybody
he?
else? Do
If
y'all
he
Sin,
have
beats
I just
anybody
Canelo,
else
I
how
that's
have a
great is
40
he?
whole
question.
earlier.
fights?
Hold on. In my
Sin,
opinion,
I
I
have
said
a
something
question.
Porter earlier. Then you guys
Yes,
shot
sir.
him down immediately. That's
So
crazy.
I'm gonna wait till he's finished.
Do you hear what I said?
So
I
Sin,
said something about Porter earlier. You guys shot him down immediately.
of course they do,
Go
because
ahead.
if Bud beat him, they're gonna
Of
point out
course,
his
of course,
flaws
of
No,
What
course.
they
and
yeah,
say
shot
they're
yeah.
down?
not
What
good.
they shot down,
I,
Vanda?
I,
What they
I ain't
shot
gonna
down?
lie. How is Bud the
Porter,
best
Sean
though?
Porter, the
That's
whole
what I want to
Sean
I
know.
Porter
have a
fight.
strong, memory
I already
of
told you.
Both
He
Bud
conquered three
and Sean
divisions,
Porter
man.
saying that they wouldn't fight each other right before that fight happened, and then that fight happened, and I saw the friendliest version of Sean Porter that I've ever seen in the ring. And that's just what I saw. It was a very vanilla fight that ended the way that I would
Vanilla
expect two
And you
friends.
entitled to your
It
opinion.
was
Hold
a,
up,
it was
hold
a
up.
very
And
vanilla
you're
fight,
entitled
the
to your
way that I would
opinion.
expect two friends to
Well,
set up
somebody
the
else feel the
stage
opposite way,
for a
and
safe
you
retirement.
ain't Johnson bouncing.
Stop
But
it,
Yeah,
see,
Sin.
listen.
he
What I
fought
don't
like
get
two
is,
A
friends
safe
already.
retirement into
Let Big
You're
podcasting
only
Supreme
entitled
glory.
to
finish.
your opinion
yo,
if you go with those
y'all
opinions.
gotta like.
Band up. Hey, y'all let Big Supreme go. Don't
So my
talk
thing is
over
this,
him,
right?
please.
I'm not even like I said. I don't want to mention snack. I don't want to mention the gloves. I'm just mentioning the
But why you keep
competition
mentioning Supreme every time you say
because it makes it
Hey,
seem like you got something
Yeah,
against him
I
and it's
don't,
not.
that's
I don't
my
want to mention
ammo.
it, but
I
I'll
ain't even
mention
get
it
into that.
anyway.
That's the bag.
you
Crazy,
try
man.
Supreme.
Please
Yeah,
don't bring that up
I don't
anymore.
want to mention this. I'm standing on mention it. I don't
That's
want
the
to mention
draw
it.
for an Uno. That's old
Supreme is
spade hand.
tripping. Well, go ahead, Supreme. Finish.
We want to say Supreme. You're on mute.
You on mute, Supreme. We can't hear you.
My fault, 2 cents. Give me a second. Yeah, go ahead, y'all, because y'all give me something.
Let me say this real quick. Listen, y'all. Kudos to Bud. 2-time undisputed.
Thank you.
The best fighter on the planet.
See what we
4-division champion.
That's right. Keep
saying
3-division champion. Undefeated. Could beat Floyd Mayweather in his prime. He should be on the Mount Rushmore of boxing. He's daring to be great, going up.
Who's gonna take off the Mount Rushmore to put him up?
Hold on, saying Iron Cardies. He's going up 2 weight classes to fight out of his prime Canelo. And if he's able to beat Canelo, he should be ranked top 5 all-time best boxers ever that we've ever seen in the history of boxing.
I think Usyk's on that top 5 though. Usyk.
He can beat Bruce Lee. Hockey.
I can see that.
Unbelievable.
Bruce Lee never fought in competition. Hey, Bruce Lee never fought in the fight for fighting competition, so we don't know exactly how good he is.
So shout out to Bud. Shout out to Bud.
Can I say something about Bud too?
Go ahead.
Greg. I was going to say Dondrick, but Terence is actually correct.
You know that thing, Pablo.
We can talk say the Bud hasn't fought a whole bunch of people and so forth and so on. But the reason why Bud is highly acclaimed like he is directly related to his skill set. This is why
the Italian Mafia.
Okay, this is why the fighters of old who are watching fights have praised Bud to the point that he's been at the heights that he's been praised. It's not because of his competition. It's because of his skill set, because that's really the only real measurement that we really have. We only have one really major fight, and we don't play that back and forth and up and down. So
because that's all Crawford ever gave us, Mr. Greg.
Right, I get that. So I'm saying the reason why he's being praised is because Terence was right. It's because of his skill set. Period. You can't.
Okay, I want to mention the highlight of his skill set.
Wait a minute, let me finish.
I just want to ask a question. But yeah, go ahead, Mr. Greg.
It don't matter anything about that we say about Bud. We already know where you stand on that. So that's cool because we all giving our opinion. But that's what it is. It's a skill set.
So I wanted to ask a question in regard to his skill set.
Hold on, Sam. Let me say this, and then I'm gonna let Dean go because he just hopped back up here saying, and that's funny that you say that because I think that's true. But what I'm noticing is I think that people want Shakur Stevenson to be revered that way because of his skill set. But I don't think that Shakur's skill set, in my opinion, is maybe that because people say you got to study boxing to understand Shakur Stevenson's style and his skill set. So he'll never, if I got to study boxing and know boxing, he'll never be revered that way because of his skill set, because it's not I just can't look at you and be like, ooh, look at your skill set. No, I got to know you doing this and you doing that and you doing, I got to know that. I have to, I'm not going to just look at you and you just going to catch my eye and I'm going to see it. And so I think that's the biggest disconnect with Shakur Stevenson, where people think his skill set is so high and so great, but people just can't look at it and see. And then it's not like you're fighting the competition where it could really be displayed. So I think that talk too between with the Shakur Stevenson, and even though Crawford is not fighting the competition, so to speak, where it could be displayed, it's people can look at it and see that it's something different there. It's something special that he's doing in the ring. So that's the difference. And it's the same thing with Devin Haney. People want him to be so revered for his skill set. And it's like, we just haven't seen it displayed against the level of competition where you could just prove that your skill set is just really, really like that. Because us just looking at you, we don't get that.
I mean, I can see it. I don't know.
Now I agree with everything you said.
I can,
right?
You probably see him beating your ass.
Yo, look, Dean came up here.
Like you can really like.
I asked him a question.
You can look at Shakur and Devin tell they're a little bit different.
No, they're not different, nigga. Fuck out of here.
You guys, that's not see it, but
hey, let me tell y'all something.
Those guys.
Let me say this.
Andy Cruz. You can look at these fighters.
Let me say this. Gary Mr. Gary came back, got in that ring and fought his fight, looked sharp, looked crisp, combination punching, dropped the guy. He did it all. And he really showed that it's levels to this. You don't
Gary wanted them too.
When you look at Shakur and Devin, and then you look at Gary coming off a 3-year layoff, you see the difference.
Big
like
difference.
it's right there. It's such a huge gap.
Gary wanted them too.
No.
We
You say
ain't
Gary.
arguing
no
with
two.
Gary.
There ain't no two.
Gary
Why
wanted
everybody
them
talking
too.
over me? Why everybody talking over me? It's such a huge gap. And when after I watched Gary fight, I said, see, you can just look and tell and see. You watch the Zapata Shakur fight, he ain't looking special like that in there. Like
That's
that.
a
Zapata was a
fact.
better opponent than
I
the
don't
person
agree
Gary
with
fought.
that. That's the part
I
I don't
agree with
agree
that
with.
100%.
Zapata was number one that
I
whole
agree with
the
2
whole
cents on that.
division.
Can I say this, y'all?
Let Big Supreme, you finish? Because I'm a
No.
little.
I was gonna say, right? All right. So the reason why I gotta issue the disclaimer, right? I'm not bringing up snack. I'm not bringing up the gloves. I'm not bringing up none of that, right? I'm just saying when you look at the level of competition Bud has fought, you can't exalt him on a level and then say Tank is not there because he hasn't fought the same level of opposition. It's pretty much the same. So my thing is this, right? I can't have you top 3 pound for pound. You have not defended undisputed. You haven't fought a live dog in your weight class. So how are you the best fighter on the planet? And you fight 1 time a year. When you look at Usyk, 2-time undisputed, and he's defended undisputed like what 5 times now, 6 times now.
Heavyweight though.
Usyk will probably
Heavyweight
be
is
number
worse
one
because
right now.
all it takes is 1 punch to get you out of there. So he's fought. He's knocked out Dubois twice. He beat Fury twice. He beat AJ twice. Now I get people going to say, well, he beat the same people 2 times. This is a smaller man moving up to a bigger division.
Yeah.
So I feel like that he deserves all the credit in the world for that. Not only that,
He does.
listen, not only that, he's from Ukraine. He's won all of his belts in a different country. You can't name a fighter that's done that. He won in Poland. He won in the UK. He's won in Ireland. He's won all over the world, basically. Russia.
Yeah.
Like he deserves all the credit in the world for that. And that's my 2 cents on that.
But he's
Let me
that
say
guy,
this.
Supreme.
Hold on,
Who's
Hacker,
not
it's not your
giving
turn,
Usyk
y'all. It's
credit?
my turn.
Big difference between him
It's
and
my
Crawford.
turn.
All right,
Boxing
Dean goes.
Hacker.
Dean go.
Go ahead, Dean.
All right. I think Gervonta Davis is the best fighter in the world. If I was making a list, yeah, we going off accomplishments and achievements. Then I gotta put people careers. I can't be biased at that point. If you asking me an honest list, Alexander Usyk, just like Big Supreme was saying, agree completely. I had to start breaking it down by that. Bud did get undisputed, blah, blah, blah. Bud is also 8-9 years older as well. Whatever. I'm not like y'all fake boxing fans. The greatest fighters we hold all had bad nights. I ain't throwing Tank away because he had a draw. The greatest fighters of all time, they done took L's. You understand? So miss me with all of that. And guess what? Canelo Alvarez, his favorite fighter is Gervonta Davis. They don't call Canelo a fanboy. David Benavidez, his favorite fighter is Gervonta Davis. Y'all don't be talking crazy to him. Noah Inoue said that he think Gervonta Davis should be on the pound for pound list and is still probably the most underrated fighter in boxing. Wow, a top pound for pound guy said that about the young man. It's crazy. Gervonta Davis, from my standpoint, from what I feel, I could be wrong. But I think Gervonta Davis is the best fighter in boxing, period. So at the end of the day, I'm not going to just throw the man away because he had a bad night or I thought he won the fight. So let's get that out the way. But whatever. So that part doesn't even matter. But at the end of the day, I'm not just throwing him away because of that. Nah, Gervonta Davis, because everybody else was a fan of him. Only reason why Keyshawn and Shakur no longer fans is because y'all know why. Or they'll be talking highly of them, and I got the tapes of them doing it before they fell out. So don't tell me that I'm lying. They fans of them too. Devin Haney, fan of them too. Absolutely. Floyd Mayweather, fan of them too. Everybody say he the man, so why wouldn't I think he the best? Everybody want to fight him. What everybody want to fight him for? Why everybody say he the man? If he ain't accomplished all of this stuff that y'all say matters so much, why is Gervonta Davis past them? Why do everybody say he is the man? If he ain't accomplished all that, how y'all know he the man? What we going off of? Y'all know what y'all going off of. Y'all know what y'all
He's good. Nobody said he wasn't good.
Y'all know what y'all say.
Hey, y'all.
Nobody said Tank wasn't good.
Hold on,
If
y'all.
I
got
had a
two-
gun,
hold on,
if I had, hey, y'all.
Hold on. I got two new people on the panel. Thomas Hill, what's up? What you got for the show?
Hey, I'm here to
Hold
hear the
on, let
commentary.
me say, Tank Hay going wild in the comments.
Oh yeah, they hate Tank. They love it.
You see what I'm talking about? You see what I'm talking about?
That's crazy.
He's never fought a current champion though.
Hey,
Y'all
that's
be,
that,
y'all
but
be,
that.
y'all be sure to drop a super chat while y'all hate.
Yo, Hacker,
Yeah,
when's
it's
the
gonna
last
cost
time
to
that
make it pretty. It's gonna
Shakur
cost.
fought a live
This is
champion?
crazy right here. Tank is a media hype job. Listen, your favorite
I
fighter
was
should want to
Crawford
be a
now.
media hype job too. Then
Crawford fits the criteria.
Whoever your favorite
Yeah,
fighter was,
of
they used
a
to be a
media hype
fan of
job.
Gervonta Davis.
all right, hold on. Okay, Thomas Hill, what you got for the show, Thomas Hill?
No, one
Yeah, I
current
was
champion. He's fought
Yo,
135.
Hacker, let Thomas go, bro. Shut
I
up.
gotta put you in timeout, Hacker.
Yo, Hacker gonna hack. You already know, especially when it comes to Tank. That boy can't wait to hate on Tank. I'm gonna say this. I think because of the stuff that is being said right now and the things that we have laid out, it's funny how it only applies to certain folks and it does not apply to others. The same criteria that we say is great for one fighter, let's just say Bud, it's not the same for Tank. Even though, like Supreme said, they pretty much fought about the same level of competition.
Wait, Thomas, I got a perfect example for you, not to cut you off, but I got it just happened today before you came on the panel, right? We was talking about the Devin Haney, Brian Norman situation, and I said boxing Hacker, because they was talking about Devin gonna do something to get out the fight. I said boxing Hacker, because he was scared. I said boxing Hacker. So what happens if this fight don't happen? You know what boxing Hacker said? He said, I gotta wait to see what happens. It doesn't mean it didn't happen because he was scared things happen. And I said, okay. So if the Lamont Roach Tank Davis rematch don't happen, you gonna say he's scared? Oh, that's different. What excuse you came up with, boxing Hacker? Oh, that's different. That's not the same.
I didn't come up with an excuse. I said Lamont Roach was saying that. He is saying that.
So is Brian Norman. Brian Norman is saying that Devin is scared.
Okay, I ain't lie about that.
Well, from the hacker side of things, things are subject to change.
The fight still happened for Brian Norman.
So far,
it's after y'all were saying after Pacquiao the fight be announced. Where's the fight announcement?
I guess they didn't have it. Boxing Hacker, you act like the man ain't got dealing with
legal. So I don't know. Somebody told me it was in a couple of weeks. Somebody said it was August 5th.
Hey, but because of people like Hacker and people up in the chat, I think that Tank just need to silence the wolves, man. He need to go on and get these people in the ring and do them like he do everybody else, so we will get this off, and they'll have to create another narrative, everybody.
It sounds easy.
Oh, it's real easy. Trust and believe. Trust and believe.
All he got to do is beat Shakur, and I'm with him.
Shakur Stevenson can't even punch.
Beat Shakur, and I'm with Tank.
Why Shakur ain't got to beat him? Why Shakur ain't got to beat him? Why it ain't the opposite? That be
I
my
agree
point
with Dean.
with y'all.
Dean,
Why it ain't the
I
opposite?
agree. Dean, I agree, but
all right,
he's got to fight him.
Consistent. As long as
he's got to fight.
consistent.
But how many times does Shakur keep saying he wants to fight him? He keeps telling us.
No, we not doing that, dog.
Let me say this. Hold on. Let me say
Go
this.
ahead,
I'm gonna let no cap go. Shakur Stevenson can't even punch. Can't even punch.
Can I say this before no cap go? Shakur Stevenson came out in an interview publicly saying that he don't really want to fight Tank until his hands is right. And his hands ain't been right for a minute. So we can't say that he's been really wanting to fight him. He just been saying it. Like Dev really been saying it. They have opportunities to fight and they ain't making fights. It ain't just Tank that's not making the fight. They both got to come together to make the fight.
I agree.
I got a question for us. I got a question for us. Sands, do you think he's swinging?
Hold on. Let me go. No cap.
Way more pressure than Tank.
No cap. What you got?
Yeah, man. Well, first I had to say Bud is the best fighter in the world.
Come on,
he was the best fighter in the world 10 years ago.
No
he was
cap.
on the pound for pound list. You
That's
know, he been
cap.
on the pound for pound list longer
born with
than
a stick.
anybody else active
No
in
cap.
boxing. He been on the pound for pound list longer than anybody in boxing. Everybody who was on the pound for pound list when he first appeared on the pound for pound list is out of boxing, but he's still on the list. And he's number one. Alexander Usyk says he's number one. Dimitri Bivol says if they wrote a book about boxing, they should make it about Terence Crawford. he's picking him to beat Canelo. Bud is that nigga. He ain't got that's why he going up 2 weight classes to beat Canelo, because so nobody can say nothing. They can't say you ain't fought nobody, you ain't accomplished nothing, you had all easy fight. They can't after he dismantled Canelo, it's not gonna be nothing anybody can say.
No cap, they gonna still say something.
Now go on with that. Devin Haney is trash, man. You know what I'm saying?
Damn, no cap.
Ain't no cap.
Yo, no cap.
Ain't no
Devin
cap.
Haney
I
is
got a
trash.
question for no cap. Hold on, no cap. This be my problem with you Bud fans. Now, if he go in there and lose to Canelo, can I count it the same way? Like all the praise you want me to give him. If he lose, can I say that he's overrated and I told him not to go up there and he was sitting up there ducking 154? Can I do it the opposite way, my brother?
Yeah, you
Hold
can,
on,
but that's
hold
not gonna
on.
happen.
My boy just said,
You know what I'm
said
saying?
every fighter has a bad day.
It's not happening.
But if Bud has one bad day, if Bud has one bad
band
day,
up.
he's
No, that's not what I
automatically
asked you, band up. Don't confuse the conversation. I'm asking y'all the praise. When any time a fighter gets into a great fight, he got a risk in there, right? If Gervonta Davis fights Shakur, he's risking not being considered the best. He loses something if he loses. What do Bud lose if he loses to Canelo? I just need to know, are we going to keep it as consistent?
He's not going to be compared to Mayweather and none of the great. And if he loses to Canelo, he's not going to be compared to Mayweather.
Exactly.
Okay, cool.
To them if he wins.
No
Okay, I can accept that. I can accept that. That's good. I can accept that. No cap. You a real nigga.
I can almost guarantee y'all band up gonna cry if Terence Crawford gets stopped.
Hey, look,
Yo,
look.
did he ever bet there against?
Hey, look. I ain't gonna cry, but it's gonna be a bad day.
Band up gonna cry.
Oh man, and then I gotta hear. Because then I gotta hear Dean, AM Sports Media. Oh my God, Marty. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man.
I feel like Madrimov already kind of exposed dude, so I don't really need to see nothing else.
Guess what, band up?
I was gonna ask. I was gonna say, did he have a good day against Madrimov?
Hold on, y'all. No cap. Was you finished? No cap. Hold on. No cap wasn't
He
finished.
beat Madrimov though 8-4. So
No
did
cap. You was about to say
Maidana Maidana diminished Mayweather because people thought he lost to Maidana? He had to
no cap.
That's you, no cap, that's saying that.
No cap capping now. No.
Y'all gonna really hear from us if he lose because
he
now we
did.
gotta try to.
But
Now
Roy
we
Jones
gotta
got dropped by that
negotiate
Puerto
with
Rican
Boots.
fighter in his prime. Did that diminish Roy Jones? Was Roy Jones exposed with that southpaw dropped his ass?
Nah, no
You know
cap.
what I'm saying?
No.
Nah, but knockdown,
Somebody
knockdown
knows.
not the same though,
All right.
bro.
Hey, no
If you have
cap.
a gun.
Hold on. I'm gonna let no cap go, and then I got another question I want to ask y'all. And
All right.
Big Supreme, you had something you want to say?
Now I just was saying that a knockdown don't really count because Duran is held in a high regard and Tommy Hearn sent him to another dimension. So it's like I don't get like the double standards in boxing.
Definitely sent him to another dimension.
All right, go ahead, no cap. What you were saying about Devin Haney?
Hey, Tucson, I just wanted to say this. Y'all gonna keep hearing from us if he does lose. I'm gonna let y'all get it all through customs, all of that stuff. Y'all gonna want to say, well, he dared to be great and all that. Because then he's gonna have 3 weeks or 72 hours or whatever to negotiate with Jaron Ennis. You know, because hopefully Jaron Ennis get an interim title shot by then. So hopefully he be fighting by then. And then you know, drop the belt again or fight my guy. I can't wait.
No cap.
Hey, yo, Dean, a question. What if he lose to Nello but beat Boots? What would you say about that? That's what I got to say.
I'll say
that one more time.
I'll give Bud his props if he beat Boots, and I'll say I was wrong.
Nah,
I'll say I was completely wrong when he beat Boots.
Look. What's that? No cap? Or no, it's band up.
What?
That's band up that was talking?
Yeah.
All right, so band up. You sound like Sugar Ray Leonard. He came off a 3-year layoff and fought Hagler, right? Which I feel like a lot of people don't give him credit for that. Then he went and fought Terry Norris, who was a very live dog, very dangerous, knocked out Mugabe, knocked out a bunch of people at 154. So I feel like Bud owes that to the fans. I feel like Like I know people just the era like, oh fuck the fans and we're gonna do it for ourselves in our career. But I feel like a Mugabe, like Hagler when he was undefeated, he took that O, he showed the world he still had it. I feel like someone like Bud that we hold in a high regard, and mind you, I want the same thing from Tank. I feel like Tank should go and fight a Haney, go and fight a Shakur or Mortala, somebody that we
Absolutely.
consider like at least a 50-50, 60-40 matchup. I feel like every person that we hold in high regard, they should be taking these kind of fights. This is why I say like Inoue, Usyk, even Canelo, they are high on the pound for pound list because they continually do this all the time. Bud, with his inactivity and his strategic matchmaking, in my opinion, I can't put him on a pound for pound list, bro. I can't. That's just my logic when it comes to that.
I mean, the all boxes are strategic. It's just Bud was just.
Yeah, I get it, but like when we say that a dude, like for example, right? The reason why Durant and Mr. Greg could like confirm what I'm saying, right? The reason why Durant is loved so much because he went and fought the best, whether he got knocked out, whether it was a draw, whether he fought tooth and nail, he still took that fight. And I feel like the new fighters now, like Bud, they're not doing that. Even Tank, I can't even lie, he's not even doing that as well. But I'm gonna pass the mic on that though.
But let me ask y'all a question, right? Because let's say Bud is really getting quote unquote $50 million for this fight. And this is what I was trying to say, because somebody, I don't know what I was watching, and somebody was saying something about Turkey getting rid of the face of boxing and this and that. And my thing is like, I don't think that somebody being able to generate 20, 30, 40 million dollars is the same as somebody being paid $50 million, right? So to me, when somebody is like, oh, Bud getting a $50 million payday, it's like, so you know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean the same when you hear, oh, this person did these numbers and this and that, and they was able to make 40 million or $30 million payday. Like, it's a different level of respect for the fighter. Do y'all feel like that, or am I tripping?
I think you're talking about popularity. You can say a fighter is more popular than one. It doesn't mean
No, it has nothing to do with popularity. Box.
Well, it does, because the way Jerry is based on people coming to see him fight, right? That's popularity. It doesn't necessarily mean that one fighter is better. No, it's just popular.
Yes, it does.
No, it
I mean,
doesn't.
okay,
I want to ask 2 cents a question.
Adrian is probably more popular than Usyk, but Usyk's a better.
I have a question for 2 cents.
Hold on, Hacker. Hold on. I feel like in no sport, nobody's paid the same. We can sit here and say LeBron James better than SGA, but we see who's getting that check. It's about who's up.
But it's no sport like boxing.
I know there's no sport like boxing, but no, and not everybody's going to be on the same paying level. Number one. Yeah. And I think there's like, it seemed like to me, there's only a high paying level and a low paying level. You know what I mean? It's either going to be one of there. Now, do everybody deserve to be in that high level? No. Does everybody deserve to be in that low level? No. You know what I'm saying? But it just happens to go with the skill and how it plans out. Because we got somebody like Boots that have all these damn fights. He should have been getting paid, you know what I mean, more money a while ago.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
Because he's not popular. So here's the thing: it's popularity,
but his skill speaks for itself. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
In other sports, people, you know what I mean? We don't necessarily got to be popularity. LeBron James is the biggest motherfucker in the world, but he's not getting paid the most in the world.
Yes,
his skills are still there. But
popularity, guys. It's not.
I have a question for
you. Could be a popular fighter, like these Russian fighters are not that popular in the U.S., right? All these Beterbie's and Bizal and stuff like that, they're not that popular. But they're amazing fighters.
So you think that these fighters are making money like that simply because they're popular?
Yeah, you make money because you're popular. Yes, the more people you can drag in.
Why are they popular? Why are they popular?
There's different reasons. Adrian Broner was because of the gift of gab, right? And his comparison to Floyd. Sometimes it's a comparison who you're fighting against. You know, sometimes
that's
the way you
not
fight.
true because Daniel Dubois is not popular at all.
Huh?
Nah, he is popular, bro.
Who you talking about?
Dubois is popular. You bugging?
He's popular in the UK. Yeah.
Yeah, he sold 800,000 pay-per-views, bro. How's that not popular?
Yeah,
but that's not the question. The question is,
so why Tank popular?
Because he was tied to Floyd early.
Hilarious.
There's plenty of people tied to Floyd.
Wasn't Devin tied to Floyd early? Hold on. Wasn't Devin tied to Floyd early?
Fact.
And Devin was one of the highest paid in the division. Yes.
So why is he not popular?
He was popular. He was just not as popular as Tank.
Tank is more compelling than all of them.
Yeah, Devin was probably
why though? I need y'all to answer why.
And he has a specialness to him. You can't really bottle it. You simply have it or you don't. And that's what Tank has.
Right.
Crawford has a specialness to him too, but it's not as compelling as Tank is. That's why Tank is also more popular than Crawford.
Earl Spence was a star. Was he really popular?
Earl Spence should have been
because of what their ties to
Earl Spence was a star, and Earl Spence was popular, but Earl Spence wasn't compelling.
Yeah.
So Mr. Greg, where I'm trying to get at with the question, Mr. Greg, is why is he compelling? They don't never want to give him his credit on the why he's compelling.
Why Badu Jack?
Well, you tell us, Dean.
His personality.
Hold on,
I'm gonna tell y'all, but I was talking to Mr. Greg. But 2 Cent, go ahead. I ain't mean to cut you off, 2 Cent.
Why Badu Jack not popular back then?
I guess he lost. I don't know. He wasn't. But both parties that
because his name is Badu Jack.
No, hold on.
How you gonna be popular with a name like Badu Jack?
Yeah, he was able to follow on TV, but he just never his star never kicked off from there.
Hey, Butterbean was popular.
Huh?
Who?
Earl Spence. If you look at Earl Spence's popularity started from the whole sparring Floyd, her and Floyd and Adrian Brown.
No, the part I'm trying to get at.
That's where
y'all say Gervonta don't fight nobody and all of this stuff. If that is so true, why is he popular?
Because
don't tell me I'm not finished. Don't tell me it's because of knockouts. He's not the only knockout artist in boxing. So you can't use the knockout part because there's plenty of knockout artists in boxing. It's not Gervonta Davis is not singular when it comes to that.
Yeah. So the real reason
why then?
Yeah.
Because y'all never want to give me credit for the why.
Yeah.
Why is he popular?
Here's the reason why. Floyd Mayweather put him on pay-per-view at a very early time.
No.
So Floyd Mayweather pushed him.
I'm sorry.
It was other fighters on those undercards, Boxing Hacker. Did they become popular?
Floyd Mayweather really pushed
it. It was other fighters on Floyd undercards. Did they become popular?
Mayweather Promotions, and Tank is the only star that came from Mayweather Promotions. Tank is the only star.
Hold on. Hey, hold on, y'all. Hold on. Bro, stop being dishonest. Now, I asked you a point that you decided to bring up. You said because hold on, brother, because you cut people off when you know you about to get cooked. You said it was because he was on Tank's undercard. I mean, on Floyd's undercards. Gervonta wasn't the only fighter on Floyd's undercards.
But Floyd pushed him. Floyd would literally come on stage and be like, "He's next."
Floyd is pushing Carmel Moulton. He's not a superstar.
Yeah, but Carmel's still starting though, right? But
Gervonta Davis was a star when he was just starting. Gervonta Davis was a star when he was just starting. When he was at Carmel Moulton stage, he was a star then too.
No, he wasn't.
No,
he wasn't.
That was back. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, 2 Cent. That's where I got him, 2 Cent. That was back when you kept talking to us, Boxing Hacker, about him trying to fight Lomachenko. You fake. You fake. That was back when you was talking about him fighting Lomachenko, but now you want to say he wasn't a star. The fuck out of here, dog. You cook, nigga. You cook.
You come on, Dean. Let him breathe, dog. You know we here to hate Tank. Let him have his moment.
Dean,
you're boiled.
Like Tank's popularity was literally pushed was engined by Floyd. There's nothing wrong with that. But Floyd put him in the face of the media.
Yes, Mr. Greg.
Tank was always a
fighting good. Tank was a good fighter. You know, he did his own part, but it was because of Floyd's push.
Yes, Mr. Greg.
Tank connects with the fans. Don't you understand that? You can't.
You don't even talk. What do you connect to?
Why are you cutting Mr. Greg off?
You cannot buy that. You can push him all day. Tank immediately connected with the fans from the moment you started seeing him. In the same way that Tyson did, in the exact same way. You can't buy that. Nobody can train for that. You either have that or you're not, or you don't. Like there's some people who can just naturally talk and you'll listen, and there's some people who can't. Tank has those attributes that makes him compelling. You see how he conducts himself in the ring. He gives you what you want to see. You see things that you wish you could do. All of those things Tank has. Now, he had a little off moment with Lamont Roach. I get that. People don't want any failures because we take these sports people or our sports
I'm sorry, Mr. Greg.
So you want all of those things happening. And most of today's fighters don't have it. There's only a few who have that certain specialness about them, that certain compelling factor that makes you always watch. And when you hear fighters constantly who are great or could be great being criticized like they do Tank, you understand he has something that almost none of the fighters who are fighting today has. We're not talking about his skill set. We already know what his skill set is. We're not talking about his knockouts. We've seen that. We're talking about how he connects to you on a psychological level. And that's what
now, Mr. Greg, I want to ask Mr. Greg a follow-up question.
I don't know. Say this real
go
quick,
ahead, Suzanne.
Let me hold on. Listen, this is what I be talking about right here. Hannibal says Tank can barely speak.
Oh, Hannibal, big time.
So let me say this, right? Because y'all get mad and y'all say we hate, but we really don't be hating. That's just y'all just don't like our opinion. But I don't say stupid shit like this about fighters.
That only be that only be the Haneyites and the Shakurians.
Y'all remember that scene in
the Koreans? I like that.
Was gangster on Boondocks, and he see the dudes getting jumped across the street, and he say, "What did he do to make
them niggas so mad?"
Yeah.
Do y'all think that got a lot to do with why these guys got channels based off of Tank? Do you think that got a lot to do with why all the fighters in boxing want to have his name in his mouth? Because he has something that you can't get in the ring. You can't get by doing 1,000 interviews. You can't get by calling people out, boxing hacker. You can't get it by that.
Yeah.
Do you think that plays a factor, Mr. Greg?
Absolutely. It's called riding somebody's coattails.
Right.
Let me say this. Let me respond to Jason Williams, who said Tank didn't even talk for most of his career.
Exactly. And that's
now this is coming from somebody who they favorite fighter said their daddy speaks for them.
But that's the thing. His skill did the talk. His skill did the talking in the ring. If you look at Tank's skill, if you look at Tank relative to his body size compared to everybody else, I think that his style and the way that he fights gives the most problems. He shows the most natural ability. He shows the most poise. He's not too frantic in there, and he's always a smaller guy. So, I just, I think it's, and the fact that everybody else that we bringing up, or that everybody else is bringing up, is measuring their careers off of Tank. It's almost as if they don't fight Tank, then it's like, what do I do? How good am I really? But Tank don't say shit about these. Tank don't say shit about these dudes.
He doesn't want to fight them because they're too tough.
Tank is food with a huge price tag. And Jason, other favorite fighter, can't even punch. But Tank is full.
They let Tank beat him. Tank should go and beat him.
But the fact that, dude, I watched Shakur get on Fanon's channel and talk to Tank's coach and say that he was next, then go and fight somebody else next.
He never said
nobody likes to talk about that. And that was live footage. Shakur was on the camera.
Let me say this. I like Shakur.
Most of us were on that same channel.
I don't have a problem with Shakur Stevenson. If he's able to still get fights and make money with the condition of his hands, I applaud that. And whatever level of competition he has to fight to be able to still provide for his family with those hurt hands, and he's still able to perform, that's cool. I'm cool with that. But this Tank talk y'all keep crying about, I want to see Tank Shakur. I want to see Tank Shakur. Yeah. He's obviously not ready for the fight.
What?
He can't even. He doesn't even want to fight till the middle of next year. So his hands.
That nigga hands is brittle. Like, I don't see how he's gonna beat Tank, bro.
The nigga can't even open. Hold on, he can't even open the applesauce for his daughter.
Yeah.
Wow.
Guess what? You guys are the one talking down the fight. I'm saying let it fight.
I'm not talking to down the fight. He can't fight
Boxing
in the
Hacker,
middle of
he
next year
just
because
said
his
it.
hands are messed up. How are we talking down the fight?
Whoa. Hacker, you
he's
just heard
injured, my
Supreme
guy.
say himself he won't Tank fighting these people. Ain't nobody up here said we don't want Tank fighting these
Ain't
people.
nobody
These people don't
ever
want to see a
said
fight
that.
because they know the truth.
Boxing Hacker, when you
How many
ever heard
fight-
me say
how
that?
many fight
When you
fans
ever
really
heard me
know
say that,
skills,
Boxing
but they don't
Hacker?
want to say the
When
truth?
you ever heard 2 Cents say that? Because you about to lie and you pissing me off.
No, sit down, Dean.
When did you ever hear me or 2 Cents when did you hear anybody say that we don't want to see the Tank and Shakur fight?
That Shakur is a tough ass fight for Tank.
How he can't even
Now
punch.
you're stretching it.
Boxing
Now you're
Hacker,
stretching it.
he cannot even punch.
Why did Tank make the
Why are
fight,
you
man?
saying
Let Tank
that,
make
dude?
that fight.
You can't
Why Shakur ain't making that fight? Why it's always one way with you dudes, bro? But when it come to Devin, it ain't one way. Brian Norman Jr. got a responsibility and everything. But when it come to Tank, it's
Devin
just
made the
on Tank.
fight.
So
What
it's
you
not on
talking
Shakur either. Shakur can just say for the rest of his career, 2 Cents, well, Tank just ain't make the fight. I ain't have to do nothing. He just didn't call me.
Hey, Dean, you know,
Dev
is the A side. They better acquiesce.
I'm gonna say this to all the Tank fans here. Y'all should push for the fight.
We do. So why do you keep saying that? Stop lying
No, y'all
on me.
don't. Y'all say.
So when have you ever heard us not push for the fight? I asked you a question.
See the fight. That's it.
When have you ever heard us say we don't want the fight?
I never say you did.
What any piece of content do 2 Cent got? What any piece of content do I got saying we don't want the fight?
Bro. Push for the fight. No, I don't want to hear nothing
How,
about
so
Shakur.
why do you keep saying that as if we're not doing that? Is I'm confused.
I don't give a damn if they fight. I don't care. Like, I know Shakur is. I know Shakur is not
Boxing
that
Hacker,
damn
you're
good.
an honest dude, bro, and that's sad, bro. You're an honest dude. Dude, I asked you a question, bro. You say y'all should do something. Tell me that we haven't been doing it already then. Is there any proof of us not doing that? I'm asking you a question since you
I
said
didn't say
it.
you're not doing it. I said that's what you should do, right? I didn't say you
But
did
I
not
have been doing it. So why are you telling me something I should do that I've been
We don't
doing?
even need to talk about weekends.
Why? I asked you, Boxing Hacker, why are you telling me something I should be doing that I'm already doing?
We don't need to keep hearing, oh, his hands are weak. He can't punch.
He just said that. He just said that. Boxing Hacker, Shakur said that.
We never got Tank versus Devin.
Boxing Hacker, Shakur Stevenson just said, Boxing Hacker, Shakur Stevenson quoted Turki Aliki Ashiki interview saying that his hands was hurt before the fight. He said that is true. I hurt my hands 2 weeks before fighting Zepeda.
Yeah.
What are you talking about then, brother?
I'm gonna say it 100 times. Everybody should push for
Turkey said he's not healthy. Shakur said he's not healthy.
Everybody else should push
But
for
Hacker, did you not hear him on the interview?
Oh my God,
say,
y'all. This is crazy. This is crazy, y'all.
Y'all should push for it.
Why you keep saying we should push for it when we already doing it? You're accusing us as if we haven't been already doing that.
First off, I ain't making an accusation.
You said y'all should be. That is.
That's not an accusation.
Should mean you ain't doing it. Should mean you ain't doing it, Boxing Hacker.
No, it means that's what you should do.
If I tell my kid they should be doing something, that mean they not doing it.
Hold on, Dean. Let me say this real quick because I gotta stop being so loud. But this is what Boxing Hacker is saying. He's saying ignore reality and just say you want the fight. Forget that Shakur Stevenson has said himself he probably can't fight till the middle of next year because his hands are hurt. Forget all of that. Cry, bitch, and complain about you want to fight next, even though Shakur Stevenson has basically said it can't happen anyway because he's injured.
I'm saying,
can you put Gap 2's comment on the screen?
Really saying that. You know
please?
What? I'll tell you all something. Like when it came to Floyd versus Pacquiao, Pacquiao fans were annoying too. But one thing with Pacquiao fans, you could tell they wanted to fight because they thought Pacquiao would beat Floyd. They made excuses about the drug testing. They blame things on Floyd.
Boxing Hacker, did you just read Gap 2's comment?
What?
Dean just made a video saying Shakur should take the fights to force Tank to fight him. Boxing Hacker tripping.
Shakur should take what fight?
This nigga, oh Lord.
Yeah.
You got it, bro.
You got it, gang.
You got it, gang.
He's up here for that. This dude's an energy vampire, yo. I'm telling you, he got a shrine with all y'all faces in it.
What you got?
Yeah,
What you
I'll
got for
say
the show,
yeah,
big
the
dog?
fight should happen, man.
Oh Lord.
That's all I'm saying.
He loves stressing motherfuckers out, man.
We don't make it like a devil.
Big dog Willie, what you got for the show?
Yes.
Yes. What's going on? What's going on? Yeah, I'm just listening to you guys' conversations. That's all. I'm just thinking about you guys say Tank that I'm not gonna get on him too much because I have an issue with Bill Haney right now. But if Tank is supposed to be this A side, he should do what his predecessor did, as in Canelo, and actually as of Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather went to you and gave you a contract. Tank doesn't do that at all. So if he wants to be that dude, I mean, you can't rely on the guy who's underneath you as the B side to always chase you. You got to give that person a contract, and that's all what it comes down to. It Tank has to do that. I'm not saying Shakur doesn't have no responsibility, but Tank is not doing that at all, and that's what I see. He fights people he wants to fight. He fights his mandatories. But I mean, the top people in this division, I'm really.
So what's Shakur's responsibility, Big Dog Willie?
Huh?
What's Shakur's responsibility?
Shakur's responsibility to keep winning.
Shakur's responsibility is to get
Is
his
to keep
hands
winning.
so he can.
No, you got to be. No, I'm just saying. Shakur's responsibility
So all
is to keep
Shakur
winning.
got to do is just fight whoever, and that's cool.
No, he fights mandatory, right?
Guys,
He was going to fight. Hold on. He was going to fight. He was going to fight.
No.
So who the top guys in the division Shakur fought?
Hold on,
Shakur's the champion of the division.
He's top guys that Shakur for.
So is Tank.
I'm finna have to mute all of
He
y'all.
been the champion longer.
Listen, the first thing Shakur Stevenson needs to do is get his hands together, y'all. The man can't even make a fist. Do y'all see when he holding the microphone? He can barely hold it. And I'm not hating. I'm being for real. His hands look messed up, y'all. I'm curious how much longer he's even going to be able to fight for real. Because let's think about it. When has his hands ever been healed? He tells y'all after every fight his hands are injured. He tell you before every fight his hands are 100%. He tell you after every fight his hands are injured. How long has that been going on? Which is leading me to believe that, did you really get surgery? Because it seems as though your hands are never healed. It's starting to seem like your hands are always hurt, because before the Zepeda fight, he was 100%. Now, allegedly, you hurt your hands 2 weeks before the fight. Now you're out to the middle of next year. Y'all, this is serious. I don't know if Shakur Stevenson will really ever be able to face top competition. The man cannot punch. Go back and watch the Zepeda fight. He was literally slapping with the side of his fist in that fight.
I mean, Floyd had bad hands and he became 50
We talked about that before.
Well, he's not Floyd, damn it.
Go ahead, Mr. Greg.
I mean,
I was saying we talked about that before about his hands, and I said then that he's really being mishandled, because I remember his grandfather was saying that his hands have been damaged for quite some time and they didn't do anything about it until recently. So how many times did he fight with bad hands before they even did anything in the first darn place? And now he's at this level where he's fighting, and each time after each fight, he either gets injured in training or he goes into the fight with bad hands and then injures them more. So I agree. You can't fight Tank when your hands are bad. I don't care how much we want to see the fight. We're not going to see a good competitive fight coming from him if he's already in there with bad hands. You can't fight Tank. He's not a power puncher in the first place. So he has to be the consummate boxer and outbox Tank if he even stands a chance of winning. But you're not even going to do that if your hands are messed up.
Tuesday, can I ask a question after Mr. Greg?
Let's see it. I'm still the same mindset. Let's see it.
So
that's what I'm saying, Boxer Hacker. You just
Never mind. Yeah,
I agree with, because we talked about that.
Shakur's hasn't messed up his entire career.
Hold on, Mr. Greg. Go ahead.
No, I was just ending it up when we talked about that before, about his hands being messed up, and here we are still. Hands are still messed up, and that was I believe that was 3 fights ago that we were talking about the first time.
His hands messed up his whole career, guys.
Exactly. Can I ask y'all a question?
He's
It
going
came
from
the amateurs.
2 cents.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Dean.
It's funny how everybody talk about what Gervonta need to do. Shakur just put out a list of people he want to fight. Ain't none of them a unification. Nope. It is Lamont Roach, who Gervonta is fighting. So y'all be saying who the man don't fight, but everybody wants to fight the people he fights. That don't make sense. But what I talk about responsibility is y'all about to literally let Shakur get away with what y'all the different standard y'all hold Gervonta to. Y'all talk about unifications and what you want to see. Well, Shakur Stevenson said he want to fight Gervonta Davis, which is a fight for both of them. Lamont Roach, who Gervonta Davis is fighting, is not a champion or none of that. And then he want to fight Andy Cruz, who is not a champion or none of that. But let Gervonta Davis say that same thing. Oh, he all unified. So when I say to y'all, what's the responsibility? It's funny that none of y'all have brought that up.
Man. Okay, but here's the problem with what you just said. You didn't tell the whole story
problem
again.
because that's what Shakur said.
You didn't tell the whole story. He wants to fight Mulatala, or however you say his name. Mulatala doesn't want to fight Andy Cruz. He said, all right, if he doesn't fight Andy Cruz, he'll fight Andy Cruz. But his number one choice is Mulatala. He said that Mulatala should fight Andy Cruz, and whoever wins, he'll fight the winner. That's where the Andy Cruz conversation came from. Remember that because
he came out and said he wanted to fight Andy Cruz.
Andy Cruz is ranked number one.
Remember that. He want to fight Godzilla. He want to go.
Shakur want to fight Tank. He's been saying Tank is a fight that he really
Y'all say Tank need to do stuff, but the second person on the list was who Gervonta Davis is fighting. But Tank don't fight nobody. I'm confused, dog.
Hold on. He said that just in case he won.
He said he only wants to fight Lamont Roach.
No, that's not what he said. I got Shakur Stevenson tweets book. I got his tweet bookmarked where he said last week, quoting Lamont Roach, that he want to fight Lamont Roach. And he's been asked about Lamont Roach before that and said he want to fight Lamont Roach. You see how y'all try to let people you see how y'all get up here and lie? You see how y'all do that?
You know you don't like clicking links, right? Listen. Like,
bro, I don't want to hear it, dog.
He only wants to fight.
I don't want to hear it, dog.
Obviously, Lamont Roach is.
Shakur Stevenson said Lamont Roach the fourth best lightweight in the division. So did Keyshawn Davis. They both said.
When did they say this?
What do I have to do anything?
When did they say this, Dean? He's not competitive.
Let me ask y'all this, and this applies to any boxer.
When did they say that? Okay.
Hey, yo, this applies to any boxer. This question: if a boxer throws 200 punches and only lands 11 of them,
yeah,
do you call him a great boxer, or is that what you would assume is a great boxer?
No.
What's that?
Accurate. I'm asking the question. It's a yes or no question.
I said no.
What have to do about anything?
Let me ask.
This referred to a statement earlier that Mr. Greg was talking about, and somebody said something before Mr. Greg said it, but Mr. Greg was talking about skill set and Crawford. Band Up was up here, and it was in response to Band Up, but unfortunately he's gone right now. But I just wanted to just get that out there because that actually happened in the Madrimov fight. Crawford threw 200 punches, 200 more punches in Israel Madrimov, and only landed 11 up to 200. So I just don't find that to be the mark of a great
11 or 200.
I don't understand.
That's one of the many. That's one of many criticisms.
11 or 200.
11 or 200. So,
check the stats,
look at the CompuBox.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's some weird stats right there.
Yeah, let me ask y'all a question. If somebody lands 300 punches on you, are you a defensive wizard?
How many punches did they throw? If they threw 1,000, yes.
It doesn't matter how many punches they threw?
Yes, it does matter.
I mean, does that really?
If they threw 1,000 punches, they only land 300. That's a pretty good stat.
I mean, I'm kind of trying to figure out what does that have to do with anything, because I see people who get hit with a lot more.
How fast were the punches?
It's just a question. I'm just asking a question.
Yeah, a lot more than less punches.
No, that's absolute no. 2 cents. That's
No,
an absolute no.
that's not an absolute question. You have to look at both fighters. Who's the other
It's an
fighter?
absolute no.
You got a tackle that you never
Wait,
addressed.
hold on, because y'all trying to add in all this extra irrelevant information.
It's
No,
not.
she's trying to insinuate something about Shakur and
I didn't say
Zepeda.
anything about Shakur. I didn't say that. Y'all are just making up stuff. I said if a fighter lands 300 punches on you, are you a defensive wizard? That's
It
the
depends
question.
how many punches were thrown.
You don't need to add
how long.
anything else.
Yeah, it depends how many punches are thrown to. If
What
you
you say,
throw
Mr.
2,000
Greg?
punches,
What you
only
say?
like
I would say
300.
no.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where this is going.
You get
I would
hit
say no
three,
too.
you get hit 300 times. No, you're not a defensive wizard.
Crazy.
Wait.
But Mr. Greg, they threw 1,000 punches, Mr. Greg.
I don't care. You get hit 300 times.
Let me ask
Who got hit 300 times?
No, you talk
Mr. Greg.
It's a hypothetical question, Big Dog.
Mr. Greg, with that same question.
I know, but I know where you guys are going with this.
Boxing hacker. Let Mr. Greg talk. Go ahead, Mr. Greg.
What Houston said, if you get hit 300 times, are you a defensive wizard? No. No, you're not a defensive. I don't care if you threw 1,000 punches. If you got hit 300 times, you are not a defensive wizard.
Okay.
I mean, really?
Okay.
You don't have.
Times is crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
No,
Hey, yo, but Hack, you never
I'm trying to figure out where this is about.
Tell me he threw 3,000.
Okay.
He hit him 300 times. You had to have thrown 3,000.
Your corner should be trying to stop the fight if you're getting hit that many times.
Yo,
Mr. Greg,
I don't know.
But Mr. Greg, what if they're not? None of them are clean.
Okay,
What if they're not clean?
let me get into because I started the kind of question. I want to just give out a scenario.
Hold on, because they are clean. This is what the other punches you didn't that you got hit with. It was other punches you got hit with that weren't clean, but there was 300 clean ones landed. Mr. Shelton.
Well, if it was clean, but I want to see these clean punches then.
Hold on, bro.
Who got hit 300 times?
Listen, guys.
I don't know what
I think she's trying to insinuate somebody. Who got hit 300 times?
See, y'all so worried about. This is y'all problem. This is why y'all comprehension skills is off. The question was, if a fighter, this is the question. There's no other context. If a fighter gets hit 300 times, are they a defensive wizard? No.
I said not necessarily. It depends. It depends.
You have to know how
it depends.
I said no cap. Can you hear me? No cap. Big Supreme, what you think if Big Supreme, no cap. This for y'all. If a fighter get hit 300 times, are they a defensive wizard?
It depends what they did in the other fights.
Yeah.
What you mean?
What you mean? Answer the question.
Go against the offensive wizard, and the offensive wizard was just better than a defensive wizard.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that if you get hit 300 times as the wizard, that means the offense must have been better than your wizardry.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, that's if they.
Can I give an honest? Can I give an honest answer? 2 cents.
I think you'll give me an honest.
Can I throw something out there towards that? I think that hell no, because most boxing matches do not go towards most fighters don't throw 1,000 punches. So 300 is kind of like a high percentage when you thinking about anything underneath. You know, if you ain't throwing 1,000 punches, then you get hit with 300 of anything, it's going to be counted against you in most cases. Now, granted, if they're not effective punches, if they don't stagger you, stumble you, anything like that, you also have to count that as well. So, you know, like, because some people could hit just 25 times and rock your world every single time, you know, so, and that could weigh out 300 ineffective punches. So, either way, getting hit 300 times, hell no, I don't think that you are anywhere near any form of wizardry.
All right, Blaze P for P, what up? What you got for the show?
Oh, just chilling. Earnhardt meant when he was talking about the 11 out of 200, that Bud landed 11 more punches than Madrimov in that fight. So I think that's what the CompuBox numbers were.
Nah, that's not what he ain't land just 11 more punches, but it was actually in efficiency, Madrimov outpunched him by a good percentage. I want to say nearing 10%. Like, it was a high percentage and it was noticeable. So that's why I paid attention to the CompuBox numbers. And when I seen that Crawford threw 200 more punches and he was struggling to hit him throughout the fight, And I just thought that was just unreasonable for the level that we were holding dude to. And I just seen the whole fight was kind of staged for him to win because he came out last and he was a challenger. And we just seen Pacquiao just came back as a mother. Pacquiao was more prestigious than Mario Barrios by far, but Mario Barrios came out second as an active champion.
Sure, Mario came out first.
Nah, he came out second. Sure. Pacquiao came out first.
I could swear he came out first.
Oh, I don't know, but maybe I ain't gonna lie. I did eat some shroom bars that night. I might be saying shit back.
I can't remember. But I don't know if he came out.
Nah, I swore that Pacquiao came out second. So yeah, hold me to that. Hold my feet to the fire. If I got that wrong, but I know that Crawford should not have came out first in that Madrimov fight. And when I knew that when he came out, he should have came out first. And when he came out second, I just kind of see it like, oh, they already setting the stage for he ain't got to do much to win this. And he struggled to hit that man for 12 rounds. And I thought that he was going to mop the floor with. I thought Crawford was going to mop the floor with him, which was very high thinking for me towards Crawford. And he let me down.
So you have a bad night. You have a bad night. That's a
I feel like that was the real Crawford. I feel like that was the real. He missed a snack dosage, and he looked exactly as average as he normally is.
They're going to hate. They're going to hate. I knew it was coming out. They're going to hate.
And miss.
I mean, Crawford outlanded. I'm looking at the punch stats now. He outlanded Madrimov 7 rounds.
Yeah, he threw way more punches.
They were even.
I don't think he outlanded, but he might have. But I know he.
Looking at the shit now, like. It ain't that
again, man. I went.
He beat Madrimov. He beat him pretty easily, though.
I watched that
not easily, bro. He got out punched.
Crawford.
He beat the dude.
Israel was way more.
Boxing scored by rounds. He outlanded him. I'm looking at the punch stats.
Madrimov was way more accurate and efficient.
They landed 8 punches. So what? So the shit is scored by rounds.
Madrimov put out the blueprint to beat Crawford. All you gotta do is throw feints.
No.
Did you see when he hit that man? I'm sorry, I got just one more thing to lay out. He hit that man 5 times in a row with no setup, no jab, no fit. Like this was no illusion. This was at will. He hit this man 5 times in a row in the fucking face. Is that a defensive wizard?
Well, no one said Bud is a defensive wizard.
Nobody said Bud is a defensive wizard.
He's not a defensive wizard.
I would just say, what's Canelo going to do to him? If Madrimov
we'll
did that
see.
to him,
we'll see, Sen.
I'm gonna be there.
We'll see, Sen.
That's what people say with Kill Brook. Busted Crawford eye.
I mean, nah,
Kill Brook busted Crawford eye, made him bleed.
We'll see in September,
Look what he did to Earl Spence.
Crawford always got a way to win now because he got Turkey and Victor. So he always got a way to win. We're not going to ever rule that out.
Fantastic.
We're not ever going to rule that out.
Great hating right here.
Hold on. Let me.
It's a permanent asterisk in a long time.
Let me get my 2
It's a permanent asterisk on his whole career for that reason. On his whole career, but as long as he's been with Victor.
Hold on, I don't want to have to mute y'all, but let me let Blaze P for P get his 2 cents, his final 2 cents actually, and then we're gonna go around the panel because they've been on here for about 3.5 hours. I'm about to hop off. Blaze P for P, what's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
All right, peace panel. Thank you for having me on the show. Even late. Yeah, my 2 cents is this, man. I got my Bud tickets, my nosebleeds. I got to find me some good binoculars. I got me my hotel reservations at the Luxor, half a mile from Allegiant Stadium. And I got my plane ticket, so I'll be there for Bud versus Canelo. But I would just say this. I watched the Bud and Madrimov fight several times. And, the biggest takeaway that I got from that fight was just him coming in at 154, him being in limbo with Spence, preparing to fight for 147 for the longest before ultimately the rematch clause was just terminated. And then him fighting a Madrimov that showed him, it gave him a look that he didn't have on tape. Madrimov fought totally different than his previous fights. If you go back and watch Madrimov's previous fights, then you watch how he fought Bud, it was totally different. And so it took some rounds for Bud to make the adjustment. About the 7th round, Bud pretty much had that fight pretty much locked and was in control throughout the rest of that bout. And so, yeah, that's my 2 cents. I just look forward to seeing this Crawford versus Canelo fight. I'm super excited. I'm rooting for Bud. It's not a lock for him to win. And so I'm just really looking forward to just going out there and enjoying the experience. And I'm landing my plane right there.
All right, Blaze, P for P. Thank you for coming up, giving your 2 cents for the show. Boxing Hacker, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Yeah, salute to you too, Sam. Great show, as always. Although there's a lot of cap here, like I said before, like people keep saying that Devin is trying to get out this fight. We've never seen Devin Haney try to get out of a fight before, and I don't expect that to change. I think they're the ones who wanted this fight. They even said they wanted to boost fight prior to this. At the end of the day, you gotta say that Devin Haney has a big heart. Like the kid, whether you say you think he's skillful, he's not skillful, he's trash, he's a jerk, you hate his dad, whatever. The kid has heart, And
Why does he have heart? Why does he have heart?
Because he always tries to go out and fight the best out there. He goes out and tries to fight the best, and that's what he's been trying to do. And whatever fights have been made,
Hacker, what I tell you about that trying stuff on my panel?
What are you talking about? Sometimes fighters don't want to fight him. It's not his fault if fighters don't want to fight him, right?
No, I don't want to hear that. You're not trying to do
it is what it is. Like, but he goes out there and tries to fight the best. And I think you guys look at these guys one way, but remember, these guys have been doing this their whole life. So what you might think is a difficult fight or he can't win, they've been doing this their whole life. They've been competing their life is literally competition after competition. So the way they look at other fighters is just more competition. And I think people ignore that. As far as this whole snack episode, I think people are just going off the deep end. There's nothing wrong with saying, "Hey, you should get tested." I don't think it's a weapon. You can't weaponize testing. Testing is good for boxing. Testing is good for boxing. And regardless of how you all feel, if you feel like Victor Conte can beat the test, well, guess what? A lot of fighters can beat the test, but you know how you stop fighters from beating the test? You know how you stop Victor Conte from beating the test? Make it 365 testing.
Then why is only one fighter signed up for a boxing hacker?
Well, because that's a question. More fighters should sign up
Victor
for
Conte been in boxing for 20 years, and he got 2 people to sign up the whole time. Sound like a scam to me.
No, hey, guess what? More fighters should sign up for it because guess what? It's hard for anybody to beat it. Nobody can cycle. Nobody can microdose. If it's randomized testing throughout the year.
Scam boxing.
So I think we have to keep these things in perspective, before we start all the hate, but anyway, salute to you guys. Have a good night, everybody.
Shout out Boxing Hacker. And I mean, this is just my thing though. Like, if 365 testing was the answer, why nobody doing it? Like, y'all got to think about this. If Victor Conte, and I asked Victor Conte this on Manager Marty panel, he ignored me and ran off. I said, Victor, if all this you talking is the answer, how come nobody is doing it? If you can't get the promoters to do it, you can't get the managers to make their fighters do it, you can't get your own snack fighters to do it, how the hell is this the answer? You've been in boxing 20 years talking about this, and 3 people done signed up. That don't sound like a scam to y'all. That don't sound like a front to y'all. I'm just asking. This is the answer. This is the remedy. 365 testing in this sport will be clean, but only 3 people done it. Thomas Hill, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Yeah, I just wish that we would keep the same energy for everybody. I think that we need to apply the standard to everybody. Unfortunately, that's not the case. And unfortunately, it's whoever we like, we're going to go against those who are in opposition to them. Dean brought up a fantastic point to the hack one. The hack one refused to answer, but remember, one man's exhibition was another man's legacy fight. Let that ish sink in. Also, if you tired of going up in shows on panel, hopping up on panels, having the host cuss you out and talk all over you and not let you get your words off, disrespecting you, come on over to 2 cents and go on and help on the panel. You can get your bars off and you won't be judged harshly. Look at the Boxing Hackers. You guys have a beautiful night. Hopefully we'll see each other tomorrow.
All right, shout out Thomas Hill. Sound like he was on an airport runway or something. What you got going on? Sid Ironheart, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
I guess I'm gonna leave just with some good old Crawford hate. I mean, I'm just gonna say, you know, the man's soft as wet cake. I don't know how anybody can see it. Um, Calling out Canelo seemed to be a safe way to duck everybody else, and I don't know who we would erase off of Mount Rushmore to throw him up there after he beats Canelo. Because I personally don't think that Canelo is like the guardian to boxing greatness. From what I last remember of Canelo, he got his ass whooped by Floyd, proceeded to get his ass whooped by Erislandy Lara, and then went to Golden Boy to find tailor-made fights for him, went on a European world tour, even said that he was not going to fight other Mexicans, and went on for years to prove that. And now that he's been met with Bivol, you know, he's made Bivol a star. We've been watching Bivol ever since. And I just think that he doesn't have a lot of places to go to where he kind of had to fight more dangerous fights now. But Crawford was the easiest fight, and that's why he readily took him over Benavidez when he first said he first had no interest in the fight, but out of nowhere, we're waiting for it. So at the end of the day, I just feel like this is, you know, a match between two of the biggest hype jobs in boxing. So it is epic at the end of the day. And I'll watch it if somebody else buys it. But aside from that, it is what it is, man. Great show, 2 Cent. Appreciate y'all having me.
All right, Terrence, best videos. What's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
A couple things. With regards to Madrimov and Bud, I mean, first of all, Madrimov didn't come to win the fight. That's clear. He was the bigger man, right? Bigger than Bud, so he should have been the aggressor, and that's what Bud thought he was going to do. And had he been the aggressor, he would have got knocked out, and he knows that. That's why he fought in that cowardly way, or whatever. So that's all I'm going to say about that. As for Shakur, the biggest attribute for Shakur is IQ. That's his biggest attribute. And watch, you're going to see that he'll find a way to win that fight. And if y'all are so concerned about his hands, you should be pushing for this fight sooner than later. You don't want his hands to get even more brittle, do you? Let him. Yeah, wait. Why does that make no sense? 2 cents. If you're so afraid of his hands, you want him to fight more fights.
It's words, y'all. You afraid of
you want. Yeah, you're afraid of. You're saying that he shouldn't fight because of his hands, right? 2 cents. And if he fights more, he's gonna ruin his hands more, right? So shouldn't you be pushing for the Tank fight sooner than later?
No, I personally don't want to see you fighting a fight when you can't even punch.
So when will he ever fight Tank? So should he retire? I'm confused right now. Should he retire? Okay, so you would rather for the retire than fight Tank. I get it. Well, I'm asking you, when should he fight Tank?
When his hands get better.
So he said he's gonna fight in the middle of the month, right? In the middle. So why can't they fight next then? I'm confused. So his hands would be better then, right?
They want to, but I don't think his hands ever be better. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. I think he be lying. His hands is never better. Your hands aren't hurt okay before every fight and then hurt after every fight.
I understand. Let's assume you're right, but why? So you don't want to see the fight because his hands are not good then. So if his hands are not perfect,
he can make the fight. I'm just saying, what kind of fight do y'all think y'all are gonna see?
He's gonna beat Tank. I don't care. His IQ is so good he'll find a way to win.
So
that's all I can.
Tank without being able to make a fist. He that good.
He's gonna do the same thing. What he needs to do to win the fight. I'm telling you, 2 cents. I know it. He's gonna find a way to beat him. That's his IQ. Okay. But that's all. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say for tonight. Thanks. Good show. Catch the next one. Take care, 2 cents. Take care, panel.
Listen, y'all, Shakur Stevenson is so good. He can rope a dope and shoulder roll at the same time. He gonna be able to beat Tank Davis without having to throw punches. Like, this shit is crazy. No cap. What's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Well, I ain't get a chance to speak on the Devin Haney shit with Bill.
Go ahead.
I'm about to put the nail on the coffin with this shit. See, I gave Devin Haney the benefit of the doubt and Bill about the Victor Conte situation. I even defended Victor Conte, like, man, It's been 20 years since he did this. Maybe he turned over a new leaf. Maybe he really wants to clean up the sport. But you know, it's like an episode of Perry Mason when they in the courtroom, and at the end of the episode, the guy just ends up telling on himself. You know, it's just what Bill Haney did with this damn shit with Brian Norman, because they both agreed to the August. He's doing VADA testing anyway, random blood testing for 16 weeks. I mean, damn. Most people doing it 8 weeks. 16 weeks random blood testing. Then he goes to say, sign up for this 365 VADA or we go stop the fight tomorrow. Which is stupid, because even if you signed up for 365, that don't mean they're going to test you the same day you sign up, or they go test you the same week. It's only a week away from August. Week and a half. So how do you know they go? What are they going? How do you know they're going to come test them before August 1st?
Exactly. And somebody wrote in my chat that he got tested before he went on vacation, allegedly.
But how do they know when he signed up he gonna get tested while he out of time? What they saying they can come anywhere in the country. How you know they gonna test you if it's year-round testing and it's random? How you know they gonna test him while he out of town?
Facts.
Right, while he on vacation before August 1st. How you know they gonna get that tested?
Facts.
Unless y'all got some inside plug where it's a setup situation. And I don't. And Brian Norman Jr. should definitely pay for USADA and get his own testing done, because they probably are going to tamper with this shit in the lab. They tainted something. Now I believe that they tainted Ryan shit. No, because when I watched Ryan, they looked like no super steroided up dude. He looked at the work. He looked like trash to me. He was tired and shit, gassing out. He looked slow. He didn't look like no unbeatable force.
The worst
you know
I ever seen actually, besides his Rolly fight.
Yeah, so they done told themselves with that, because it's like, how y'all go tell somebody to get tested because you don't want to make sure they cycle off? How you know they're gonna come test them when he sign up before August? That's rant. Like, how you know how y'all so confident y'all gonna test them before August 1st?
That put a little bit more merit to the conspiracy about the security guard rubbing something on him or something.
That's exactly what it is. I mean, I think they failed at that. I think they tried to get his shirt off so they could rub that on him. That's why he was trying to pull his shirt off him. But you know, it is what they scared to death because they know what time it is. They know, but they can't get out of this one though. It's the end of the road for Devin Haney and Bill Haney. And Bill, he ain't got. It's all Bill's fault. I want Bill Haney to know it's your fault. Your son will never be on the Rushmore of boxing. It's your fault. Your son gonna have brain damage. It's your fault. This nigga ain't gonna be respected in boxing, in the boxing history. It's your fault. The undisputed belts ain't gonna mean shit. The house of cards is crushing down, and it's all your fault. You gonna have to live with that, you bitch ass nigga. That's all I got to say.
All right, No Cap. Shout out No Cap with a very, very strong message for Bill Haney. And listen, No Cap made some good points. And before y'all go running around crying in y'all live streams tomorrow, this is just people's opinions. People are allowed to have their own thoughts and opinions, come to their own conclusions with the things that they see. It's okay. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion over here. It's no right or wrong unless you boxing happen. Mr. Greg, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
I'll try to be quick, but I got a lot. Let me start with the age of PEDs and steroids and performance-enhancing drugs has returned. It's here to stay. It's much more complicated. You have a panel, a group of well-known trainers who are endorsing Victor Conte. You're going to always have certain amounts of suspicion. It's going to taint some fights and not so much with others. And after a while, we'll just get used to it. We may always say something about it, but it's going to be a part of boxing. What Bill Haney has done is what Bill Haney does. He's not going to change. He's going to put a cloud over fights when his son has to fight. I believe, however, that he is concerned about Devin taking punishment. Devin is probably going to take some punishment if they actually, and I believe they will, fight Brian Norman Jr. It's not going to be good for him, and most of it is his fault. That's how.
Can you hear me?
Huh?
No, I was asking if I could hear me.
Oh, okay.
Want to
So
tell?
that's what I feel about that. The fighters that have a degree of specialness to them, again, as I say, Tank, Bud, in a way, Eustace, to some degree, even Bevo. They have various degrees, but that separates those fighters from some of the other fighters who are also good fighters. But you have to have X factors. And when you're seen as being something special, that's because you have it. And you can't always define it, but the fans feel it because they connect to you. And that's one of the things that most fighters chase after. If they don't have it themselves, they'll attach themselves to a fighter who does have it, in the case with Tank. So you have to look at those aspects of a fighter when you make your judgments about them, give your opinions about them, because it's not always the level of competition. Sometimes you can fight okay competition, but you can see clearly that your skill set and your abilities far exceeds who you're fighting. So I'll just leave that at that. Getting hit with 300 punches, I don't care how many times, how many you threw. It's about you getting punched in your face about 25 to 27 times per round. And if they're clean punches, that's a lot of punches. Just imagine you getting just hit with straight jabs 25 times each round. Your nose gonna be bleeding, your eyes gonna be closed. If you're getting hit in the chest, you're gonna start getting tightened up in your chest, etc. Or if they're hitting to the side of your head, you're getting tapped. No, anybody who thinks that you are a defensive wizard getting hit 300 times within a fight doesn't really understand what's going on. And you've got a corner who sees you've been hit already. Let's just say half of that. You've been hit 150 times, and the fight not even over yet, and you still got another 150 times to be hit. If your corner is not starting to stop that fight, you need to stop it on your own, because apparently your people are not looking out for you. You're getting hit that many times in a fight. I've come to believe, I'm starting to believe that there is a way that Bud can beat Canelo. Now we can say Canelo's not the same, and Bud ducked boots by going up to 168, which doesn't make sense to me to say that's a duck. You're going up to a higher weight class to someone clearly who still has it. He's only lost officially twice. When he first started, he had 30 fights when he lost to Bud, and then down the road when he lost to Bevo. We can debate whether or not that Laura fight was a loss or not. The difference is he's still a force to be reckoned with, and Bud going up to 168 to challenge him is not a duck to me. And it shouldn't be seen as a duck because you're fighting somebody who arguably has a better way of winning and has won more than Boots has. And Boots is at 147. So, we could argue that. And sometimes it comes down to whether you like this particular fighter, whether you like Bud, whether you like Canelo, etc. But that's not a duck. That's a big leap. It may prove to be a bridge too far. I still don't mind that he's taking it. If he gets beat, you just, you went up and you weren't good enough to beat that guy at 168, period. So you get whooped, whether you retire after that, whether you win or you lose. I think he's going to retire. I don't know. But if he comes back down to 154, which is kind of crazy to come back all the way back down after you really develop yourself and build yourself up properly for 168, doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I think about what Roy did when he worked with Maxie Silstein. Perfect 200 pounds, perfect muscle, perfect weight. He was done very well. And to take all of that off to go back to fight Tarver did some damage to his body that he never recovered from.
Yeah, that never made no sense. Why didn't he go back to like cruiserweight or something like that?
I have no idea.
Yeah, that's probably something he always gonna ask himself, because that didn't make no sense.
He damaged his body badly. Even though he won the fight the first fight with Tarver, you saw how he didn't look good when fighting Tarver. I mean, that was a little.
But you know what's so crazy? You know, hindsight. You know, they say 2020, right? Tarver was on steroids.
I was about to go to
So
that.
even though he did upset him and knocked out Roy, he was on
Yeah,
steroids.
I was about to go to that.
All right, go ahead, brother.
And so I was going to say, Roy was a special fighter, and what he did to his body affected him. Now Tarver coming up, and it's always suspected Tarver had, even then before he actually got popped with it. It was some questions about Tarver and steroids for some time, and it proved to be at least a real rumor. Whether they didn't catch him on the Roy fight, all three of those fights, but when you do something like that, when you develop yourself that well, you don't turn around and come back down, particularly in combat sports, and do what he did. I don't know whether Tarver got in his head so badly or whether there was some enough money offered, because I don't know what the money was for those particular fights. But nevertheless, you don't take away some of the things that you have, the attributes, and when you're building upon them, you don't give them back to come back and fight a guy in a division that you already left. Tarver had missed his chance to fight Roy previously because Tarver had lost his fight. He got knocked out of it, got his jaw broke. So, the things that fighters do, you don't quite understand a lot of the times, but a lot of times they make really bad decisions, and it shows up. And that's what happened to Roy, in my opinion. I'm glad Jab Queen is not here because she don't like you to criticize Roy, which I wasn't trying to do. Overall, this has been a once again interesting time to hear the boxing hacker talk about Shakur. Shakur has bad hands. I want to see him fight Tank, but I don't want to know he's already going into a fight with a handicap. Now, the handicap can be you just not good enough to beat Tank. I can go with that and see if you can find a way. And that's one of the things that special fighters can do. They'll find a way to win. But you can't find a way to win when both of your hands been messed up for previous fights and you've never got them better. And he's already has told you he needs to have his hands at optimum, operating conditions. And I don't think he'll ever get back to that because they never did address this issue properly, in my opinion, many fights ago. Now you got an operation and you still got some problems. No, you're not going to get any better, but that's just my opinion. I could prove to be wrong, and I hope I am. But I also don't think Shakur is that special. I don't think he's special at all. I think he has great skill sets, but I don't see that special X factor in him. And that's where the problem is that he and Devin Haney has. Devin probably could have been developed a little bit better, but you see who he's stuck with, and he's going to stay with his father, and I understand that. But that has been a handicap, in my opinion, to him, how he's being trained, how he's being prepared, etc. So he's never going to be seen in my opinion, as a fighter who's a special fighter. He should have been able to find a way if that was in him. If it's not in you, you can't be that can't be trained into you. You got to already have that. So that's kind of how I see what we've been talking about today. And I'll land the plane, let Supreme come in and hit you with some good stuff, and I'll be just stepping back to listen.
Yeah, before you leave, Mr. Greg,
I
seen a comment. I want you to confirm or not. A lot of people might not know, but wasn't Tarver addicted to crack cocaine?
Yes.
So from what I know from Tarver, which probably is the reason why he went so hard in the Roy Jones fight, he was addicted to crack cocaine. He's seen Roy Jones accomplishing a lot in Korea and Olympics, and Roy actually gave him the motivation to get clean. So I think that's an interesting tidbit on that rivalry.
There was the rivalry was also because Roy wasn't even considered at the time that they were amateurs, because Roy was down here a couple of times working with Ray when he first was getting himself to getting started, but he wasn't considered the best in Florida. Tarver was at one point. their rivalry was pretty deep because Tarver talked his way, as you remember, into the fight in the first place after Roy beat John Ruiz. But the problem though is that he was supposed to fight Roy at light heavyweight, but Tarver lost his previous fight. I can't think of the guy who Roy.
Wasn't it Hopkins that beat him?
Huh?
Oh, that was later.
No, that was later. Tarver
Okay.
got his jaw broke. That's when Tarver was, really calling himself the Magic Man and so forth and so on. I can't think of the name of the fighter right now, but he beat Roy, and that's how Tarver. I'm sorry, he beat Tarver, and that's how Tarver lost his chance.
So hold on, let me get this straight. So Tarver was on crack, and then he seen the success Roy was having in boxing, and he got clean. And then when he
cleaned
fought,
himself up,
he
yeah.
cheated him.
Yeah, he cleaned himself up, which was a great thing.
But then he said Roy inspired him, but when he fought Roy, he cheated him.
That's what it looks like.
Wow.
Once you, I think, have that problem where you get addicted to drugs, because see, crack is an addictive drug psychologically. It's not like heroin. Heroin gets you addicted physically. Crack is psychological, which is why crack was so much worse when people got addicted to it, because that's why they had to go to rehab multiple times, because you have convinced yourself that you should sell your child.
No, I think it was Glenn Johnson, right? He beat
No,
him by
that was
decision.
that was after when Tarver lost that last fight. That fight.
Nah, because didn't Tarver lose by majority to Roy, worked his way back up, then fought him again, then he knocked him out?
Yeah, when Tarver got the first fight with Roy, because Roy.
You might be talking about Eric Harden then. That's what you might talk about.
It might have been when
I think it's Eric Harden. I think
I know Tarver lost, and it might have been Eric Harden. I just know Tarver lost and got his jaw broke.
I think it was him.
That's why he didn't get that fight with Roy when they were both, strong at light heavyweight.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I was just saying, when you start using drugs like that, it changes how you think. It changes your behavior, and you don't always move away from using drugs, even if it's, in this case, steroids, because you have some self-doubt that a lot of the times you don't get rid of, and that's what leads you to to cut corners and try to get an edge and things of that nature, because he believed that he was going to beat Roy when they did get that first fight, and Roy pulled it out. But Roy, like I said, Roy was handicapped because he had come back down after all that good work of going up to heavyweight and looking so good. So, but that's what Tarver did. And then, of course, the rematch, you saw what happened to Roy in the second round. And nobody's never seen Roy look like that. Even if you look at those two rounds, you see Roy was doubting himself. And he could feel in my opinion at least, he could feel that he was different. He could feel his body wasn't like it should be. That confidence that Roy had when you see him going in the ring and so forth and so on, wasn't there. And, it's a recipe to get knocked out the way he got knocked out. And then Roy didn't really have a superb chin in the first place. But
yeah, he always a little bit chinny.
Yeah, you never got a chance to really touch him. But it was always that feeling.
What's the Dominican guy name that he fought that was giving him a lot of trouble?
Lou Dalval?
I think so.
Oh, the one that knocked him down?
Yeah.
Lou Dalval.
In that fight, I think that kind of exposed that he was a little chinny.
And Lou was a sparring partner of Roy.
Yeah, so that gave him extra confidence too.
Yeah. And it was his sister, who was also a fighter, who actually convinced Roy to give him the fight. So it's always some things happening behind the scenes that help or hurt, depending on what takes place of a fighter.
See, Mr. Greg, I feel like you need like your own segment, right? Because you got a wealth of boxing knowledge, right? Like these are like conversations I felt like we should be having on the panel. Like, for example, right? A lot of people might not have known that Tarver was actually addicted to crack cocaine, and he had to go through rehab. He had to convince himself that he could get to that level. Then seeing Roy Jones reach that gave him the confidence to go and move on in his career, right? So these are the conversations that I like to have, because these are little known stories that the average boxing fan might not know.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So instead of talking about Haney all day or talking about Shakur or talk about Bud, like these are very, very important like stories that we need to know about as boxing fans, in my opinion.
Yeah, and when you think about the things that boxers go through, some of the great fighters, I'll tell you, Ray has told the story. Ray actually was going to fight at 140, and he was supposed to have gone to the Olympics sooner than he did, and he actually quit. Readers, he tells you that in his book, so I'm not revealing a secret or anything, but a lot of times people don't know that sometimes the guys who rise to great heights had to go through some things as well psychologically. And in this case, Ray actually quit. You know, things like Tarver, even things with Mike Tyson. Mike was a little crazy, but they all go through a number of psychological changes, and they had to really fight self-doubt and things of that nature. Sometimes life is not good for them, but a lot of times we don't see that, or we don't even know that if we don't know some of them and we haven't been around them, or they don't reveal it. We only see the finished product. We see the guy who's in the ring. We see the guy who gets some fame, the troubles that they have because they got fame and money too quick, but we don't see what was going on before all of that happened. We don't see that. And I think it always can be inspiring to anybody to see somebody before they got to where everybody can see them shining. It's just like going to college. We see you when you graduate and when you become a doctor, lawyer, dentist, engineer.
Exactly, but we don't see them sleepless nights,
eating
studying,
at night, working 3 jobs at a gas station, a warehouse to pay your tuition, getting thrown out, have to sleep on somebody's couch, et cetera, et cetera.
That's a fact.
Those are the stories you really need to see, because that tells you what's inside you.
And that's the reason why Buster upset Mike.
Yeah.
Because didn't Buster his mom's died at the same time?
His mother had died before the fight, and Buster had lost a number of fights. So the take on him was that he was a quitter.
Mm-hmm.
The loss of his mother was also a motivating factor for him to win. And
the crazy thing is, right? Not to cut you off, right? But I feel like Mike went into that fight and thought the same thing. Like, all right, this dude is a quitter. So after the first knockdown, probably was thinking, I got this guy out of there. But then once Buster started fighting back and actually not backing down and backing up, I think that messed Mike up psychologically.
Well, Mike went into the fight kind of messed up too, because he was having personal issues. He wasn't training like he was supposed to either. So you just don't always know what's going on behind the scenes in a fighter's life. I mean, if you've been around fighters enough, and I never fought professionally, but even at the amateur or even at the sub-amateur level, you don't know what's going on in your home. You don't know that you got to walk to 3-4 miles to get to the gym because you don't have enough money. You don't know all of those kinds of things. And so you really have to be 110% committed to that life to be it. And you may not still make it, but what you do develop, I think, at least for me, you know who you are. You know what you're willing to do, and you tend to learn to depend on yourself. And that sometimes is all you're going to get. You might not get the, championship fights, and you might not get, even becoming a professional, but you may learn how to take care of your body a little better. You may learn a lot about yourself where you can go into some other kinds of areas of life where you'll have that kind of confidence that you need. Because to get in the ring with somebody who's determined to take your head off your shoulders or separate you from your senses requires a degree of heart. That's why you find a lot of guys will tell you, I went in the ring the first time and I found out, no, this ain't for me. That's real honest of them. And then you have other guys who keep trying and get their brains beat out, so to speak. or if they take you to different gyms. I think 2 Cent was talking about they now have to go to different gyms, which is great actually, because you see a lot of different styles that you don't see in your own gym, and you also are making a name for yourself when you move around, because now people tend to know you. Other fighters get to see you, and you may see your rival when y'all were just starting, and y'all know each other. If you go to the Olympics, and then you know each other as you become pros. So those are the kind of things that are good for you as well. So I always think what happened, from my generation, a lot of guys who was great street fighters and so forth, you had good trainers and so forth who pulled you off the street, many times saved your life because you're in the gym. Things a lot like that are good things that can happen for you as well, even if you don't become a pro. But maybe you now are alive. Maybe you can go to college. Maybe you can go to a training school. Maybe you learn a trade and become good there. But when your confidence is built up, it's built up because something of substance is actually happening to you for you to have that confidence. And those are good things for any man. You become a little more disciplined, a lot more disciplined for some. And so you got to look at those attributes and
Yo,
those.
speaking of that, Mr. Greg, can you speak on what's my man name that got knocked out by Mike McCollum in like the 5th round? And he was supposed to fight Leonard, and he was suing like HBO. He was like a storied amateur.
Mike
No,
McCollum.
it's not honey. It's not Honeygram. It's Donald Curry.
Donald Curry, yeah.
Yeah. Can you speak on like his decline, because it seemed like he fell off a cliff when he was on top of the world?
A lot of the times you don't get proper medical care because there was a time that the knowledge of doctors, and of course, if you don't have enough money, you're not going to get the best ones anyway. So having good doctors who understand uh, brain trauma and things of that nature that fighters have is very important. If you become if you become a great fighter, if you become a good fighter, it's imperative that you at least be aware of those doctors that are there in case you may need them. Um, but I think what I know, I don't know a whole lot, so I'm not going to pretend like I'm so knowledgeable on his particular case. I do know that he didn't get great medical care, and it's probably because he didn't have the money. Those kind of doctors who deal with brain traumas and things of that nature, they're expensive. And fighters don't always have insurance. And when you do, it's very expensive because, insurance companies know, okay, we're taking a huge risk with people who are in combat sports. So a lot of those things play a part in what happens to you after you're no longer fighting. Do you have enough money that you or you're able to put away money? Were you able to take care of yourself? I mean, I look at Terry Norris. The only reason why Terry Norris is really able to sustain himself a lot better than he normally would have,
I think it's
because
his wife, right?
well, he's with his wife, but they sued Don King,
Yeah,
and
they did.
did get some money. They got 7 million. So
Mm.
that in itself, and his wife stood strong with him. So he had somebody good in his corner that he was married to, and
You
he
know
does.
what's interesting about that, Mr. Greg?
Mhm.
Because when I look at James Toney, Donald Curry, Terry Norris, like they all attributed like their brain trauma to hard sparring, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
Then I look at Danny Green, Danny Garcia, excuse me, Danny Garcia. He
Mhm.
said that he doesn't do hard sparring because I guess they asked him a question about his chin. They said, you have a very good chin. He said, look, when I'm preparing for a fight, I do light sparring. I do no dog matches, no 10 rounds in 5 minutes, none of that, right?
Right.
So I find it curious that he was going through suicide and depression as well. Can you speak on that?
You said depression.
All right, so like you said, like you got a Terry Norris or James Toney. They
Mhm.
said that their brain trauma was exacerbated by the hard sparring and stuff like that,
Oh
right?
yeah. The
But on the flip side, Danny said he doesn't do hard sparring, but in spite of that, as a boxer, he still felt his depression and he still felt suicidal. So, do you want to like speak on like that aspect of boxing that they don't like people don't really
What
talk
I
about?
would say about that is a lot of times, as you know, the testosterone in us as men, you get into that machismo when you're in, even in the gym, to prove that you're the king of the gym. Um, you start sparring hard. A lot of guys, even Ali, a lot of what happened to Ali was because of how they were training. I mean, they was doing some hard training. I mean, he training with sparring with Larry Holmes and guys like that who can punch. So a lot of times you sometimes can come into a fight damaged because of the what you was doing in sparring. A lot of times you have that self-doubt. You doing all this hard work in the gym to prepare yourself, and sometimes fights fall out. Sometimes when you're supposed to get paid, you're not getting all your money like you were supposed to. You've been promised this amount of money, but you didn't get it all yet. I look at situation with Bernard Hopkins when he signed with Butch Lewis. For he was supposed to have been getting 1.5 million. Bernard says himself when he testified before Congress, he only saw 150 grand of that money. That can take a toll on you too psychologically, because why are you doing all this work, but then you're not getting the money you're supposed to? You get depressed because you've done give so much of yourself where you're not with your family, your girlfriend, your wife, your children, and you will question, is it all worth it? And sometimes you feel that it isn't, or you lose a fight that you think you should have won, and sometimes you're right, but you done did all this work, you go to the fight, you did your best. Sometimes you was actually out and out cheated, or they stopped the fight too soon, or the judges were, I don't know what they were looking at. That plays a role in how you feel too. You get depressed about that because if you lose a lot of times, it pushes you back. And maybe you get another fight, but maybe you're getting less money. So it's all of those aspects of being a fighter, but you still got to be able to live. Let's say you a lot of people are depending on you. Your mother, your father, you got maybe a couple of brothers and sisters, maybe you got a wife and some children. That pressure is there too for you to perform, and this is the only thing that you do. And maybe you're not that good with money. Maybe the only money that you want to have is the money that you get from getting fights. Maybe you already in debt. Went to your manager, you went to the promoter and said, listen, I need you to front me X amount of dollars. And then, okay, they do it, but now you already in the red. So you got to take fights sometimes, and sometimes they're hard fights that pay very little than what you was used to getting, but you got to pay somebody back first of all. So
See that's I like that you said that, right, Mr. Greg, because I was talking to Cash Crypto the other day, and I mentioned that Roy Jones said that he did a favor for Mike McCallum. He said Mike
Mhm.
McCallum was facing some financial trouble, and
Right.
that's why he fought him to get him out of debt.
Mm-hmm.
So I was saying that maybe Pacquiao came back not because of love of the sport, maybe because he's facing financial issues, right?
That's
So
what I was feeling.
that's what I think as well. So now what I wanted to say is, what do you feel like about Tank? I'm just talking about mental health and talking about like he feels like I'm not saying that there's demons inside him that he has to conquer, but he feels like that he can't go to therapy yet because the fighting spirit will be killed. Can you speak on that?
Yeah. Some people feel they need to have that drive. Sometimes that demon, as they would call it, is what also drives them in the ring. Mike had demons. That's what drove him. His demon was actually fear, but he overcame it when he got into the ring. But he always had that fear, but you didn't see it when he was Iron Mike, when he was destroying you. But that was what's driving him. Was what was driving him was the fear, and a lot of fighters have that. And if you in debt, like I believe Pacquiao probably was, because he was taking care of so many people. I mean that entourage has to be paid for.
MC Hammer.
Yes, Hammer felt guilt too. Hammer felt because he was successful, he needed to take all these people and keep them on the payroll, even when they weren't touring. Um, so a lot of times, how you conduct yourself doesn't have to be that you out here carrying on and acting a fool. Sometimes you just carrying too many people who you taking care of, and you don't have enough coming in for what's going out. And it may look like you buying a lot of stuff, but I know he was talking about he was buying cars, but he was buying old cars. The problem, though, when you even do that is if you're trying to restore them and build them up, you have to insure them. You got to have some way to garage them. So that can get into cost. And I'll just use that as one little part of how he was spending up money. Let's say you made 30 million, but then you bought a $25 million house, and then you want to decorate it, but you forget that money that you brought in, you still got to pay taxes, you still got people to pay. So you really don't understand how your money is supposed to work, because most of the time people come into into any kind of industry, be it sports or anything else, and they don't have enough knowledge about how money works. And that's unfortunate.
See, that's another great point, Mr. Greg.
Yeah.
And I want to add this to what you were saying, right? So we know, right? Most of boxing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Most of the boxers are from impoverished, disenfranchised communities,
Right.
broken households, no father figures. So usually these fighters grow up, like you said, Mike Tyson, he had that fear. Tank, Duran, Ray Leonard. I believe Ray Leonard was I believe he was molested as a child, right?
Who?
Ray Leonard that said he was molested as a child?
Arrested?
Molested.
He says that I have because we grew up in the same area,
Right? Yeah.
know some of the same people, etc. The person that he doesn't name them, who was a boxing trainer, who was in the men, everybody knew who he was.
Mm-hmm.
So when I saw that in his book, I'm like, I don't want to say the man's name because he's gone from this earth. Or we said, now this shouldn't have been, and that's why we were sort of disappointed with Ray's book, because it said everybody knew who this man was, what he was about, and he didn't try to hide it. So we're like, okay, how you put yourself in that position where suddenly saying you molested when everybody knew what this dude was about? But I don't want to get too deep in that. But those are some things like that has happened to other fighters though in other parts of the country, but in that particular incident it was like I got the feeling that whoever was helping him write the book just told him to put it in there in a way that would generate interest by the book in this case. But you come from, a lot of fighters do come from humble beginnings. A lot of them came out the jail systems. A lot of them probably, like Bernard, Bernard was in jail
for 7 years, right?
16 to 7 years. He was in the penitentiary. So
yeah, that's what I wanted to dovetail into, Mr. Greg.
Yeah.
I got one more question before we close it out.
Sure.
The reason why I mention that is because I feel like this is the reason why someone like Bob Arum, was a district attorney, someone like Don King, who was a hustler from the street, they came into boxing and they understood and realized that there was a lot of impressionable young men that they could mold and take advantage of. Like these dudes are coming from the projects, they're coming from the hood, they're in the boxing gym for majority of their childhood. They're not in school reading, nothing like that. They don't know nothing about financial literacy stuff. So I feel like that tradition hasn't changed in boxing. So I feel like this is the reason why, like, when I see certain fighters make certain decisions, I don't rush to judgment. Yeah, we troll on a panel. We might clown a Haney or Shakur or somebody like that. But I'm not gonna down a fighter for trying to maximize their earning potential, because this is an unforgiving sport.
Oh, absolutely.
Like what we were talking about, right? The hard sparring. But like, for example, Lester Martinez, he was set to fight this week, but he's been having a chronic headache issue. And they were saying that they had to check it out and not sure if he's gonna be able to box anymore. Like, this is a very great young prospect, but he's suffering from headaches, and we don't know what his family situation is, his living situation is. So I felt like these are the kind of conversations, the topics that we need to focus on as fans before we just rush to judgment and clown the fighter for not taking a fight or sidestepping a dangerous opponent. Like, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. Because all of the grace and experiences went through it.
Hearing that's a red flag that you having that, particularly in the sport where you're getting punched in your head a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Same
He's
thing
having
with
headaches.
financial literacy. If you don't learn this stuff at home before you get any money, a lot of guys don't go come into this game and get lucky and don't even have a checking or savings account. Don't even know, haven't even had a starter credit card. Probably this is the first time that they had $1,000, let alone $100,000, $150,000. So a lot of times, all the stuff that you've always wanted, that you see in magazines or you read about or you hear about, you tend to want to get all of that stuff right away because you don't think you'll ever get a chance to do it if you don't do it now. So you don't have that discipline and that understanding of how money's supposed to work. You might not get a fight again for another, let's just say another year. So that one paycheck that you did get, or that one purse that you did get after everybody else got their piece of it, is all you got to live off in the beginning. You don't have any other businesses. You don't even have, sometimes, a lot of times, I think Marty has said, and it's true, a lot of guys still have a job, along with fighting. And at one point, do you remember Frankie Lyles? He was I believe he was super middleweight at one point.
Yeah, I remember Frankie Lyles.
Frankie Lyles, even after he became champion, still had to keep his job for a minute because the fight purses he was getting weren't that big. So imagine a lot of the other fighters who don't even get a title. They fight, of course, but they still working at the shipyard or working at the warehouse because they have to. You're not
Yeah, that's why Michael Nunn was still on drug trafficking.
Yeah. And
after being a champion.
Sometimes you get silly. I believe what was his name? Ricardo something. He was an Olympian. He came out the same time with Bajado. He gets caught, with a couple of keys. What is Ricardo's last name? But they were both very talented. Bajado was just lazy. Ricardo, his boys talked to him and listen, take that money, we go ahead and flip it on the street, blah, 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 blah. And it almost always goes bad. If you coming off the street, I don't care how much money you was getting off the street, and you decide you're going legit, this is what you have to do all the way around. You got to tell your guys who's on the street, this is what we're doing now. You're going to be with me. We ain't doing that no more. And to give them an actual task that has to be done that's going to further you, because you the hustle right now. You trying to do this boxing thing, and if we're going to grow, then everybody has to work in union. But you got to have that mindset. You can't be trying to play both ends. It's just like if you get busted, you go to jail, you get out, or you decide to stop doing something. You can't be back there on the corner because now you're trying to change your life. So that means you also got to change some of your people that's around you as well. And a lot of guys get stuck. They don't want to be seen as, oh, now, you better than me, and now you don't
was it Ricardo Williams?
Yes, Ricardo.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. So a lot of guys, and not just black guys, Latino guys, white guys who come from these environments, who may have a little shine, get a little shine in boxing, or may have been out in the street, or may have been, doing their own thing that was not necessarily right either. Find themselves jammed up, or the people that's around them. Sometimes you can have people who doing things, but they still with you. And sometimes when things go wrong with them, it can also go wrong for you as well if you with them. And you have to be able to have that kind of mindset that once you make a decision of how you're going to move forward, what you can't take with you, because you can't take everybody with you. And you can't.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned that it's not just about black and Hispanic men, because Tony Sims, right, the guy out of UK.
Mm-hmm.
I dug into his past, and apparently he was arrested for money laundering and drug trafficking in the 90s. And this is a guy from the UK at that. So it's like, just because you got a white fighter, a guy from Ireland or a guy from Wales, that doesn't mean that they're not involved in some kind of criminal activity.
They being the same, they being
the same thing.
As us. And it don't.
And it's so funny, right?
Huh?
Yeah, I was gonna add on to your point, because there's an Olympian named I think it's Hassan Dustmatov.
Mm-hmm.
Right? He's like a 2-time gold medalist. He fights at minimum weight. He's from Kazakhstan, and there's a video on YouTube of him getting into not a fight, but an altercation with another guy, and his friend pulls out a gun. And if you see this guy, he looks like he's clean shaven, looks young. His boy pulls out a gun, and he does it so casual, and it looked like they was in front of like a pub or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just saying to myself, that's crazy, because this is a guy you wouldn't even think that's involved in any kind of criminal activity. But his boy pulls out a gun, ready to shoot the guy, and he tells him, "Nah, don't shoot him." And he calms his guys down or whatever. But I thought that was interesting, because I was watching the Olympics last year, and I won some money betting on him. So I'm like, let me look this guy up. And the first video I saw was him stopping his friend from shooting somebody. And I was like, damn, that's crazy, because you would think that it's only the blacks and Hispanics, but all over we see it. Like Frank Warren, he got shot
worldwide. And in the in those,
what's this girl's name? The one that just beat Amanda Serrano. What's her name?
Katie Thomas.
Yeah, Katie Taylor. Her father was shot.
I think
her father was shot in Ireland, of all places. So these things happen everywhere.
If people don't know their history of the world, Ireland, particularly when the Irish Republican Army, when they was beefing with the UK, that wasn't no joke. These people were serious, and
very serious people.
It was very serious, and in the UK, in Ukraine and Russia, and some of those Eastern Bloc countries, those dudes. The stuff that happens here in the streets here, this is nothing to them. The way they have to go to jail, these jails over here are soft to them, because this is the kind of hard life that they come from as well. So when we see them, for instance, Triple G, what people don't know about Triple G is that he was deeply involved, he and his brother, in gang activity in his country. But people don't, they just saw what was happening in the ring. So when we see these guys, you don't never know what their backgrounds are. We don't never know what they're coming from or what they're trying to move away from. And so I'll always respect any fighter, whether they're a good fighter, a subpar fighter, or rising to superstardom, because a lot of times I either have an idea, depending on what the country they're coming from, or I know of them in some way, or sometimes I know them or know their people. So you just never know what's going on out there. And this is just for boxing, but it also has seeped into basketball, football. It seeps into the business world as well. I mean, you got guys who are upstanding business people now, or have great careers in corporate America and so forth, that have come from humble beginnings, and also came from where they just didn't get caught when they was doing stuff out here in the street. But the people who know them know what their reputations was at that time, And if you live to be, I guess, as old as I am now, you have enough birthdays, you see a lot of stuff, and a lot of stuff that you also have done yourself. And that's where some of your experience will come from, and whatever wisdom you may accumulate if you're smart. Okay, I used to do this when I was this age. I saw what it did. Let's stop this. Or you might have had to even pay a price. You just never know. A lot of times there's guys that has talked on some of these boxing channels, some of the older guys who I don't see almost any of them anymore. But, when we talking like we talking now, you reveal little things about your past. I mean, I've talked about, when we was talking about Crawford, what happened to me with the feds and all that, back years ago when I was young. But how I was brought up and how I had learned to think early, if I'm out, if me, you, and somebody else, we out here, and maybe I'm not the one carrying this or carrying that, but I'm with you. I know that you got it on you. I know what kind of problems you might have, but I'm still there. I'm still with you. So I'm seen as one of one of the guys who doing stuff. So when things go wrong, you already know you're gonna have to bear that weight as well. And once you got to go through that, get through it and come out on the other side, you've learned, okay, no more of this. We can't be moving like that. And so when you start boxing, particularly when you start boxing, a lot of those elements are around you. A lot of the hustlers and gamblers and dope shooters, sellers. The fast life is right there in front of you because a lot of people are drawn to that particular sport as well as basketball or the music business. So you see that element has always been there. That's not just new. That's always been there. And so it's easy if you one of those guys that get a little shine, get a little money, everybody talking about you, that you're gonna be like I would say honey to bees. The women gonna come around you, dudes gonna come around you. They're gonna try to hang with you, be on the entourage, depending on how much you grow.
It's interesting because didn't Sugar Ray Robinson create the term entourage?
Yep. Sugar Ray Robinson took an entourage all over the world with him.
What you think about Shakur saying Sugar Ray Robinson was trash?
It was
Didn't fight any good fighters.
Pure ignorance. That's all it was. A lot of times, young guys don't have a sense, particularly in this generation, don't have a real sense of history. They've never read anything about Sugar Ray Robinson or the life or the conditions in this country at the time that he was fighting. They don't have a clue that his amateur career trumps their whole career, amateur and professional. They have no idea the depth of the man's talent, and they don't have any idea of the conditions of this country. This man had businesses up and down. I can't think of the name of the street, but it was in Harlem. Had a real estate business, had a nightclub, had a restaurant, had some apartment buildings, or was it a warehouse? But he had a number of businesses, and he wanted to be in show business. And of course, just like James Brown, he knew how to make the money. He didn't know how to make it work and keep it. Because James Brown, I know I'm segueing, was buying radio stations. But what he didn't know is radio stations, like magazines, just like newspapers, are advertising driven. That's where the revenue comes from. And you got to have people go out there and find advertisers, but you also got to have ratings, or you got to have circulation. So those are some of the other things, the skill sets that you have to learn once you're trying to be in business. You might be a great fighter, but a piss poor businessman. And it's because you don't have the skill set and you haven't bothered to learn. It's a whole different discipline that a lot of these guys. So you hear guys pounding their chest about having a promotion. I'm a promoter, I'm my own boss. Shut up. Because if you did, you would have the funding. You would be able to put on your own fights. You'd be able to finance your own fights. Usually it's vanity. It's a way to maybe pay your promoter may pay your promotion company, and that way if you're set up well on paper, how you can keep more of your money. But again, you still got to have skill sets, and sometimes guys don't want to take the time to learn it because they're good with this. Having to read books, having to do paperwork, having to understand that is a whole different discipline. And that's why you have lawyers and accountants and public relations people, because that's what their skill set is. And that's what they do. As far as with boxing, though, it's a dirty sport. It's a hard sport. It's a heartbreaking sport. We still love it because it appeals to our basic instincts. Most of us can never fight like that. Most of us don't want to fight like that. But we do admire guys who have the heart, the will, and the skill to go in that four corner circle and perform like they do and come out on the other side. And hopefully, when their career is over, they'll be like, say, Ray Leonard, living in a wonderful house, has his senses. You can still understand him when he talks, um, has a good life. And then it could end up turn out be something like Vince Phillips. When his career was over and he had a belt for a minute, because he's one of the first people to beat Costa Zoo. But after his career was over, he was trying to get jobs at gym. As a matter of fact, he tried to get a job with Freddie Roach, who gave him a chance for a minute, but then the girl said he touched her. So he lost that opportunity. So I think he's been in and out of jail. So you never know what will happen to fighters after they've done all this work to get there. When it's over with, were they prepared for that? A lot of times you got spotlight. Ray used to get the spotlight, so that's why he kept retiring and come back, because you get addicted to the attention as well, especially if you've seen it something special. And it wasn't just the money for him, and some of the others too. Ali loved the spotlight, and he was good at it. And let me say this, because I know we gotta get off here. What's funny is Roy Jones, if he had the personality that Muhammad Ali had, could have been this generation's Muhammad Ali. Because for 10 years, you couldn't touch him. He just wasn't, like I say, he didn't have the personality that Ali had. But if he did, he would have been that generation Ali. I mean, Ray was very close to having the personality of the first Sugar Ray, and the skill set and so forth, and the charisma, all those things you have. Like I said, those are things that you have. You can't be taught those things. You gotta have them inside you. But yeah, the fight game, man, we love it. We have to understand a lot of what's going on, and there's a lot we don't know, especially when we talk about contracts. We don't know what all those contracts are. We don't know the particulars of them. We don't know who has options in their contracts, things like that. I know when they used to. Let me hurry up, because I know Tucson trying to get off of here. Is that when there was criticism of Bud when he re-signed with Top Rank, and he was being criticized, I believe, by Al Haney, et cetera, et cetera. We don't know whether Bud had in his contract with Bob Arum the right of first refusal. Nobody knows that, which means that whatever Al had offered something, Aaron had that in his contract that he could match it, or whether he was going to let Bud go. But then, okay, well, you go to Al, but I need to get this amount of money off of your first three fights. Could I use what happened with um mm, 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 mm. uh why can I think of his name now? Joe Lewis, when he got the rematch with Johannesburg. He had, in order to get that rematch, he had to give him 8 options. So uh for the next 8 fights after Joe won, his championship, part of his money was going to somebody who wasn't even fighting no more. So you never know those kinds of things that are happening to fighters. So when today's fighters, I understand why they're asking for the world. I understand why they need 2 million, 3 million, even if they're not worth it. I understand why they ask for it, and I'm happy that they get it. I was happy when Al Haymon was giving them money. Yeah, get as much as you can, because I understand what happens to them. A lot of their money is being taken by taxes, baby mamas, people as managers, lawyers, et cetera, et cetera. So I understand all those kind of things. So I like to see them get paid. I just wish they would fight. I wish they would have a little more in them where they go out there perform, where they can actually make more money. And yes, you're going to be taking a lot more chances physically. But overall, that's the game. Are you still here, Supreme? Oh my God, I was sitting there talking. Houston, are you still here? 2 cent. Okay, I guess I'm the last one on here. Okay, well, we've had 2 cents after dark. Me and Supreme was having a good talk, and definitely enjoyed talking with you all. I hope I didn't talk too long and bore anybody to death. I guess that's it for the night. So I guess I'll say good night as well. Over here, it is 4 o'clock. Good Lord. All right, people. So I guess I'll see you all on Friday or over at Marty's if he does anything this week. Until then, y'all take care. See y'all then. All right, Cash. See you next time.